Chapter 51 Dugo. Then Chen Yao thought of something and spoke again. I warn you, if another strong man appears after I take you to that herb garden, I will definitely activate his body immediately. Chen Yao stared at Bibi Dong at this moment, his expression was extremely ferocious and fierce. The land of immortal grass was the only way for him to change his current situation. He would never allow any mistakes. Bibi Dong was frightened by Chen Yao's ferocious and vicious expression at this time, and she felt panic for no reason. She knew what Chen Yao meant. Her unintentional words aroused Chen Yao's fear. He was afraid that she would inform the spirit hall and kill the donkey, but she had no intention of doing so. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked a little helpless and hurriedly wanted to explain. But Chen Yao did not give Bibi Dong this opportunity. After leaving that sentence fiercely, he left with a flick of his sleeves. Leaving Bibi Dong alone, she stayed in the empty living room, with a dull look, dim eyes and worries about gains and losses. The next day, in a very luxurious room in a hotel in the central area of Wuhan City, a middle-aged man with green hair and a sinister look was roaring loudly at the law enforcement officers who broke into their room, wearing standard armor and unruly. Asshole, do you know who I am? My father is Dugo. At the same time, in a corner of the room, a woman wearing a cheongsam, with a beautiful face, a plump figure, and her hair tied up, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She was holding a baby girl in her arms, looking at the law enforcement officers who came with bad intentions, crying helplessly. Humph, Dugo? I know, Soul Douluo. But this is the spirit hall, even a titled Douluo has to bow down to the glory of the angel. The leader of the law enforcement team, upon hearing this, immediately spoke in disdain, and then said. Dugo Xin, Shang Guan Rui, after investigation, there are some problems with your entry documents. Now we suspect that you have illegally entered the spirit city and are arresting you. After saying that, the leader looked at the guards behind him, waved his hand, and shouted. Take them away. The guards immediately understood, and regardless of the violent struggle of the green-haired man, they took the family of 3 to the dungeon of the spirit hall. And half a day after the 3 were taken away, a deep green light burst out in the spirit city, and the terrifying soul power swept across the entire spirit city. Asshole! Spirit hall, hand over my son. At this moment, in the fierce green light, a thin old man with a green beard walked out and roared angrily in front of the door of the spirit hall. This man was Dugo. Although the soul guides in the Douluo continent are not well developed now, and there are no soul guides for communication. But as a strong soul Douluo, he has a wide network of contacts, plus some people's secret operations. In the afternoon of that day, Dugo, who was in the Tiandu Empire, received news that his son, daughter-in-law, and even granddaughter who was less than half a year old were framed and imprisoned by the spirit hall. Even if he didn't hesitate to consume his soul power, he rushed to the spirit city in just a few hours and came to ask for punishment. However, just as the green soul power was rolling towards the building of the spirit hall, 2 soul powers, one yellow and one black, swept in from the spirit hall and blocked the green light back. Then, a neutral voice that made it impossible to distinguish between men and women sounded. Old Poison, you could have used a little more force to alert the people above. In that case, you wouldn't have to leave this Wuhan city today. After the voice fell, a man with a slender figure, light makeup on his face, and a figure hidden in the dark fog, who was wearing a beautiful colorful long-distance running coat, and who was difficult to distinguish between male and female, slowly appeared in front of the gate of the Wuhan Hall. It was the 2 confidants of Bibi Dong, Zhu Yueguan and Gui Mei. Looking at the showy man, Dugo's stomach churned, his face was ugly and twisted, and he gritted his teeth and said. It was your Wuhan Hall that deceived people first. My son and his friends went to the city to do business, and they had the customs documents of the Tiandu Empire. How could they not have complete procedures? You are clearly slandering. Quickly release my son and his friends. However, Yu Guan heard the words, his face was normal, and he smiled lightly. Old Poison, whether the customs documents can be passed or not needs to be determined by our spirit hall. Since someone has noticed that there is a problem with their entry, they need to cooperate in the investigation. Sophisticated. This is all your one-sided words. Can you be so overbearing in the spirit hall? Dugo glared and roared. This is how we do things in the spirit hall. Yu Guan smiled and then said. And you, Old Poison, are releasing soul power in the city and disrupting the order. Now it's not just your son and them, you have to go with us too. After saying that, Yu Guan still had a smile on his face, but his whole body was surging with golden soul power, pressing towards Dugo. And Dugo's face changed at this moment. As the most ridiculed and weakest soul Douluo, he was not joking. Feeling Yu Guan's soul power, he felt a strong pressure. Dugo clenched his fists subconsciously, unwilling to give up, but then he thought of something and relaxed his body again, snorting coldly. Let's go. Am I afraid of you? I, Dugo, have never offended the spirit hall, I don't believe you can kill me for no reason. Dugo shouted this very loudly, and almost everyone in the spirit city heard it. He knew very well that if the spirit hall really wanted to keep him he had no power to resist. So instead of resisting, it was better to obey, just to see the situation of his son and daughter-in-law, and now he was brought into the spirit hall in public. He didn't believe that the spirit hall would damage its reputation because of him, a soul Douluo. As Dugo followed Yu Guan and the others into the spirit hall, two figures slowly walked out of the shadows in a hidden corner. As the dim light fell on them, it was clear that the two were Chen Yao and Bibi Dong. I have already told Elder Yu Guan and the others that Dugo will stay in the spirit hall this time and monitor for a period of 3 months. Bibi Dong spoke. Chen Yao nodded slowly after hearing this, and then looked at Bibi Dong again. I hope you don't do anything else, or you'll have to be careful of your Yu Xiao gang. After hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a pain in her heart for some reason, as if she didn't want Chen Yao to keep tying her and Yu Xiao gang together. But she didn't know how to refute it, so she could only speak in a low voice. I just asked out of curiosity yesterday, and didn't tell the teachers. Oh, I hope so. With a playful look and a sneer, Chen Yao walked out of the city gate on his own. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was helpless in her heart and could only follow him silently. Chapter 52 Tiandu City. Unlike the Xingde Great Forest, which is located in the center of the entire continent and is also the largest forest, the destination of Chen Yao and the others, the Sunset Forest, is much smaller than it. And it is located in the center of the Tiandu Empire. Generally, those who come here to hunt are people from the Tiandu Empire. In order not to attract attention, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong changed into the clothes of the Tiandu Empire in advance and traveled in a low-key manner. Although the makeup was simple, it was still difficult to hide Bibi Dong's exquisite and beautiful appearance, and she attracted many people with bad intentions along the way. However, they were all solved neatly by Bibi Dong, who was depressed by Chen Yao's cold attitude before leaving the city. Chen Yao stepped aside and looked at the figures who fell one after another like harvested straw, and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was standing in the center of the scattered corpses and blood, already had some shadows of the ruthless man in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Yao also felt a sense of urgency and worry in his heart. He was now threatening Bibi Dong with Yu Xiao gang, but it was only a stopgap measure after all. His strength was a fatal flaw. If one day, Bibi Dong really didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's life or death, then his end would definitely be countless times more miserable than those people in front of him at this moment. I hope I can gain something this time, this should be my last chance. Chen Yao sighed in his heart, took a long breath, and a rare look of determination appeared in his eyes. After several days of trekking, the two finally arrived at the most prosperous city in the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. As long as they passed through this city, they could reach their destination, the Sunset Forest. The two entered the city in a dusty manner. Although the sky was gradually getting dark, Chen Yao had no intention of stopping. The confusion and worry about his future in his heart made him want to appear in Dugo's medicine garden immediately and eat all the medicinal herbs in it. But Bibi Dong looked around with a strong curiosity. The Wuhun Hall is located in the north of Douluo continent, which is completely different from the habits of the Tiandu Empire. The things inside are so novel and attractive to Bibi Dong, who is still in her 20s. In her opinion, now that Dugo is trapped in the spirit hall, there is no need to be so impatient. In addition, although she herself is extremely eager for the legendary fairy grass, the snow swan kiss, this news came from the mouth of Chen Yao, the earring spirit master. Bibi Dong was still skeptical from beginning to end. She treated this trip to Tiandu as a trip. As long as she does not have strong hopes in her heart, then in the end, even if the result is not satisfactory, she will not be too disappointed. With this attitude, Bibi Dong naturally wanted to stay in this prosperous Tiandu city for a while. At this moment, she glanced at Chen Yao, who did not look back and went straight to the direction of the Sunset Forest. Bibi Dong quickly stepped forward and pulled Chen Yao. "Don't walk so fast, I need to go buy something. Anyway, if the herb garden you mentioned is true, it is in the forest and you can't run away. Why are you in such a hurry? Chen Yao turned around and looked at Bibi Dong, who was completely attracted by the novel objects around her. He frowned and said, "You are a saint who will inherit the throne of the spirit hall in the future, but you are greedy for such vulgar things. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others if you tell others about it? So what? As a saint, who dares to criticize me? If you are willing to wait, you can do it yourself. Let's go to Sunset Forest first." When Bibi Dong heard this, she immediately thought of Chen Yao's fierce attitude towards her before. She felt very uncomfortable. She snorted coldly and walked towards a shop that she had already selected and decorated beautifully without looking back. When Chen Yao heard this, his face was stunned. He didn't expect Bibi Dong's reaction to be so big. But then, looking at Bibi Dong's back as she left, a helpless look appeared on his face. He could only sacrifice his life. There was no way. Without Bibi Dong, let alone passing through the poisonous gas barrier set up by Dugo in front of the medicine garden, even the soul beasts that often appeared in Sunset Forest would be enough for him to drink a pot. Following Bibi Dong's pace, he came to the door of the shop. However, Chen Yao did not mean to follow him in. Instead, he leaned against the door frame with his arms folded across his chest and said impatiently, "Hurry up, don't waste too much time." Bibi Dong did not turn her head to Chen Yao's words, but just snorted in response. However, in a place where Chen Yao could not see, the corner of her mouth raised a brilliant arc. Chen Yao, looking at Bibi Dong's figure running around in front of the counter, couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that his previous idea was just an illusion. With Bibi Dong's current appearance, if she wants to become the Pope who kills without blinking an eye in the future, she may need a long journey and some unforgettable experiences. However, just as Chen Yao's mind was flashing, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Friend, if you are kind, give more patience, you will get along more harmoniously." Chen Yao turned around after hearing this, and saw a man in a brocade robe with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined face appearing behind him. It seemed that he had heard what he had just said to Bibi Dong. "Wife?" Chen Yao smiled in his heart, but did not explain. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked at a beautiful lady in palace dress following the man. Although this woman was not as beautiful as Bibi Dong, she exuded a gentle temperament and gave people a comfortable feeling. "I think she must be an extremely virtuous woman." Hui's wife. Looking at the woman's plump figure and the gentle smile on her beautiful face, Chen Yao couldn't help but feel itchy, and some thoughts of the predecessors were stirring. Unfortunately, judging from the man's dress, he was not a simple person, and seemed to have an extraordinary background. In addition, his current priority was to deal with the fairy grass, so he couldn't put his heart into it. Shaking his head regretfully, Chen Yao also smiled back at him and said, "Thank you for your advice, your wife is also very beautiful." "Yes, in my heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world." The man didn't hear Chen Yao's implication, smiled, and said affectionately, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The woman patted the man's shoulder with a coquettish tone, then lowered her head and hunched her chest, her cheeks stained with a touch of rosy red, as if she was extremely shy. Looking at the couple in front of him, they suddenly flirted with each other without paying attention to others, and Chen Yao's mouth twitched slightly. Luckily, at this time, Bibi Dong came to him. She saw Chen Yao's urgency. Although Chen Yao had compromised with her, she subconsciously didn't want to let Chen Yao wait too anxiously. She hastily chose an item that she liked, and hurriedly paid the bill and walked out. Chapter 53-53, Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. "Who are they?" Bibi Dong came out with a bracelet in her hand. Seeing the couple talking to Chen Yao, she was stunned and asked. But before Chen Yao could speak, the man smiled first. "My wife and I came here to buy things. We happened to meet your husband. I saw that you two got along a little strangely, so I couldn't help but chat with him." "Husband?" Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this, and then she seemed to wake up from a dream. The faint smile on her face faded and became extremely indifferent. She nodded slightly to the two and then said to Chen Yao, "Okay, let's go." Chen Yao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He nodded without paying attention to Bibi Dong's changing expression and then walked out. At this moment, the man stared at the figures of Bibi Dong and the others leaving. He did not enter the store immediately, but narrowed his eyes and stared at their backs with a deep look. I don't know what he was thinking. "Feng Ji, what's wrong?" The woman next to him saw the man like this and immediately spoke out in confusion. The man named Feng Zhi explained. That woman is not simple. The moment she walked past me, I could feel an indescribable pressure. She is a soul master much stronger than me. I don't know what such a young strong man is going to do in Tiandu city. However, the woman smiled with her mouth covered when she heard this. I don't care about her coming to Tiandu city. I think you just feel reluctant to let her go because she is beautiful, right? The man's face froze when he heard this, and he immediately laughed awkwardly. Aja, what are you talking about? Don't you know my feelings? In my heart, other women will never be as good as you. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go in and buy things. The man pushed the woman and walked into the store. On the way after a short rest, Chen Yao and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the Sunset Forest. Walking into the Guangrao forest, Chen Yao looked at the forked roads and was suddenly confused. He only knew that Dugo's medicinal garden was in the Sunset Forest, but he had no idea where it was. Although the Sunset Forest was not as big as the Star Forest, it was also very vast. It would not be easy to find a specific location in it. But then Chen Yao thought of something and looked at Bibi Dong, who was confused and didn't know what she was thinking. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and waved his hand in front of her. Bibi Dong came back to her senses and said, "What's wrong?" Chen Yao felt that Bibi Dong was a little strange, but he didn't mean to explore it, just said. You have felt Dugo's soul power in the spirit hall before. Can you sense the poison gas barrier he set up here now? Bibi Dong nodded after hearing this, and then closed her eyes and began to capture the free poison gas in the air here. But soon, Bibi Dong frowned, opened her eyes, shook her head, and said lightly. The poisonous death gas in the air is too thin, we have to go deeper. Soul masters do not have the ability to sense before they become gods and their mental power is transformed into divine thoughts. Generally, mental power only enhances the intuition of soul masters, and can respond to some sudden attacks in battle in time. Now Bibi Dong can only find some clues about the poison gas by relying on the special nature of her martial soul. But obviously, no matter how powerful her martial soul is, it is impossible to directly cover the huge sunset forest. Lead the way. Chen Yao was not surprised to hear this, nodded, and went in the direction indicated by Bibi Dong. Soon, as they went deeper, Chen Yao and his team gradually encountered many powerful soul beasts. They even encountered a king of the earth that was exactly the same as the one in the Star Do Great Forest. Beside it was a pink girl, with a soul power of about 4,500 years. But unfortunately, the pink girl was stabbed to death by Bibi Dong with a spider spear before she could release the gas. Finally, after some twists and turns, Chen Yao and his team finally followed the sparse clues in the air and came to a place with the most concentrated poison gas. Ahem! Quick! In the valley full of purple mist, Chen Yao coughed heavily. Bibi Dong immediately understood what he said and quickly summoned her martial soul to possess him. She had already shown this form in front of Chen Yao, so she didn't hide it. She stretched out a spider spear behind her and placed it on the air beside Chen Yao, absorbing all the poison gas in the air that enveloped Chen Yao. Feeling the poison gas flowing into her body, Bibi Dong couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, and then sneered. What a low-quality poison! Dugo is indeed the weakest soul Douluo. Okay, he is still the weakest soul saint before and the weakest titled Douluo in the future. Stop wasting time and take me up quickly. At this moment, Chen Yao looked at a steep rock wall filled with thick poisonous fog. It was basically certain that Dugo's medicine garden was located above. Although he was now isolated from the poison gas with the help of Bibi Dong, his body was also affected. He was a little weak, his soul power was not smooth, and he could not use his tentacles to assist in climbing freely. He could only ask Bibi Dong for help. Bibi Dong did not hesitate to hear this. She embraced Chen Yao's body, urged the spider spear, nailed it to the rock wall, and climbed up. With the help of the spider spear, Bibi Dong took Chen Yao to walk on this extremely steep cliff, as if walking on flat ground, as if he was ascending. Soon, the two of them reached the top of the mountain. When they arrived here, there was an inverted cone-shaped valley in front of them. The mountaintop they were on was the edge of the valley. Thick hot air rose from the valley. The hot air was very moist and had a bit of the unique smell of sulfur. Seeing this, Chen Yao was excited. This hot air was very consistent with the location of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. He should have found the right place. Then, with the help of Bibi Dong, Chen Yao ran down along the rock wall. When he landed below and looked at the scenery inside, Chen Yao was completely excited. There was a hot spring in the valley. The area of the hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two parts. In the oval pool, the colors of the hot spring water were milky white and vermilion respectively. What was even more bizarre was that although they were in the same pool, they were clearly separated, did not invade each other, and always stayed on their own side. This was the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire described in the description. This is it. Chen Yao licked his tongue, his eyes sparkling, and spoke hoarsely. Chapter 54 Absorbing the immortal grass around the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire. There are all kinds of plants, with different colors, colorful, competing for beauty. Add to that the warm and humid air around. This place looks like a fairyland on earth, which is simply beautiful. At this moment, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong, who were standing at the entrance, were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Those immortal grasses that were extremely precious in the outside world now dazzled them. Separate your actions, you go find your snow swan kiss. Chen Yao calmed down his excitement and said to Bibi Dong. Then he took out a thick book of immortal herbs from the bracelet-shaped storage soul guide, and then left Bibi Dong behind and went to the depths of the herb garden. Fragrant and beautiful immortal products, neutralize all poisons in the world, prevent toxins, good stuff, close your eyes and enter. Beautiful tulips, take it out and the 7 treasures glazed sect will kneel down and call you daddy, enter. Qirong Tong Tianju, from now on I will be the ancestor of Chrysanthemum Guan. Lovesickness and heartbreak red? The effect is weird, very mysterious, love and so on forget it, take it, maybe it will be useful in the future. Chen Yao identified the immortal herbs around him while looking through the book in his hand. It was just like a swarm of locusts passing through, no grass grew, and any plants with a little value were picked up by Chen Yao mercilessly. He picked the immortal herbs one by one according to the method recorded in the classics, put them into the Xianbing jade box specially prepared before departure, and kept them properly. He didn't care whether his behavior would destroy the foundation of this place and lead to the destruction of this treasure land. The countless treasures in front of him at this moment made his greed infinitely magnified, and he only wanted to take everything he saw into his pocket. What's more, Chen Yao always did his best to do things, so how could he care about other people's lives? When he plundered all the way and walked to the deeper part of the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire, his eyes were immediately attracted by 2 strange plants, and his eyes lit up. 8-petal fairy orchid, the medicinal properties are mild and mellow, it strengthens the foundation and nourishes the source, cleanses the tendons and marrow. It is relying on this fairy grass that Oscar, a food-type soul master, has caught up with the progress of those monsters. Ice fairy jade bones, let people reborn, reshape their qualifications. They are all very suitable for me. I don't believe that I can't improve my cultivation speed after eating all of them. Chen Yao was excited and hurriedly collected these fairy herbs in a specific way. Hey! After doing all this, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked forward again. At this moment, he has come to the center of the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye, the location of the spring. Here, the cold and hot alternate, one red and one blue, representing the 2 gases of extreme cold and extreme heat, are interweaving and colliding in the air, clearly divided, as if forming 2 worlds. Similarly, next to the spring, 2 plants that seem to be at 2 extremes are distinguishing between growth and left and right. It is the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot vegetable. The effects of these 2 immortal herbs are extremely powerful, but the difficulty of absorbing them is also extremely difficult, which is tantamount to a life-or-death struggle. I'd better take the 8-petal immortal orchid and other immortal herbs first and see how the effect is. If it doesn't work, I'll absorb these 2 immortal herbs. Looking at the extreme aura emitted by these 2 immortal herbs, Chen Yao was also frightened in his heart, and subconsciously thought of putting the most dangerous thing to the end. Thinking of this, Chen Yao stepped back a few steps, away from the area of alternating cold and heat caused by the 2 immortal herbs, and chose a place with dense immortal herbs and energy, sat cross-legged, and took out the 8-petal immortal orchid and the ice fairy jade bone. Looking at the immortal herbs in his hand, Chen Yao suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and then swallowed it according to the records in the classics. On the other side, Bibi Dong casually walked around in the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire. Soon, among the thousands of flowers, she saw that one, which was pure white and flawless, and looked like 2 swans bowing their heads, and it was exactly the same as the snow swan kiss in the records. Her hands trembled as she held up the snow swan kiss. Because of the direct contact between her hands, Bibi Dong's hands became more crystal clear at this moment, and even had a sense of transparency, and the blood vessels and bones were clearly visible. This was a sign of poisoning. However, Bibi Dong ignored it, picked up the snow swan kiss, and placed it on her chest, with an expression that could not be concealed. She did not expect that this world's precious snow swan kiss was easily held in her hands. Completely ignoring the volatile toxins in her hands, Bibi Dong was intoxicated by the pure white plant in her hands. But the next moment, as if she thought of something, Bibi Dong slightly raised her eyes, but found that Chen Yao, who was not far away, had already closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and fell into a state of meditation. Seeing that Chen Yao had found the fairy grass that suited him so quickly, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with surprise. But she soon recovered, calmed down her surging thoughts, and after calming herself down, she could not wait to absorb the snow-colored swan kiss in her hand. Soon, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which had become noisy and chaotic because of the two people, became quiet again. However, compared with the environment that was like a fairyland on earth before the two people came, it has now become bumpy and messy, which is simply horrible. A day passed in a flash, and in the medicine garden, Chen Yao opened his eyes first. 8-petal fairy orchid and ice fairy jade bone are both fairy grasses with neutral and peaceful medicinal properties. It is not difficult to absorb them. In fact, these two medicinal powers gathered together in Chen Yao's body, complementing each other and absorbing more quickly. Hey! Chen Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then glanced at Bibi Dong not far away. At this moment, Bibi Dong's clothes had been completely corroded by the poison. A wisp. And the body is close to transparent, blood vessels and bones are clearly visible. The facial features that can still be vaguely distinguished are extremely distorted at this time, and the face is hideous, as if it is in great pain. Seeing this, Chen Yao raised his eyebrows. Will Bibi Dong die? Then he should not wander around the world? After all, Bibi Dong came out with him, and the spirit hall will definitely suspect him at that time. Even if he doesn't believe that he can harm Bibi Dong with his strength, he will definitely let him be buried with her. So if Bibi Dong dies, where should he go? Chen Yao has already started to think about Bibi Dong's affairs after her death. But before he can think of a safe place, he sees Bibi Dong's hideous face slowly converge. The body also began to gradually stare and return to normal skin color. Chapter 55 Bibi Dong's Soul Transformation. Seeing Bibi Dong seem to have managed to survive, Chen Yao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to flee. Then he stopped paying attention to Bibi Dong, who made him feel uneasy, and focused on investigating his own situation. What was gratifying was that at this moment, his body was extremely light, as if he could fly into the air by just stepping on the ground. It seemed that this fairy grass lived up to its introduction. It really made him reborn. What was even more surprising was that Chen Yao had actually reached level 29 at this moment. A full 7 levels higher. You know, this was not just because Chen Yao absorbed 2 fairy herbs in succession. The improvement in soul power after absorbing the fairy herbs actually depends more on one's own talent. Talent is like a water tank in the body. The higher the talent, the larger the water tank is, and it can absorb more energy from the outside world. The poorer the talent, the smaller the water tank. Even if the energy from the outside world is huge, it cannot contain it. It can only overflow and dissipate. So from the side, Chen Yao's talent should actually be considered excellent. But why is my cultivation speed so slow? Chen Yao felt that his soul power had increased a lot, and he seemed a little confused. Since it can be proved that there is nothing wrong with his talent, his slow cultivation speed is not due to his own lack of qualifications. Although it can be proved that there is no problem with his talent, Chen Yao's face is not happy at all. Thinking of a possibility, he quickly closed his eyes, meditated, and began to refine the free soul power in the air. But soon, Chen Yao opened his eyes again, full of gloom. As expected, the speed of refining his soul power is exactly the same as before, without any change. Since his cultivation speed is not linked to his own talent, what is the reason? Chen Yao's eyes were gloomy, and then he slowly stood up and walked towards the 2 ultimate immortal herbs at the spring. When he came to the immortal herbs, Chen Yao stood still, his eyes were uncertain, as if he was hesitating and struggling. Now, he had no other choice. If he wanted to change himself, he could only take these 2 most precious but extremely violent immortal herbs. Originally, before he came, he had prepared to die if he failed. But now, he suddenly realized that even if he really succeeded in absorbing these 2 immortal herbs, there would probably not be any good effect. This made his originally firm heart waver a little. Knowing that there was no effect, he still insisted on absorbing it, which was a stupid performance. But if he gave up like this, Chen Yao was full of reluctance. However, just when he was undecided, a ripple seemed to appear in the spring of ice and fire, producing a strange fluctuation. Along with this wave of ripples, Chen Yao's heart actually had an impulse, wanting to plunge into the spring regardless of everything. This wave came from his martial soul, and also from his deep desire in his heart. Chen Yao's face changed when he saw this. He had never felt this way before. This kind of uncontrollable body and mind was countless times more terrifying than when he was affected by the drug. What is going on? Chen Yao resisted the desire in his heart, and his face was distorted with difficulty. Fearing the position, he instinctively wanted to retreat. Just kidding, in the original work, Tang San only half of his body was immersed in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. And now, the impulse in his body made him plunge directly into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Wouldn't he be directly destroyed by the two energies of ice and fire? However, just when Chen Yao wanted to leave the range of the interweaving of ice and fire energy, the spring seemed to have sensed Chen Yao's retreat and was unwilling to let him go, so it began to ripple violently. Then the water surface began to spin violently and madly, forming a vortex. The center of the vortex was an extremely dark vortex, like an abyss, which made people feel terrified. Along with the surging of the vortex, a strong suction force broke out from it, leaving Chen Yao with no chance to resist. Fuck! Accompanied by Chen Yao screamed in terror, and was sucked into the whirlpool without resistance. However, before entering the water, he still took the time to stretch out his hands, pulled up the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot vegetable, and held them tightly in his hands. It was inevitable, at least imitating Tang San, holding these two immortal herbs and entering the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Bibi Dong also successfully absorbed the snow swan kiss not long ago. Opening her eyes, a trace of fear flashed across her face. As the top poison-type martial spirit in Douluo continent, she naturally knew how to absorb this most poisonous immortal grass in the world. There was no special technique, just absorbing its medicinal power directly into the body, inducing the toxins in the body to explode tens of millions of times, thus producing a qualitative change. But at the same time, in the process of doing so, there are also huge risks. If the body cannot adapt to the surge of toxins in the body, resulting in loss of control and toxins rioting, then Bibi Dong will be doomed. Bibi Dong had experienced this before and had a close call with death. However, fortunately, in the end, her martial soul finally adapted to the toxicity of the snow swan kiss and merged with it, allowing Bibi Dong to gradually control the surge of toxins in her body and gradually guide the changes in the toxins and martial soul in her body. Until now, it has finally succeeded. Her two martial souls, Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor, are both powerful based on the poison attribute. Now, the toxins in Bibi Dong's body have undergone a transformation because of the most poisonous snow swan kiss in the world, which also led to the evolution of her two martial souls. Now, perhaps it is more appropriate to call them Soul-Devouring Spider God and Death Spider God. Feeling the transformation of the martial soul in her body, Bibi Dong was overjoyed and quickly summoned her own martial soul to possess it. In her original spirit-possessed form, her upper body was the same as her, but her lower body was like a spider, with an ugly and huge trunk and 8 spider spears extending outward and rooted in the ground. It made her look like an ugly half-human, half-beast monster, extremely disgusting. But now, the ugly lower body has turned into natural legs, and she has put on a simple and exquisite deep purple armor. Every part is natural and appropriate, with an indescribable beauty, but also full of amazing sharpness and murderous intent. The 8 spider spears are also gathered behind her, ready to go. At this moment, she looks completely free of evil, but instead, like a purple valkyrie with a weird and mysterious color. Bibi Dong looked at her spirit-possessed form at this moment, and was simply overjoyed. She slowly stroked the armor on her body, with a look of pride and satisfaction in her eyes. However, just as she was immersed in herself, she suddenly heard a cry of fear from Chen Yao. Bibi Dong's heart trembled subconsciously, and she turned her head repeatedly to see the scene of Chen Yao falling into the water. Chapter 56 Chen Yao's Life and Death. Bibi Dong was stunned when she saw this. She had explored the spring before, and it was formed by the interweaving of two extreme terrifying energies. Let alone Chen Yao, even if she fell into the violent energy spring, she would probably die. Chen Yao accidentally fell into the water and there was no possibility of survival. Logically speaking, she got her revenge and no longer had to be threatened by this ant soul master. Bibi Dong should be happy. However, at this moment, her brain was like being hit by a heavy hammer, dizzy and round-eyed. It was as if a sharp blade was pierced back and forth by her heart, until it was full of wounds and blood. The light in her eyes faded, and all she saw was a heavy grey. For a moment, she felt as if the sky had fallen down, and an unspeakable despair enveloped her body, suffocating her. Chen Yao. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly turned red, and she screamed with all her might, bursting out at a speed that even a soul saint could not reach, and in a flash she arrived at the spring. The two energies of cold and hot intertwined, covering Bibi Dong who suddenly broke in, making her breathing a little difficult and her soul power stagnant. But at this moment, how could she care about these small details? Bibi Dong directly summoned her martial soul to possess her, condensed her soul power around her body, and then wanted to jump directly into the spring. However, just as Bibi Dong was about to step into the water, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly burst out from the water, making Bibi Dong's steps that were about to fall, unexpectedly unable to stay. Bibi Dong didn't know much about the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire, and had no idea what was going on. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, to get Chen Yao out of the water. I want to see him alive or dead. She gritted her teeth and frantically urged her soul power. The 6 soul rings with the best configuration behind her shone brightly. But it was still in vain. Her feet seemed to no longer belong to her at this moment, and they didn't move at all. 6 winged purple light wings. Bibi Dong was unwilling to give up. She roared with a ferocious face, and a ball of purple light suddenly appeared behind her, accompanied by a powerful soul power. However, before she could, the purple light behind her was completely solidified, and the spring seemed to be angered by what Bibi Dong did. The repulsive force completely burst out, directly blowing Bibi Dong out 100 meters. After a while, Bibi Dong climbed up from a deep pit with a diameter of several meters, looking at the spring in front of her, which was already calm, with anger and sadness intertwined in her eyes. Cough. Suddenly, she coughed up a trace of blood violently. Obviously, the impact just now caused Bibi Dong, who had transformed her martial soul, to suffer a lot of damage. Now she had to admit that with her current ability, she might not be able to break through the barrier of the spring. Little thief, I will bring people to flatten this place. You must hold on and must not die. If you die, who will I ask for revenge? Bibi Dong bit her red lips soaked in blood and became extremely beautiful. She stared deeply at the spring. After silently reciting in her heart, she did not delay any more and displayed an extremely terrifying speed. In a blink of an eye, she disappeared from here. Bibi Dong would never believe that Chen Yao, who was so afraid of death, would not know the danger of the spring and fall into the water. And the force that stopped her from moving forward just now also revealed strangeness everywhere. This strange situation gave Bibi Dong a glimmer of hope in her heart. Maybe Chen Yao still had a chance to survive. Before seeing Chen Yao's corpse, she would never give up. On the other side, the bottom of the pool of the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire was actually a boundless and huge space, where the energy of ice and fire was constantly intertwined, collided and exploded, like a Jedi. Even a titled Douluo would be wiped out if affected by the violent energy. At this moment, Chen Yao was wrapped in the vortex energy and slowly descended in this space filled with destructive energy. Looking at the energy of ice and fire around him, and listening to the explosions and roars coming from all around, Chen Yao was terrified. And this place seemed to be completely isolated from other realms, as if he was not in the same world. Even before, the martial soul sensing of Yu Xiaogang was completely ineffective at this moment. Before falling into the water, he grabbed the 8-angled black ice grass and the flaming apricot vegetable. At this moment, under the energy fluctuations around him, the aura was completely restrained, like 2 weeds. At this moment, he, a soul master with less than 3 rings, grabbed 2 weeds, and was in this environment that seemed to be the destruction of the world, and he seemed so weak and helpless. The next day, the once peaceful sunset forest suddenly became turbulent. A well-trained army with a sharp aura appeared in the forest. Wherever they passed, all soul beasts, whether they were 1,000 years old or 10,000 years old, fled everywhere. And the target of this team did not seem to be these soul beasts, and they did not chase them. Soon, they arrived at a COL, which was where the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire were located. Then, a leading man got off his horse. This man was dressed in white clothes, wearing a crown on his head, with a calm face, and a majestic and sacred aura emanated from his every move. It was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Kyungsunji. At this moment, Kyungsunji looked around, seeing that the air was full of energy, but the surroundings were full of potholes and a messy environment, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He really couldn't imagine what this precious treasure land had experienced before. Donger, is this the place you said made Meng Xiling transform? Take a deep breath, suppress the heartache. Kyungsunji looked at Bibi Dong, who was looking haggard. Bibi Dong nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, master, please help me break the barrier of the spring, I have something dropped into it." Seeing Bibi Dong's urgency, Kyungsunji nodded helplessly, and then summoned his martial soul. Then, 4 white wings, accompanied by a sacred light, appeared behind him. This is Kyungsunji's god-level martial soul, the angel. According to what Bibi Dong said before, this spring is full of weirdness. Even Kyungsunji did not dare to be careless. After making enough preparations, he stepped towards the spring. But the next moment, Kyungsunji appeared in front of the spring, as if he did not encounter any obstacles. Bibi Dong, who was following behind him, was delighted when she saw Kyungsunji step into the place where she had been blocked. Chapter 57 Returning without success, getting drunk at Tianxiang Pavilion. Bibi Dong was overjoyed, but the next moment, Kyungsunji's words froze her smile on her face. Kyungsunji turned around and said to her with a puzzled look. "Donger, there is no barrier here as you said, and there is no spring water with ice and fire energy intertwined. It's just a natural hot spring. The water is clear and you can see the bottom of the pool, but there is nothing else. How is it possible?" Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard this, and hurried forward and lay down beside the spring, but found that, just as Kyungsunji said, the water in the pool was clear and the surface of the pool was only more than one person's height from the bottom of the pool. Everything inside could be seen, and there was no trace of Chen Yao at all. "No. It's not like this. It wasn't like this before." Bibi Dong suddenly collapsed to the ground, lost her soul, and kept muttering madly. Kyungsunji looked at Bibi Dong in this state. When she realized something was wrong, she asked worriedly. "Donger, did you take some hallucinogenic drugs here? This is really just an ordinary hot spring." But Bibi Dong ignored Kyungsunji's words, as if she had lost her soul, and kept muttering. In the end, she even turned into hysteria. A few days later, in Wuhun City, one of the most popular restaurants, Tiangxianglu. At this moment, on the top floor of Tiangxianglu, 2 heavily made-up maids knocked on a gorgeously decorated private room with fear. After entering the private room, the 2 of them saw a woman with snow-white hair and dark purple eyes. The woman's delicate facial features, as if carefully carved by God, embellished with her flawless face, made it almost impossible to take your eyes away. The 2 heavily made-up maids felt a deep sense of inferiority when facing this woman. There was a clear difference between them and this woman. This woman was Bibi Dong, the saint of the Spirit Hall. After returning from the Sunset Forest without success that day, she was shrouded in an indescribable sadness and despair. Her hair turned white overnight. At this moment, Bibi Dong was filling the cup on the table with wine, and then looked at the cup in her hand with drunken eyes. This was the cup specially configured for Chen Yao as a member of Tianxiang Tower. Now it was Bibi Dong who took it out to use. Her fingers slowly rubbed the cup, her eyes dim, as if she was looking through the wine glass and stroking the cheek of the bastard in the past. Then Bibi Dong made a hoarse sound. "So this is how it feels when you're drunk. No wonder you're so happy to get drunk here. It has to be said that wine is indeed a good thing. It can make people forget the pain in their hearts temporarily." Then, Bibi Dong raised her bloodshot eyes and looked at the 2 women who came in. Looking at their heavily made-up appearance, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with contempt, and then asked. "When Chen Yao came here before, was he accompanied by his sister Qian?" Hearing Bibi Dong's question, the 2 girls shuddered, trembling their lips, and answered repeatedly. "Yes, yes, when Mr. Chen came here in the past, it was our sisters who were responsible. No, but Mr. Chen usually didn't stay overnight. After drinking to his heart's content, he would leave even if he was drunk." After saying that, the 2 girls lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Bibi Dong, who was full of oppression at the moment. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and she seemed to be in a better mood. But then she thought about how ridiculous it was to explore these things now that Chen Yao was no longer around. Suddenly, her face was filled with gloom again, and she spoke hoarsely. "Go down." The two girls were relieved when they heard this, and hurriedly left. After the two girls left, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. She didn't know why she became like this. She clearly wanted to tear Chen Yao into pieces before, so why did she feel so uncomfortable now that he was dead? Since she came back that day, her heart seemed to be trembling violently all the time, as if it was being bitten by thousands of ants, unforgettable. Pain. It hurts so much. This heart-wrenching pain, and the despair that ignited in her heart all the time, even gave her an impulse to destroy everything, making her want to reshape this world that had lost all hope. Buzz. The dark and chaotic emotions even affected her soul power, causing it to extend out of her body uncontrollably and start to riot, causing a violent tremor in the house. Hey! But the next moment, Bibi Dong took a deep breath again and suppressed the terrifying emotions in her heart. Her soul power was under control, and the violent tremors in the room slowly stopped. Then Bibi Dong stood up and planned to leave. Now she had no intention of sitting here anymore. But when she left, she still took the wine glass on the table with her, as if this could bring some comfort to her heart. Just as Bibi Dong walked down the stairs, a group of people walked out of the door, which made her stunned for a moment. It was Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlong, and the other two. Yu Xiaogang and Flanders had not changed much compared to before, but Liu Erlong was a little different from before. Her hair, which was originally as red as the sun, now looked dark red and purple. His eyes were dark, his face was cold, and he exuded an extremely gloomy and oppressive aura. It was completely different from the lively Liu Erlong he met for the first time. However, Bibi Dong only glanced at him and looked away. She was so devastated that she didn't have time to pay attention to other people's changes. Even when she met the familiar Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong's heart was not stirred at all. She didn't want to pay attention to him and was about to leave. But suddenly she seemed to think of something, and her expression was startled and she stopped. She was immersed in sadness these days and almost forgot it. Based on her understanding of Chen Yao, if Chen Yao was really dying, he would definitely drag people down with him. So if he really died, then Yu Xiaogang would be buried with him. Xiaogang had absolutely no reason to survive at this time. So, is Chen Yao still alive? As soon as this guess came out, Bibi Dong was immediately excited, and her dry and withered heart seemed to be revived. Xiaogang, come with me, I have something to ask you. Impatiently, Bibi Dong stopped Yu Xiaogang and his group. Before they could react, Yu Xiaogang was directly taken away by Bibi Dong by the collar. Only Flanders, who looked confused, and Liu Erlong, who looked a little surprised but quickly calmed down, were left. Bringing them to the shadow of an alley outside Tianxiang Tower, Bibi Dong suppressed her excitement, barely maintained her calmness, and asked. Xiaogang, has your martial spirit moved in recent days? Chapter 58 Unexpected Attention. Strange? Donger, what do you mean by this? Yu Xiaogang was stunned when he heard this. He was confused by Bibi Dong's sudden action. Bibi Dong saw this and suppressed her inner anxiety. Xiaogang, you also know that I have twin martial souls. The cultivation of twin martial souls is extremely risky. So, I want to know if your second martial soul has any strange feelings these days? Has there been any violent phenomena? Yu Xiaogang heard this and the doubts in his eyes disappeared. It seems that Donger is still worried about him, afraid that he will make mistakes in his cultivation, and came to guide him. Yu Xiaogang felt happy for a while, and then after thinking about it, he said. There is no strange feeling, it is no different from before? Bibi Dong was delighted when she heard this. Yu Xiaogang's martial soul had no problems, which meant that Chen Yao was fine. But after hearing this, I remembered that when I used my second martial soul before, I always felt that it was a bit obscure, and the operation of soul power was not smooth. But these days, it seems that these problems have been solved suddenly. I feel that the second martial soul is more in line with myself. Donger, do you know why? As if recalling something, Yu Xiaogang spoke again, but it made Bibi Dong feel like being struck by lightning. This second martial soul is running more smoothly, which means that this martial soul has been out of Chen Yao's control. Is Chen Yao really dead? He didn't even have time to detonate the martial soul in Yu Xiaogang's body. He died? For a moment, Bibi Dong felt a little dizzy. Just when she had a little hope, she was hit by a ruthless blow. This made her a little unacceptable. But then, as if she thought of something, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped the last straw, looking at Yu Xiaogang with hope, and shouted excitedly. Xiaogang, Please carefully sense your second martial soul and see if you can sense something else. Tell me everything you sense. Yu Xiaogang's martial soul came because of Chen Yao, and now Yu Xiaogang seems to have gained some authority over this martial soul. Bibi Dong wanted Yu Xiaogang to try this to see if he could sense the dark martial soul in Chen Yao, so as to determine what state Chen Yao is in now. Okay, okay. I'll sense it now. Seeing Bibi Dong so excited, Yu Xiaogang thought there was something wrong with his martial soul, so he nodded quickly and then carefully checked his martial soul. After a while, in Bibi Dong's expectant eyes, Yu Xiaogang slowly opened his eyes. Donger, I can only feel a kind of coldness and loneliness on the martial soul, empty, without any other feeling. Yu Xiaogang scratched his head, looked at the martial spirit mark on his left hand, and said. However, Yu Xiaogang, who was immersed in the martial spirit, did not notice that Bibi Dong in front of him had all her expressions restrained, with a chill that penetrated her bones. The purple eyes were dim, and there was a dead silence that seemed to be shattered hope and collapsed faith. In that case, what's the use of you? Your martial spirit came because of him, why not go and accompany him? A cold and hoarse voice, not at all human, came out of Bibi Dong's mouth, causing Yu Xiaogang's eardrums to vibrate, as if a sharp blade pierced into them. Donger? What did you say? Yu Xiaogang covered his ears, his expression painful, and trembling as he spoke. But before he finished, Bibi Dong, who was wrapped in an extremely desperate aura, completely erupted in negative emotions, and her martial soul was uncontrollably possessed. The 70-level soul power instantly burst out of her body in an explosive form. Boom! Yu Xiaogang was slapped away by the tide of soul power and hit the wall in the alley. Then he fell down softly, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his life or death was unknown. At the same time, the whole Wuhan city was changing. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a very strange purple light continued to emerge from the dark clouds, accompanied by an extremely terrifying, destructive aura that seemed to bring death, covering almost the entire Wuhan city. This aura, even the sole Douluo strongmen in the city saw this, their faces changed drastically, and they could not avoid it. It was just that this strange phenomenon came and went quickly, and after a moment, it was restrained. Bibi Dong seemed to be exhausted, kneeling on one knee weakly, with shocking cold sweat oozing from her forehead. The state just now was accidentally stimulated by Bibi Dong, but it only appeared for a moment, which made her almost faint. She slowly raised her eyes and glanced at Yu Xiaogang, who was not far ahead, with only a faint breath lingering around him. Bibi Dong slowly stood up and staggered away. Although she was not affected by the controlled explosion was extremely short-lived, but it also attracted the attention of countless people, including the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Is this the breath of the saint? Such a terrifying energy, I'm afraid that Soul Douluo will have to retreat. She really deserves to be the saint. At this moment, in the Pope's palace, the title Douluo who were discussing matters with the Pope also showed strange colors on their faces and couldn't help sighing when they felt the previous energy surge in the city. However, Kyung Sunji frowned slightly, and was a little worried about Bibi Dong's sudden commotion in the spirit city. He waved his hand and ordered. Go to the city and find Donger. Yes. Hearing this, the elders of the title Douluo took orders one by one. The efficiency of the title Douluo was amazing. Soon, they saw Bibi Dong, who was slightly panting and a little weak, in the city. Saintess, what happened? A titled Douluo in white frowned when he saw Bibi Dong's condition, stepped forward and asked. Nothing, I'm in a bad mood, let it out. Bibi Dong shook her head coldly. Several titled Douluos twitched their lips when they heard this. However, Bibi Dong didn't care about the strange looks of the elders, and pointed to the alley behind her. Throw the man inside out of the spirit city, I don't want to see him again. After saying that, Bibi Dong walked towards the spirit hall on her own, leaving the elders alone, looking at each other. At the same time, in the unknown void, a dark figure with a cold breath appeared, staring at Bibi Dong's back as she left, with surprise in his eyes. I was planning to give up this plane, but I didn't expect there would be such a seedling. I can observe it. If there is no accident, it should be her. Looking at the figure of Bibi Dong, a hint of satisfaction appeared in the pair of black pupils, but soon, it seemed that he found something again, and his expression was raised. Hey? There is something on the little baby? Is this the power of Luosha? It seems that Luosha has been eyeing her for a long time, he. The next moment, the dark figure disappeared, and only the cold and strange laughter continued to echo in this dead and silent void. Chapter 59 Dragon Blood Forges Evil Heart. Continuously diving in the majestic energy of ice and fire, Chen Yao didn't know how long it had been. Looking at the increasingly dark scene around him, his eyes were full of confusion. But at this moment, Chen Yao suddenly felt a violent shock around him, and then his eyes blurred. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene had changed dramatically. The magnificent scene formed by the interweaving of ice and fire had disappeared, replaced by an endless darkness, cold, oppressive, and dead silence. Chen Yao's expression changed, and he was a little flustered, not knowing what had happened. Just when he was at a loss, he felt a thick feeling under his feet after floating and falling for an unknown period of time. Chen Yao was surprised and looked down, only to find that he was actually stepping on a dark land. This land was extremely strange and extremely flat, like a mirror, without any potholes. Seeing this, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he touched the ground with his toes, instantly stirring up a burst of dark dust. But the magical thing was that the dust did not rise for long, and it fell again and returned to the ground with the naked eye. The land that Chen Yao had previously destroyed was restored to its original state, without a single flaw, dark and flat. It was like a place that only appeared in a bizarre nightmare, full of weirdness and distortion. However, at this moment, Chen Yao, who had landed in such a place, for some reason, calmed down in his heart without panic and even had a strange sense of intimacy in his heart. With doubts, Chen Yao followed the call in his heart, slowly raised his feet, and walked towards the endless darkness in front of him. Along the way, Chen Yao did not encounter anything else, the scene remained unchanged, the dim sky, the dark earth, there was no progress, and he didn't know where to go. But Chen Yao walked more and more at ease, and his steps were firm. I don't know how long he walked, Chen Yao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he found that at the end of the front, there was actually a black spot, a slight bulge, appearing on this flat ground without any undulations, which seemed very abrupt. At the same time, the feeling deep in the martial soul became stronger with the appearance of this black spot. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows, and without hesitation, he quickened his pace and walked forward. As he got closer, the black spot gradually enlarged, and the blurred outline gradually became clear. This is... Finally, he came to the front. After Chen Yao saw the object clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened slightly. This turned out to be a black lotus as tall as a person. The black lotus was dark all over, and the lotus petals extending outward were covered with dense, slightly shiny lines, which were strange and mysterious. What shocked Chen Yao the most was that this black lotus was exactly the same as the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus recorded in the immortal grass book. Gulu. Chen Yao swallowed his saliva, full of disbelief, and stretched out his hand tremblingly, wanting to obey the impulse in his heart and touch the inky black lotus petals. But the next moment he stopped abruptly. He was clearly in the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire, but he was inexplicably sucked into the spring, floated for several days, and came here. Everywhere reveals weirdness. Although he knew that if this was a trap, and someone really wanted to harm him, with his strength, he would definitely not be able to resist anything. But Chen Yao's cautious nature still made him dare not act rashly in such an unfamiliar situation. However, as if he had sensed Chen Yao's retreat, the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus seemed to have life, and the petals stretched out like tentacles. In just a moment, Chen Yao was wrapped tightly like a cocoon. Then, wrapped in the cocoon, the petals slowly gathered on the lotus seat and slowly closed. So far, this place, the twisted land, once again returned to its peaceful and dead silence. Outside, under a cliff in the Tianda Great Forest, a deep pit was exposed. The soil in the deep pit was still a little warm, as if it had just been dug. Looking gradually into the deep pit, you will find that there is actually a pool of scarlet blood. And in the midst of the bloody stench, blood bubbles continue to swell up on the surface of the blood spring, expand, and then burst, and blood splashes everywhere. At the same time, in the dark, a sound of a beating heart came from the bottom of the pool, as if something was brewing in it. Tap tap. Just then, a slightly dull sound of footsteps, as if carrying a heavy object, sounded by the side of the blood pool. Then a graceful figure with beautiful curves appeared beside the blood pool, carrying the huge corpse of a ferocious soul beast. Bang! The huge corpse of the soul beast was smashed heavily to the ground, making a violent sound and vibration. Without the cover of the soul beast's corpse, the sunlight also sprinkled on the figure, dispelling the shadow on her face. It was a woman with long dark red hair and eyes of a strange and enchanting blood color, extremely red. Her cheeks were exquisite and beautiful, with graceful lines, as if they were made by ghosts and gods, which was amazing. However, the gloomy color that seemed to be engraved in her bones was creepy. This person was actually Liu Erlong, who was supposed to be in Wuhun city. At this moment, he appeared now, in the heart of the Xingde Great Forest. There is still such a bloody place. At this time, she also exuded a strange and ominous aura, as if some horror was constantly brewing in her body. Standing by the blood pool, Liu Erlong looked at the soul beast under her feet, whose death was extremely miserable, with a hideous and twisted face, as if it had suffered some horror in its life. Three-toed dragon beast, although the dragon blood is thin, it barely meets the standard. Liu Erlong's face was gloomy, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. He murmured softly, and then released his martial soul. Boom! Accompanied by the surge of soul power, a giant beast appeared behind her. However, the embodiment of her martial soul at this time was completely different from before. The original fiery and brightly colored fire dragon, now its red skin has turned dark and purple. The dragon eyes that were a little majestic before, now also turned scarlet, with a hint of bloodthirstiness. An evil aura lingered around her. After the martial soul appeared, Liu Erlong's beautiful eyes condensed, her dark red hair moved without wind, and her skirt fluttered. The jade hand turned into a dark purple dragon claw, and pressed hard on the head of the three-toed earth dragon beast on the ground. Then, in its claws, a ball of purple gathered, accompanied by a raging howl of a sinister wind. The corpse of the three-toed earth dragon beast actually began to decompose, turning into strands of pure blood, gathering in the blood pool. The blood pool overflowed again, almost reaching the depths of the unknown pit. After the corpse completely turned into a part of the blood pool, Liu Erlong withdrew his palm. The fire is almost ready, we can start, the first god test, dragon blood forged evil heart. At this moment, Liu Erlong looked at the blood spring, her eyes were low, and she murmured. Then, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she strode towards the blood pool. Chapter 60 Obsession. Liu Erlong walked to the blood pool, turned his back, and sat cross-legged. The huge and ferocious martial soul behind him was immersed in the blood pool. The thick blood plasma in the pool suddenly boiled and seeped into the martial soul body that was just an illusory shadow. Roar! A painful wail sounded in Liu Erlong's mind. The martial soul is a concrete derivative of the power of the soul master's blood and soul. It can also be regarded as another self of the soul master. Now, Liu Erlong also felt the pain of the martial soul. She felt that her blood was ignited and her bones were burned, making her almost faint. This kind of pain and torture is simply beyond the endurance of a half-wasted soul master like her. Just when her soul power was unstable and it was difficult to maintain the form of the martial soul, causing the martial soul behind her to be on the verge of collapse. She suddenly remembered the humiliation brought to her by Chen Yao in the martial soul city. Suddenly, Liu Erlong's face became ferocious, veins on her forehead bulged, and bloodthirsty scarlet flashed in her eyes. She couldn't fail, she had to get this power. She wanted to return the humiliation she had received before to Chen Yao 1,000 times. Liu Erlong roared with resentment in her heart, and her originally drowsy will became extremely clear again. She gritted her teeth and endured the severe pain on her body that made her almost lose her mind. As time went by, the boiling energy flowed into the martial soul, and the plasma in the pool was gradually decreasing. Similarly, Liu Erlong's mind was also gradually dissipating. At this moment, she no longer had the basic ability to think, her face was dull, and her eyes were dim. The only thing that kept her insisting and not fainting was the obsession and resentment in her heart. Whenever she couldn't hold on, she would force herself to recall the unbearable past, and desperately recall every detail of Chen Yao's face. Chen Yao! Chen Yao! During this period, Liu Erlong made several low roars mixed with saliva and unclear. Amidst the roars of resentment, her hatred gradually increased, allowing her to persist until this moment. Finally, with the last drop of blood, it turned into energy and flowed into the body of her martial soul, and a hearty dragon roar suddenly sounded. The martial soul began to emit a fierce dark red blood light, wrapping it. In the blood light, the body of the martial soul kept wriggling, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Liu Erlong was already exhausted at this moment, and had no energy to pay attention to the transformation of the martial soul. After seeing that the ceremony of the god examination had been completed, her mind relaxed, and she could no longer bear the fatigue. With a bang, she fell to the ground and fainted. A few days later, Liu Erlong walked on the road outside the Xingde Great Forest, feeling the soul power and martial soul in her body from time to time, and a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's really worthy of being the inheritance of the gods. It actually restored all my soul power, and my martial soul. Just as Liu Erlong's thoughts flashed in his mind, there was a sudden movement in the forest beside him, and then two sharp wind-breaking sounds came whistling. A hint of danger flashed across Liu Erlong's face. Then he tapped the ground with his toes, moved his body sideways, and easily dodged the sudden attack. Standing steadily, Liu Erlong looked towards the forest where the movement came from, but saw two short, sloppily dressed, shifty guys jumping out from the shadows on the side. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that the one I met this time was actually a top-notch one. Not bad. This kind of beauty, I haven't seen it in all my years. It seems that we are lucky this time. After we are done playing, we will bring it back to the boss and the others. I agree, but I will go first this time. I can't wait to taste the saltiness. Why? You were the first last time. Then together? Anyway, I can't bear it anymore. My second brother is about to explode. You are my brother, so it is also your brother. You can ignore it. Okay, together, just be careful not to rub against me, it's disgusting. Okay, got it, you are so picky. When the two came out of the forest, they started to talk dirty to each other. At the same time, their eyes swept back and forth on Liu Erlong's tall figure, full of lust and greed. However, seeing this, Liu Erlong's face did not change at all, and she was not even annoyed. Now, after experiencing so many things, her personality is no longer as irritable as before. For just two dying people, there is no need to be angry. A hint of coldness flashed in her indifferent eyes, and then her palms instantly turned into dragon claws, showing a dark red color, full of bloodthirsty and fierce intentions. A ball of dark red flame suddenly condensed from the dragon claws and whistled out. Not good, the point is painful, retreat quickly. The destructive breath that came in front of them was like a basin of ice-cold water, which extinguished the heat in their hearts. Their faces changed drastically, and they screamed in horror. Without the slightest hesitation, they released their martial spirits and turned around to escape. After seeing their martial spirits, Liu Erlong's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out to be the red blood dog and the bloodthirsty black mosquito. These two soul beasts are recognized by soul masters as evil soul beasts. They feed on human blood and flesh to increase their soul power. There are often reports of these two soul beasts attacking human villages. Some soul masters who have awakened these soul beasts also have similar habits, bloodthirsty, and can increase their soul power. They are despised by the majority of soul masters and everyone wants to kill them. Liu Erlong did not expect that he would be able to meet soul masters with these two souls. However, the surprise was only for a moment. Seeing the two burst out with speed far beyond ordinary great soul masters, his lips curled up, with a playful look on his face, and then his figure flashed, causing a dark red fishy wind and disappeared on the spot. Puff! The next moment, the sound of a sharp blade piercing the flesh sounded, and the owner of the red blood dog martial soul, who ran 100 meters away in an instant, had his entire chest pierced directly by Liu Erlong's dragon claw palm. The bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master, who was as fast as him, was so frightened that his soul was about to die. He sat on the ground in a daze. Watching Liu Erlong throw the broken body of the red blood dog soul master on the ground, like throwing away garbage, and then slowly walked towards him with an indifferent expression. The bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master, trembling with fear in his heart, spoke out. You don't kill me. If you kill me, my brothers will definitely avenge me. Hearing this, Liu Erlong raised her eyebrows, paused the sharp claws that had just been raised, and then slowly put them down. Chapter 61. From now on, I have the final say here. Do you still have an organization? Are the people in it all soul masters with martial spirits like you too? At this moment, Liu Erlong's drooping claws were still dripping with blood, and she asked with an indifferent expression. The calm voice carried an irresistible sense of oppression. Under the threat of life, the bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master was about to collapse, so he didn't care about anything else. He nodded repeatedly and shouted loudly. Yes. You should know how powerful we soul masters are. Let me go quickly, otherwise my brothers will not let me go easily. Liu Erlong heard the words and nodded slightly without leaving a trace. It was almost the same as she expected. Because the soul masters with evil soul beasts, their personalities, habits, and cultivation methods were despised by the public, suppressed and excluded, and shouted for killing. So they could only hide in dark corners like mice and keep each other warm. Take me to your base. Liu Erlong said again. Ya, what do you want to do? The bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master saw that Liu Erlong didn't care at all, and his heart was beating, and he asked fearfully. Puff. However, what was waiting for him was not Liu Erlong's answer, but a sharp dragon claw with unclear traces. Then, in the air, a left arm flew out with blood. Ah! Then, the bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master covered his broken shoulder and screamed miserably. One last time, take me to your base. Liu Erlong's tone was flat, but for the soul master, this was the most terrifying voice in the world. He was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. He raised his eyes and met Liu Erlong's pair of indifferent eyes that seemed not possessed by normal people and without a trace of emotion. He trembled in his heart, terrified, nodded repeatedly, and said in horror. Yes. 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 Two will lead the way. No don't kill me. The strong desire to survive made him forget the severe pain in his shoulder temporarily. He hurriedly got up from the ground and walked to Liu Erlong in fear to lead the way. Liu Erlong's expression remained unchanged, and he just followed behind this person and walked forward. Continuously moving forward along this path, when the sky finally darkened, Liu Erlong finally followed this person to a small tavern located in the suburbs, which was brightly lit. When he arrived at the door of the tavern, Liu Erlong glanced at the bloodthirsty black mosquito soul master whose face was pale and lips were grey because of missing too much school, and asked. Is it here? Yes, yes. The soul master was extremely weak and could no longer make a complete sound. Liu Erlong nodded upon hearing this. She could feel through the door that in the bustling tavern, the air was filled with turbid, evil soul power. It seemed that this person did not lie to her. In that case, you are useless. Go and accompany your brother. Liu Erlong spoke lightly, and then in the surprised and unbelievable eyes of the soul master, Liu Erlong's palm changed, and the dark red dragon claw fell directly on his head. His head was smashed like a watermelon, and red and white things were mixed and splashed all over the ground. Bang! The headless body fell to the ground like a broken sack, making a muffled sound. This person had spoken rudely before. Although Liu Erlong was not angry, it was still impossible to let him go. In Liu Erlong's eyes, the moment these two people spoke, they were dead. Liu Erlong glanced at the motionless body on the ground, then retracted his gaze, and then pushed open the door of the tavern and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, a fragrant breeze blew up, and the whole tavern was silent. But then, a series of loud whistles sounded one after another, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Erlong with a hot and playful look. However, Liu Erlong was calm about it, looked around, and then spoke. Who is the boss here? After the voice fell, the whistles of the crowd weakened. Then a strong man with a naked upper body, muscular, covered with black tattoos, and the whole person was like a small mountain, stood up from the front table, and said with a playful tone. Oh, it seems that a little sister is lost. Liu Erlong ignored the man's words and continued. Are you the boss here? The big man said with fiery eyes and a wicked smile on his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Yes, little sister, do you want to play with me? I can take you to see the big goldfish. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter in the tavern. It's you. Liu Erlong also laughed. Then, in the eyes of the crowd who were confused, a soul power surged, and a dark red flame roared out and fell on the strong man. Then, this powerful man who was a level 40 soul sect master in everyone's eyes, turned into ashes in an instant, and even no screams were heard. Suddenly, all the sounds in the tavern disappeared, and for a moment, only a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Liu Erlong with fear, sweating profusely and pale. Now that the person in charge here is dead, I will have the final say here from now on, understand? Facing the gazes of everyone, Liu Erlong slowly moved to the position where the strong man stood up before, stood with her hands behind her back, looked around, and spoke lightly. She hated Chen Yao in her heart, and also hated the spirit hall that Chen Yao depended on. Although she has now obtained the inheritance of the gods. But she also understood that in a short period of time, she alone could not shake the spirit hall. So she had to find someone to help her. However, now almost all the major sects are implicitly following the lead of the spirit hall. Even if they weren't, they never fought against it openly. For example, the three sects above, although they all disdained the spirit hall, they never sang against it, tacitly allowed the spirit hall to grow step by step, and dared not take any action. This also put an end to Liu Erlong's idea of joining a big force. She thought about forming a force by herself, growing secretly, and fighting against the spirit hall. But she was weak, and in this situation where the general situation in the world was clear, it was nothing but a fool's dream to want to form a decent force, win over geniuses, and fight against the spirit hall. But just when she was confused, she met the two people before. This made her somewhat enlightened. These spirit masters with different spirits from ordinary people, some of them were gifted, and they were suppressed and hunted by those big forces, and they also had resentment towards them in their hearts. If she gathered these mice hiding in the dark and promised them light, with the special nature of their spirits, they would definitely be able to form a terrifying force. In time, this force composed of these evil spirit masters may have the capital to shake the spirit hall. Of course, Liu Erlong's strength is still at a low level, so it is impossible for him to directly find those powerful evil spirit masters. So he planned to start from these small bases, gather them, and slowly grow stronger while improving his own strength. Chapter 62 Chapter 62, The City of Killing. Inside the Spirit Hall, Spirit City. Get out! An angry roar sounded in a manner, and then a figure was blown away like a cannonball. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside the manor. After seeing the figure that was blown away, they were all trembling in silence and dared not speak. Among these people, Pope Kyungsunji was already among them. He looked at the closed door in Bibi Dong's manor, frowning, with helplessness and worry in his eyes. Since today, Bibi Dong's alcoholism has become more and more serious, almost day and night. This excessive behavior finally reached Kyungsunji's ears. When he arrived, he saw Bibi Dong in the Tianxiang Tower, drunk and haggard, and immediately became furious. How could a saint like this be so decent? He ordered Bibi Dong to be confined to her house again. However, what Kyungsunji didn't expect was that this time, Bibi Dong didn't cry or make a fuss, and even locked herself in the house. After a while, Kyungsunji felt something was wrong and opened Bibi Dong's door, but found that the house was in a mess and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. And Bibi Dong, who was slumped on the sofa, seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. All over her body, a very strong and terrifying resentment was almost condensed into substance and exuded. Kyungsunji felt bad when he saw this and wanted to ask what happened, but Bibi Dong turned a deaf ear to him. He had no choice but to send people to clean up Bibi Dong's house and brought several healing soul masters to check Bibi Dong's condition. But they were blasted out one by Bibi Dong, and many people were killed by Bibi Dong's reckless hands. For a while, the manor was full of blood. This made Kyungsunji feel the seriousness of the matter. You know, although Bibi Dong had a cold temper before, she would never take action easily. Even if someone bumped into her, she would scold them first, and she would never kill people at will like now. Have you found out? Why did the saint become like this? Is it because of Yu Xiaogang? At this moment, Kyungsunji frowned tightly, looked at an old man in white beside him, and asked, with a hint of fierce murderous intent in his voice. If this time, it is really related to Yu Xiaogang, then he will definitely not care about Bibi Dong and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and will definitely kill them completely. However, the old man did shake his head after hearing this, and after hesitating for a moment, he said with some uncertainty. Your Excellency the Pope, this has nothing to do with Yu Xiaogang. The Saint Lady's change this time may be due to another person. Kyungsunji was a little surprised to hear this. It was not because of Yu Xiaogang, that waste, but the next moment, his fists clenched quietly again. Hard he couldn't help but swear. Damn it, he finally solved Yu Xiaogang, but where did this monster come from to make Bibi Dong become like this? It was even more excessive than when he was with Yu Xiaogang. Why do these people keep staring at his disciples all day? He just wants to train a successor and let her practice well. Is it something that is against the will of heaven? Why is it so difficult? Who? Kyungsunji suppressed the anger in his heart and asked with gritted teeth. According to the restaurant that the Saint Lady often goes to, we went to investigate and found out that the room where the Saint Lady often stays is a clenched deacon in the palace. It was a room that was previously booked for pleasure. This person is called Chen Yao. The old man said. Chen Yao. Kyungsunji was stunned when he heard this. His clenched fists loosened, his mouth opened slightly, and it was difficult to close. His eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that he would have a relationship with the ant he despised. Yes, It's Chen Yao. He used to work with the saint. Whenever the saint went out, this man would follow her. It can be seen that he is quite trusted by the saint. Some time ago, there was a record of the saint and Chen Yao going out of the city, but a few days later, the saint came back alone and asked the Pope to go to Sunset Forest for help. So I boldly speculate that it was because the saint and Chen Yao encountered a crisis in Sunset Forest, which led to the unfortunate death of Chen Yao. This is why the saint was heartbroken and her temperament changed drastically. When Kyungsunji heard this, he was numb. He was on guard against everything, but he didn't expect that it was hard to guard against a thief in his family. And this thief was the little thief he personally transferred to Bibi Dong's side. For a while, Kyungsunji was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent. The person was dead, and he didn't know where he died. Where should he go to vent? Then do you have any way to solve the saint's current problem? Suppressing his anger, Kyungsunji forced himself to calm down and looked at the old man. The old man heard it, thought about it, and tried to say, "Perhaps the Pope can send the saint to the place in the west of the continent to train." The west. Kyungsunji was stunned at first, then thought of something, his face changed, and he said with some doubt, "Donger's condition is so unstable now, sending her to another place will not make the situation worse." However, the old man shook his head and said, "Your Holiness, the saint's current state is caused by psychological problems. She has suppressed her negative emotions in her heart. Now she is just irritable and angry, but if this continues, it will probably become a big problem. So it is better to let the saint go to that place, kill some, and vent her anger. Maybe it will be helpful to her. As for the saint's safety, Your Holiness can just say hello to the owner there in advance." After listening to the old man's analysis, Kyungsunji felt that this was a good idea. Now he had no other tricks, so he could only try his best. He nodded subconsciously, and then walked towards the manor. "I said get out. Didn't you hear clearly? You dare to come and die." Accompanied by the creaking sound of the door being pushed open, Bibi Dong looked back instantly, her face fierce and ferocious, her eyes bloodshot, like a beast that wanted to choose someone to eat. But when she saw the person clearly, Bibi Dong's expression froze. "So it's the teacher, sit down wherever you want, just treat it as your own home." After saying this with a dull tone, Bibi Dong lay back on the sofa and took a big sip of wine. Looking at the messy ground, Kyungsunji didn't know where to sit for a while, frowned, then sighed and said, "Donger, there's a place you need to go to recently." "Teacher, I'm not feeling well recently and can't go out." Bibi Dong refused subconsciously. "You have to go this time, why don't you even care about the teacher's words?" Kyungsunji was tough, with a tone that could not be refused in his voice. Bibi Dong sighed in her heart when she heard this, then put down the wine glass in her hand and nodded. "Okay, where do you want me to go, teacher?" The City of Slaughter. Chapter 63-63, Rakshasa, Evil. In the void, a black shadow, with purple eyes shining, pierced through the chaos and landed in a small camp of Douluo continent. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was standing with his hands behind his back, with an indifferent look on his face, and a cold and evil sense of oppression covering the soul masters below. Satisfied eyes appeared in the black shadow's eyes. Yes, the resentment in the body has basically reached the standard. The martial soul converted by the energy of that boy's martial soul is a bit unexpected, but it also meets my standards. In this case, let's confirm it. It's Liu Erlong. But we need to take back the energy from Bibi Dong first. As she said, the black shadow's purple eyes condensed, and the picture in front of her changed and twisted for a while, and then the picture in the martial soul hall was presented in front of her. Looking at Bibi Dong who was talking to Qian Sunji, the black shadow was thinking that after Qian Sunji, the descendant of the angel god, left, he would quietly retrieve the energy. Just a subconscious sense, the black shadow suddenly widened his eyes, full of shock. She couldn't believe her eyes at this moment. The negative energy in Bibi Dong's body was the emotions on her face were much more than before, almost breaking through the limit. Even compared to Liu Erlong, it was much more terrifying. Such a discovery immediately made He Ying excited. Originally, because Bibi Dong's resentment was almost eliminated, she had to give up and turned her attention to Liu Erlong, but she didn't expect that this time to recover energy would give her this surprise. Between Liu Erlong and Bibi Dong, if she could choose, she would naturally choose Bibi Dong without hesitation. However, when He Ying was excited, she heard the conversation between Qian Sunji and Bibi Dong, and her face changed immediately. You're actually going to Shura's territory? No. I have to quickly publish my divine test, so that even if Bibi Dong is discovered by Shura, he can't snatch her away. Besides, looking at Bibi Dong like this, she still has some room for improvement, I have to give her some more. While murmuring, the shadow's sight shifted to Kyungsunji in front of Bibi Dong, and a hint of purple appeared in his hand, and he pointed out with one finger. Suddenly, Kyungsunji in the room felt dazed. When he came back to his senses, he actually began to have an unspeakable desire for Bibi Dong in front of him. Kyungsunji's body trembled violently, and he was terrified in his heart. He didn't know why he suddenly had such an idea about his disciple. He tried his best to restrain the desire in his heart, but it was useless. He couldn't mobilize even a single bit of his level 94 soul power. Soon, his mind was lost in the vortex of desire. With chaotic eyes and primitive animality, he walked towards Bibi Dong with trembling steps. Teacher. Although Bibi Dong was drunk, she could still detect Kyungsunji's obvious and abrupt change, so she was puzzled. Hee. However, what responded to her was Kyungsunji's low roar that was not like that of a human. Bibi Dong subconsciously took 2 steps back. For some reason, she felt a sense of crisis about Kyungsunji in front of her. Although he was her teacher, she felt uneasy. However, just as Kyungsunji approached Bibi Dong and was about to raise his hand, suddenly, a cold wind blew up in this airtight room. Instantly, the desire that was constantly growing in Kyungsunji's heart was blown out, and the whole person regained consciousness. Thinking of his desires and actions just now, his eyes were wide open with a look of shock, and his cheeks were soaked with cold sweat. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Looking at Kyungsunji, who suddenly stopped moving, his body was unstable, and swayed for a while, Bibi Dong put away the soul power that she had subconsciously condensed just now. At this moment, she felt that Kyungsunji seemed to be normal again. I'm fine, you take a rest for a night, and tomorrow morning, go to the killing city immediately, without delay. You don't have to go to the Pope's palace to bid farewell to me. Kyungsunji suppressed the fear and panic in his heart, and after giving a heavy instruction, he left Bibi Dong's house in a hurry. At the same time, a scream of shock and anger came from the void. Who ruined my good thing? Come out! A very terrifying wave broke out from the black shadow, sweeping every corner of this void. Suddenly, the black shadow seemed to sense something, and the surging waves around it condensed. Her figure was fixed, and she looked towards a certain place in the void. There, a ripple was seen, and then a figure in a black robe slowly walked out of the ripple. His face was slightly old, with a kind smile. If you ignore the evil energy surging behind him, you might think of him as a harmless old man. With a faint smile, the old man said to the black shadow with purple eyes. Rakshasa, love in the world has its own destiny. If you interfere, it will cause some bad effects. The black shadow called Rakshasa was stunned when he saw the old man, and then he spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. Evil, evil, God, King. But then, Rakshasa suppressed the anger in his heart and said. The God King taught me that I was too hasty. Thank you for stopping me and preventing me from making a big mistake. If that's the case, then I will directly send down the God test, so it won't be considered a violation, right? For some reason, Luosha had a bad feeling when he saw the evil God King. He didn't want to delay any longer and wanted to quickly bind Bibi Dong, the successor. God test? Did the Emperor send down the God test and choose the successor? However, when the evil heard this, he smiled and then pointed his finger. In the void, a picture of a slender figure appeared. That figure was Liu Erlong. Seeing this, Luosha naturally understood what the evil was. His face instantly became extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said. Lord God King, you are too overbearing. I was the first one to take a fancy to Bibi Dong. Really? Evil glanced at Luosha indifferently, then a black mist condensed in his hand, and pointed at the image of Bibi Dong in front of him. Then it can be seen that above the Wuhun Hall, a dark light flashed and disappeared silently. The black light fell on Bibi Dong in the manner. After the black light sank into Bibi Dong's body trembled inexplicably, and then, some sparse purple light particles could be seen emanating from the surface of Bibi Dong's crystal body. Now, she is my favorite. Take your remaining divine power and go find your successor. Don't wait for it to dissipate. After doing this, he said to Luosha with an evil smile, and then he flicked his sleeves and disappeared from the spot. Only Luosha was left, roaring in anger in the boundless void. Chapter 64 5 years, Bibi Dong was crowned. After returning to the Pope's palace, Kyungsun staggered to his position, with cold sweat on his forehead, and fidgeting. All his life, he was under the strict guidance of Qian Daoliu, adhering to the sacred path of angels and not daring to neglect it. Although he was a little depressed, he wanted to train Bibi Dong as soon as possible and take over his affairs so that he could get rid of the current tedious life. But he didn't want to collapse and have such terrible evil thoughts, right? For Kyungsunji, who has been following the rules all his life, he attaches much more importance to ethics than ordinary people. Incest between teachers and students, in his opinion, is simply treasonous and touches the bottom line in his heart. He really couldn't imagine what kind of terrible consequences would have happened if he hadn't woken up at the last moment. Could it be that I have been alone for too long, so this happened? The combination of yin and yang is also the normal state of human beings. It is also against human nature for me to suppress myself like this. Kyungsunji's eyebrows were uncertain. After thinking again and again, he made a decision in his heart, slowly got up from his seat, and came to the gate. The white wings behind him spread out, and then the whole person took off into the air and rushed towards a magnificent building in the distance. Worship Hall. It is another important institution of the Spirit Hall. It has its own responsibilities with the Pope Hall and manages the huge system of the Spirit Hall together. Slowly falling, Kyungsunji came to the door of the Worship Hall. Looking at the long-lost building, his father's meticulous and serious face suddenly appeared in his mind, and an unnatural look suddenly appeared on his face. If it weren't for the urgent matter, he really didn't want to come to see his father. With a sigh in his heart, Kyungsunji still pushed open the door of the Worship Hall. Walked into the door, bypassed the front hall, and came to the main hall. As soon as he came in, Kyungsunji saw a slightly thin figure wearing white clothes, kneeling on one knee in front of a huge and magnificent angel statue, closing his eyes and praying for something. As a son, Kyungsunji naturally knew how important prayer was in Qian Daoliu's heart. He couldn't be disturbed, so he pouted and walked aside to wait quietly. A moment later, accompanied by a flash of white holy light, a pure song like a child rang out in the dark, and then fell. Qian Daoliu in front of the statue finally stood up slowly, opened his eyes, looked at Kyungsunji in the corner of the hall, and said lightly, Why are you willing to come here today to see me, an old widower?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Although Kyungsunji's qualifications were not outstanding and he could not inherit the throne of the angel god, as the spokesperson of the angel god, he felt sorry for this. But as a father, Kyungsunji grew up under his step-by-step supervision and became a qualified pope, fulfilling his duties, and he was pleased for this. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that since Kyungsunji became the pope, he hid in the pope's palace every day on the grounds of being busy with official duties. Sometimes, even for several months, he never came to the worship hall once. He introduced several excellent women on the mainland to Kyungsunji, but Kyungsunji refused and could not give birth to a boy or girl for him to enjoy the happiness of family. Therefore, Qian Daoliu complained to Kyungsunji. When Kyungsunji heard this, his eyes twitched. Why didn't he come to the worship hall? Didn't you know it? But now Kyungsunji didn't want to discuss these unimportant things with Qian Daoliu. He got straight to the point. Didn't you introduce a woman to me before? Are you married now? Qian Daoliu was stunned when he heard this, and then turned around and looked at Kyungsunji head-on. His half-closed eyes widened, and his surprised eyes kept looking at Kyungsunji. Have you figured it out? Decided to get married? Seeing Qian Daoliu's big reaction, Kyungsunji was speechless, nodded helplessly, and said, You can think so. Qian Daoliu was delighted when he heard this, but he also looked embarrassed, and said with some regret. Why did you realize it so late? The women I had been with for Meng-yi are already married. As the Pope of my Wuhun Hall, where can I find a wife who is suitable for you? Qian Daoliu scolded, while frantically searching for information in his brain, trying to find out whether there is any woman in the current forces on Douluo continent who can match Qian Sunji. Father, don't worry about being suitable, just the right person now. Qian Sunji rubbed his eyebrows and said. If he really followed Qian Daoliu's thinking, he would have to find a wife who was suitable for him. So casual. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes. Qian Sunji's skills were a little wrong from the moment he entered the door today. Now he can be sure that Qian Sunji might have encountered something. Although he wanted to explore, Qian Daoliu also understood that with Qian Sunji's temperament, he would never tell him. After thinking about it, he agreed to Jian Sunji. The swan spirit of the Tiandu royal family is the same as the angel spirit. It is also very weak and easily covered. If you combine with a woman with a swan spirit, you will most likely give birth to a very pure angel spirit. It just so happens that the Tiandu royal family has a princess with a swan spirit. Her qualifications are as ordinary as those of other royal families, but she is extremely beautiful and is highly praised in the Tiandu Empire. If you are not picky, then she is the one. Qian Sunji had no objection to hearing this and nodded. Okay, as long as my father thinks it's appropriate, it's her. After the voice fell, Qian Sunji turned around and left without stopping. Looking at Qian Sunji's departing back, Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes, making people wonder what he was thinking, and then looked at the shadows on the side. Golden Crocodile, you heard it, go to Tiandu City and tell the old emperor that if he wants to have a stable old age and a smooth transfer of the throne, he should marry his little daughter. After the words fell, a hearty voice came from the shadow. I know, big brother, Xiaoji has finally figured it out and plans to start a family. I congratulate you first, big brother, you will soon have a grandson. Hearing this voice, Qian Daoliu's mouth corners were also raised uncontrollably, and then he smiled. Go. Half a month later, a piece of news almost detonated the entire Douluo continent. The legendary Wuhun Hall Pope got married. However, who he married was not announced to the outside world, and there was no grand century wedding. It was only simply arranged in Wuhan City, and no guests were invited. A year later, Pope Kyungsunji and his new wife gave birth to a daughter, and the whole city celebrated. When the news came out, countless forces sent people to investigate, but without exception, they were all wiped out. In the same year, one of the top 3 sects, Haoshan sect, announced that 2 young masters of the current era were born and were traveling on the mainland for training. 2 years later, a new force appeared on the mainland, the Demon Dragon Palace. The people of the Demon Dragon Palace had strange martial spirits and were ruthless and vicious, causing a lot of bloodshed on the mainland. Countless people hated them deeply, and many forces organized to eliminate them in one fell swoop, but the people of the Demon Dragon Palace were mysterious and unpredictable, and the location of their headquarters was also elusive and difficult to find, so these people returned empty-handed, feeling both hateful and helpless. 2 years later, it was rumored that the Saint Bibi Dong, who had gone out to train in the Spirit Hall, returned, and Pope Kyungsunji abdicated in advance and retired to the worship hall with his wife and daughter. The former Saint Bibi Dong, at the age of 30, with the qualifications of a level 91 titled Douluo, ascended the throne of the Pope and commanded the Spirit Hall. Chapter 65 A Black Lotus blooms in a deadly place. Long live the Pope! At this moment, countless subjects were gathered in the central square of the Spirit City. Facing the center of the square, the figure with snow-white hair, a crown on her head, a scepter in her hand, and a black dress that symbolized nobility, raised her head and bowed. Amid the roaring worship, Bibi Dong's eyes were indifferent. Compared with 5 years ago, her face has not changed much now. Her skin is as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes are like paintings, and every line is as beautiful as a carefully carved, graceful and smooth, and still breathtakingly beautiful. However, her eyes have changed from the original enchanting purple eyes to ink-like black eyes, with a sense of death, as if the abyss is contained in it, which only makes people's souls sink and never recover. There was no emotion on his face, even on the day of the coronation, there was no ripple, like the stubborn ice that has been there for thousands of years. And in the crowd below, a bearded figure in cloth looked up at Bibi Dong, who was dressed in a black robe, ascended the throne, and was powerful. His every move showed a natural domineering majesty. In his eyes, there were complex colors flashing. Xiao Gang, it's too crowded here. Let's go first. Just then, a voice pulled the man back to his thoughts. Yu Xiaogang looked back and saw Flanders looking at the figures kneeling and bowing around him, with a face full of discomfort and urging. Got it. Yu Xiaogang responded, then looked back again, staring deeply at the distinguished and dazzling figure on the stage, with reluctance and regret in his eyes, then turned around and disappeared in the crowd with Flanders. Walking out of Wuhan City, looking at Yu Xiaogang's worried look, Flanders sighed and stepped forward. Xiaogang, forget it, don't think about her anymore. After all these years of getting along, Flanders also knew the past between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. I'm fine. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Flanders sighed again in his heart and could only change the subject. Xiaogang, what are your plans next? Over the years, because Yu Xiaogang was driven out of Wuhan city, Flanders traveled with him, traveling on the mainland and improving his strength at the same time. Flanders' strength improved steadily and rapidly. In just a few years, he had broken through from a 4-ring soul sect to a 56-level soul king. He was considered a genius with excellent talent. Yu Xiaogang also made rapid progress because of his special martial soul. Although it was extremely slow at the beginning, and he could hardly move forward. He even doubted his life, but one day later, his soul power suddenly began to advance by leaps and bounds. Now he is already a 4-ring soul master, which makes Yu Xiaogang overjoyed. And relying on Yu Xiaogang's insights and analysis of martial souls and some soul skills, and the fact that the two of them were not weak after their strengths were improved. They made a small reputation and even got to know the 2 young masters of Haoshan sect who were out for training. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction, but suddenly a few days ago, Yu Xiaogang's martial soul suddenly erupted with a terrifying wave. Even Flanders, who was a soul king, could not resist it and was directly blown away and unconscious for several days. When he woke up, Yu Xiaogang's dark martial soul was as silent as death and could not be used at all. This situation is simply unheard of and incredible. In addition, now, Yu Xiaogang's old friend, Bibi Dong, has ascended to the throne. The impact of all these things on Yu Xiaogang's heart really made Flanders a little worried about his condition. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, he just shook his head slowly, his eyes full of confusion. Since you have no plans for the future, why don't you come with me to open an academy? Academy? After hearing Flanders' words, Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. Yes, opening an academy that only recruits monster geniuses, this has always been my dream. Flanders said excitedly, and when he talked about the academy, his eyes burst into a look that Yu Xiaogang had never seen before. But He didn't want to refuse his best friend, but his current situation made him hesitate. Don't rush to refuse, Xiaogang. Since your martial spirit has problems now, why don't you study slowly in the academy first and teach them some knowledge? I believe that with my strength and your theory, we can definitely teach a group of little monsters. Then let those little monsters participate in the Spirit Master Academy elite competition held by the Spirit Hall, which will definitely impress the new Pope. Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he coughed lightly in a reserved manner. Okay, since you've said this, I can't refuse, but what do you plan to name your academy? Since we want to train little monsters, let's call it Shrek Academy. A dark and twisted place. Crack. Suddenly, a subtle breaking sound broke the silence that had lasted for several years. Then, a thump-thump sound like a heartbeat swept out from the budding black lotus in the center of the dark land. As the sound intensified, the black lotus seemed to be driven by it, and the surface began to wriggle and tremble. Finally, as if reaching a critical point, with a whoosh, the petals of the black lotus suddenly bloomed, revealing the center of the lotus seat, the cocoon that had been frozen for several years. At this moment, there were countless cracks on the cocoon, and they were gradually deepening. Strands of pure and gloomy black air continued to penetrate from those tiny cracks, surrounding the black lotus and rising continuously. Crack! Finally, it seemed that something inside it had been nurtured to the extreme, and the cocoon finally couldn't bear the burden and exploded completely. A group of thick black air, several times the amount that had been released before, burst out completely, sweeping across the entire dead land. The black fog surged, but the next moment, it gathered violently towards the center of the lotus seat. When the black fog converged, the scene in the lotus seat became completely clear. There was a figure sitting inside, with 2 rings floating behind him, but they were strangely dim and colorless. And he was naked. A strand of hair had grown straight to his waist, hanging down like flowing ink. The skin was white, but not as crystal clear as that of ordinary people. Instead, it looked like a sickly pale color as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. On his face with his eyes closed, although his facial features vaguely showed the appearance of Chen Yao in the past, now he showed a kind of seductive feeling as a whole. There was also a cold chill all over his body, without any temperature, as if he was not a living person, making people feel suffocated. Chapter 66 Dark Lord. Ka-ka. On the pitch-black lotus seat, the figure twitched slightly, and then all its joints made crisp sounds. Then, the figure slowly opened his eyes, and it could be seen that there was no white in his eyes, and they were pitch black, without any luster, so pure and terrifying. It seemed that he had the netherworld within him, full of coldness and death. As his eyes opened, the evil spirit contained in them also overflowed and lingered around the end of his eyes, and then the pitch-black pupils without a trace of impurities and emotions made him look like a demon descending to the world. After a while, this terrifying cold breath dissipated, and the strange and terrifying pupils began to change, the blackness shrank, and then slowly became the color of normal human eyes. All kinds of human agility began to emerge again. At this moment, he raised his hand, clenched it tightly, stared blankly at his palm, and felt the indescribable power contained in it. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed across his mind. It has been 5 years since Chen Yao stepped into the Black Lotus. During these 5 years, it is most appropriate to describe it as a life worse than death. The 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, as the name suggests, is to forge an immortal embryo. How does Yao forge an immortal embryo? That is to break the original body into pieces, and then use the power contained in the immortal lotus to reassemble the body again. And this process is not a simple and crude momentary pain, but an extremely precise work that requires the transformation of his body bit by bit. In other words, Chen Yao has been enduring the pain of skinning, tendons, bone replacement and blood transfusion every day for these 5 years, which makes his soul almost crazy. Although Chen Yao's perseverance is extremely poor, except for pleasure, almost everything is a 3-minute enthusiasm, but his desire to survive is extremely strong. He is too afraid of death. Relying on this belief in survival, he managed to survive these 5 years of purgatory-like torture and survived without any danger. But fortunately, this pain was not in vain. Now his body has undergone earth-shaking changes, which also made him understand why his martial soul has such power but his cultivation is so slow. His martial soul is darkness, extreme darkness, which is at the opposite extreme of extreme light. Light represents warmth, hope and holiness. Darkness represents coldness, loneliness and death. In other words, this is not a martial soul that a normal person can cultivate. In theory, only dead people can cultivate this dark martial soul. Before, Chen Yao was a living person with abundant yang energy. How could he cultivate this extremely yin and evil dark martial soul? His body is not compatible with the dark martial soul at all, which is why, when his martial soul awakened, it was only a pitiful level 4. This is also why his cultivation speed is almost comparable to Yu Xiaogang, who has half a level of innate soul power. The 9 nether immortal lotus and the energy of his dark martial soul seem to come from the same source. Rather than helping him to forge an immortal fetus, it is actually using the energy of the immortal lotus itself to infect his body and soul in advance. Let him adapt to the dark energy that represents death and extinction. After he has completely adapted, his body will be completely destroyed, allowing the dark martial soul to completely merge with him. In other words, now he is fundamentally different from ordinary soul masters. The martial souls of ordinary soul masters are derivative manifestations of their souls. They need to be contacted through some medium in the body to activate the martial souls, which is a bit like external objects and can be destroyed. And Chen Yao has now completely merged with the dark martial soul, or in other words, he has become dark and is the darkness itself. Now he has figured out the characteristics of his own martial soul, and from now on, his cultivation will no longer be hindered at all. As for the tentacles extending from the martial soul, in the final analysis, they are just the embodiment of Chen Yao's evil thoughts at the beginning. But he didn't admit that he had such a bad taste, so he attributed it all to his martial spirit. After Chen Yao completed his transformation in the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, he also got a piece of information from it. He also understood why he was suddenly taken here from the Yin-Yang eye of ice and fire. It turned out that the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus was not a fairy object that existed in the Douluo continent itself. It was something carried by an alien god in a period so long ago that history could not be traced back. She came to this universe by accident, but was not welcomed by the gods here. She was regarded as a heretic and was called a foreign evil god. It's a pity that her strength was too terrifying, and almost half of the god realm was destroyed in her hands. But she was still no match for 4 hands, and was repelled by the supreme artifact of the god realm that the god kings at that time combined all the gods. Although she was seriously injured and disappeared, after this battle, she also gained her faith in this world and was respected as the Dark God King. The God Realm did not recognize this, and she herself sneered at this title, preferring her original title, the Dark Lord. Later, because of her hatred for the God Realm, the Dark Lord did not intend to swallow her anger, and found an old dragon who was also rejected by the God Realm, intending to kill the God Realm together and overthrow the rule of those God Kings. The old dragon cried with joy at the invitation of the Dark Lord, and immediately brought a group of descendants and prepared to go. Later, they did attack the God Realm and severely damaged the God King. But when they were about to succeed and could take down the God Realm in one go after recuperating for a period of time, the Dark Lord felt the world's disgust and rejection, and also brought a guide. Following this guide, she found the way home. After struggling for a while, she still chose to step into it. After all, in her world, she still had concerns that she could not let go. And the Dark Lord seemed to have expected the failure of the old dragon after he left. Unlike her own energy that represents destruction and death, she seems to still have some feelings for the old times in her heart. That is, she left a backup plan. She had long realized that this world called Douluo continent was different from the others in this universe. Although there are many restrictions, the plasticity of the martial soul is too strong. Maybe one day a suitable candidate will appear in the future. With a try-it mentality, he invested the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus and his own inheritance in Douluo continent. Because of the special nature of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, he deliberately chose the place where the 2 descendants of the old dragon were buried in the previous war. Although their strength was just so-so in the eyes of the Dark Lord, it was at least the burial place of 2 powerful gods. The dead air they turned into after death could well maintain the nutrients of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. And the Dark Lord added a little divine thought to the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. After the passage of endless years, this little divine thought turned into the obsession and instinct of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. This is why, after being able to sense Chen Yao's martial soul that was extremely compatible with it at close range, it was able to take the initiative to attack and pull in a guy who was afraid of death. Chapter 67 refined in an instant. And the more he thought about it, the brighter the light in Chen Yao's eyes shone. The information of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus naturally includes the location of the Dark Lord's inheritance. Because the Dark Lord himself had long since left this world, he could not use his own power to test the gods like the local gods, so he left a place of inheritance in Douluo continent. The location of the inheritance place was very clear in Chen Yao's mind. And the inheritance was the core inheritance of the Dark Lord, which could transcend the deformed rules of Douluo continent and reach the ultimate inheritance of the God King. However, since this inheritance was left by the Dark Lord because of his guilt towards the old dragon, it was naturally related to soul beasts. The information recorded that after Chen Yao passed the test, obtained the inheritance, and cultivated to the God King, she should fulfill her and the old dragon's will and overthrow the God Realm. It was to help the Dark Lord vent the anger of the God Realm that severely injured her, and also to give a glimmer of hope to the soul beasts in this world who were constantly persecuted by soul masters because of the rules. However, this was not a hard condition. Because the Dark Lord had long left this world, and it was unknown how far away he was, he could not leave any hidden dangers on Chen Yao across such a long time and space. She could not force Chen Yao to carry out her wishes. However, the original words in the message were: "When you grow up to be a God King and are tired of meaningless immortality, you can consider what I said and overthrow the God Realm. I will take you to experience a wider world. My descendants should know that when I attacked the God Realm, it was not even a fraction of my full glory." Chen Yao pondered, and the meaning was probably that the Dark Lord had left some tricks that could allow people to go to her world from here. That world could make Chen Yao stronger than the God King. But the premise was that Chen Yao needed to help her destroy the God Realm. After thinking about it, Chen Yao put it behind his mind. Just kidding, he was just there. Since the Dark Lord did not leave any hidden dangers, if he wanted him to enforce it, he would talk about it later. After all, Chen Yao had to enjoy the meaningless immortality mentioned by the Dark Lord before he knew whether it was meaningful or not. After dispelling his distracting thoughts, Chen Yao slowly stood up, but suddenly noticed something strange. He subconsciously lowered his eyes and looked at it, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad, very good. Very energetic. The 9 nether immortal embryo lotus only helped him to be immersed in the dark energy and merge with the dark martial soul, but there was no side effect. His functions were the same as before, and now it seemed to be even better than before. Then, Chen Yao turned his head and looked at the 2 dull soul rings behind him. Chen Yao slowly raised his head, and a black mist spread out from his fingertips, lingering on the 2 soul rings. Suddenly, under the influence of that breath, the 2 soul rings began to be filled with evil spirits. Then the color began to deepen. Finally, it turned into 2 deep and dark halos. From a distance, it seemed to be just an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. But a closer look reveals that this soul ring is much purer than the black and grey 10,000-year soul ring, like ink and abyss. and it is covered with dense, strange, and mysterious patterns, emitting pure dark energy, without any breath of soul beasts. As the Dark Lord of another world, he looks down on the system of Douluo continent, and even disdains to integrate the energy of those beasts into his body. And the Dark Lord, who seems to have a mysophobia, naturally does not want his descendants to be stained with the breath of soul beasts and become neither human nor beast. Although darkness is at the two extremes of light, it does not imply degeneration. Darkness must also remain pure. And the Dark Lord, who thought of this, could not change the rules of Douluo continent with her incomplete strength at the time. But he also left a spell in the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, named Black Jet. It allows Chen Yao to expel the breath of the soul beast in the soul ring, and then assimilate the energy in it into pure dark energy, making it the same source as himself. In other words, Chen Yao, who has now merged with his martial soul, does not need to follow the prescribed lines to operate soul power, communicate with the soul ring, and then release soul skills like other soul masters when activating soul skills from the same source. He has mastered these soul skills, and activating them depends on a thought. And this black zhe has the same effect on soul bones. Thinking of this, Chen Yao's eyes flashed, and his jade-like palm he pressed it hard on the lotus seat of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. Suddenly, the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus seemed to be stimulated by something. The petals stretched out, then twisted and extended wildly, rushing towards the depths of this dark place. As a person who destroyed half of the God realm, the Dark Lord would not be too stingy since he left behind a legacy. This 9 nether immortal embryo lotus is a treasure even in her world. It is like medicine and instrument, with infinite uses, otherwise she would not carry it with her. At the beginning, the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus wrapped Chen Yao and transformed him. During this process, Chen Yao also marked the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus and refined it. Now, this 9 nether immortal embryo lotus can be regarded as a divine weapon left by the Dark Lord to Chen Yao. At least in Chen Yao's opinion, this 9 nether immortal embryo lotus is definitely much stronger than a blue 3-foot nail rake weighing 180,000 kilograms. Swoosh! Soon, the extended black petals retracted, and the tip of the leaf was still wrapped with 2 soul bones that were emitting blue and red colors and faint fluorescence. Ice, the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King. Chen Yao looked at the 2 soul bones on the tip of the leaf, murmured in his heart, and then smiled, and his palm directly covered the 2 forearm bones on the left and right. Hey Jet! As his mind moved, thick black mist surged in his palm, wrapping the 2 forearm bones. Suddenly, the faint fluorescent light on the 2 forearm bones disappeared, replaced by deep and rich black. The black air surged violently on the 2 soul bones, and then 2 light balls, one red and one blue, were actually squeezed out by the darkness. Seeing this, Chen Yao's eyes flashed, and his hands moved quickly, waving the petals of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, instantly wrapping up the 2 light balls. With the information of the Dark Lord, Chen Yao knew that this was the godhead of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, which was a good thing. Although the consciousness of the 2 Dragon Kings had been annihilated, there was still some energy in them. Chen Yao would not let the broken godhead overflow in this dead place. And he also had some ideas in his mind about how to use these 2 godheads. After doing this, Chen Yao looked at the 2 forearm bones that had been completely assimilated, curled his lips, and then stretched out his hands to grab the 2 bones directly. These 2 soul bones can also be regarded as one of the inheritances left by the Dark Lord. In these countless years, under the influence of the energy of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, they have long been infinitely close to the direction of darkness. And Chen Yao's 9 nether immortal embryo lotus naturally adapted to these 2 forearm bones indirectly. So now, it is naturally not difficult for Chen Yao to absorb these 2 soul bones. Suddenly, the 2 soul bones seemed to have found their home. Under the approach of the black gas, they directly covered the 2 sides of Chen Yao's forearms. The next moment, Chen Yao opened his eyes suddenly. Refine in an instant. Feeling the violent energy surging between his arms at this moment, Chen Yao's expression condensed, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his arms suddenly pushed forward. Boom! Suddenly, on this dead ground, countless twisted and squirming, seemingly soft and hard black ice burst out, crisscrossing for nearly 1,000 meters, forming a dark and lightless ice world. At the same time, the hard, solid, heavy, but shape-changing, illusory and terrifying black flames also raged in the air. Chen Yao, standing on the ice and with red flames on his head, stood in the center, his body straight, his eyes narrowed, his face flickering. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and murmured. Eternal and immortal, until death and the end come, the black flame of annihilation. Stubborn, until everything is quiet, the dark and silent magic ice without light. Chapter 68, Leaving the Forest, Silencing. Looking at the space in front of him, the ice and fire mixed with dark energy, the violent and raging scene, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and then he swung his hands, and the dark ice and black flames on it were instantly condensed. Then Chen Yao looked around, his eyes narrowed, and murmured. Now, I have to find a few soul rings. Although the benefits he gained from this trip were so huge that it was unimaginable, because of the rules of Douluo continent, even if his soul power has expanded to a certain limit, his strength is still maintained at level 30. He must absorb the soul ring as soon as possible to break through and advance. As it fell with a low hum, Chen Yao slapped the 9 nether black lotus under him. Suddenly, the black lotus exuded a terrifying evil spirit, and then carried Chen Yao, soaring into the sky, turning into a dark stream of light, and disappeared here. That dark place was the space opened up by the Dark Lord for the later inheritors. It was completely isolated from the outside world. Without guidance, even the God King's divine mind skin could not detect it at all and find the entrance. This is why Bibi Dong and the powerful people of the Spirit Hall almost turned the entire Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire upside down, but could not find any trace of Chen Yao. At this moment, Chen Yao left the dark place and appeared at the bottom of the pool of Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. This Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was originally the 9 nether black lotus to execute the will of the Dark Lord. In order to attract people to come, it controlled the Ice and Fire Dragon King. A treasure land created by the residual divine power. After finding Chen Yao, the connection between the dark land below and this spring was cut off. The source of energy was cut off, causing this spring water to completely turn into a common thing, a pool of relatively clear natural hot spring, nothing more. At the bottom of the hot spring pool, Chen Yao was about to break out of the water, but suddenly sensed something and raised his eyes. Through the clear spring water, he could see that there were many armored people on the shore not far from the spring, patrolling. People from the Wuhun Hall. Seeing the iconic costumes of those people on the shore, Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. Although the dark space was isolated from the outside world, so that Chen Yao could not sense the passage of time, he could be sure that the time that had passed was definitely not short. After so much time, this Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire had no supply of underground energy. Even if it did not become a wasteland, it would definitely not have any value. Chen Yao couldn't figure out why the people from the Spirit Hall would be stationed here. After thinking for a while, Chen Yao stopped thinking about it and didn't show up to reveal his identity. Instead, he condensed a dark body, his whole body became empty, like a shadow, and floated to the surface silently without causing any waves or noise. Then Chen Yao jumped up along the stone wall behind him, and disappeared without attracting anyone's attention in almost a breath. Time has passed, and now he knows nothing about what is happening in the outside world. Although Bibi Dong could protect him at the beginning, her resentment towards him was also obvious. It is a double-edged sword and a time bomb, and it is unknown when it will explode. Now that Chen Yao has a solid foundation, there is no place in the world where he can't go. Naturally, there is no need to wade into the muddy water of the Spirit Hall again and put himself in unknown danger. In order not to attract attention, Chen Yao did not fly with the 9 nether black lotus, but moved quickly in the dense forest path, rushing towards the exit of the sunset forest. It is not an easy task to hunt soul rings. If you are unlucky, it may take 10 days or half a month. Now, the sunset forest is under the control of the Spirit Hall. Chen Yao has no way to find the soul beast he needs in peace under such circumstances. For the sake of safety, he decided to take a long detour to hunt soul rings in the Star-Do Great Forest. Just when he arrived at the outskirts of the sunset forest, a noise in front of him made him pause, hide in the shadows, and look forward. I saw 3 soul masters with soul rings of varying quality, constantly chasing a wealthy man who was seriously injured and bleeding. After seeing the spirits of these 3 soul masters, Chen Yao was a little surprised. Evil soul masters? Although no one is fighting against evil soul masters now, they are still repelled. How can they come out so openly? Just as Chen Yao was confused, the wealthy man who was being hunted roared angrily at the 3 people chasing him behind him. Damn Demon Dragon Palace! Now the Sunset Forest is jointly enforced by the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. Aren't you afraid of the judgment of the 2 by doing this? Hehe, what are the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall? Only the Lord of the Palace can judge us. The only response to the wealthy man was the sinister sneer, followed by a sharp edge. Suddenly, the man's eyes showed despair, closed his eyes, and waited for death. But the expected severe pain did not come, only 3 puff sounds of flesh and blood being pierced suddenly came from his ears. The man opened his eyes in confusion, and saw a man in a simple black robe with a weird face appeared in front of him. Behind this strange man, there were several twisted and strange black tentacles. 3 of them were wearing 3 broken corpses at the top. They were the corpses of the evil soul masters who had chased him before. Although he survived, the scene in front of him was too shocking, making him tremble all over and his stomach churn violently. "Thank you so much, sir, for helping me." The man calmed down his surging thoughts, stood up quickly, forced a smile on his pale face, and bowed to the man in front of him. Hearing this, Chen Yao nodded indifferently. "Saving you is not without cost. Let me ask you a few questions. What year is it in Douluo calendar now?" Chen Yao had just come out and was confused. He had to understand the current situation before he could make plans for the future. "It is 2617 in Douluo calendar now." Although he was confused by Chen Yao's question, the man did not dare to say anything and responded quickly. 5 years not too long, not too short." Thinking in his heart, Chen Yao spoke again. "What major events have happened on the continent since the year 2612 of the Douluo calendar?" The man thought for a moment and told Chen Yao about the events that have been widely circulated in recent years. And the more he listened, the weirder Chen Yao's expression became. "Hey!" After listening to the man's words, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief with a complicated expression. And the man stood aside tremblingly, and came carefully. "Sir, I have told you everything I know. I don't know if it's okay. You can go." Chen Yao nodded lightly. The man showed great joy on his face, nodded and thanked him repeatedly, and then turned around to leave. But the moment he turned around at that moment, there was a sudden pain in his chest. The man lowered his head in disbelief, and saw that the black tentacles that had killed the 3 evil soul masters before had also pierced his chest, staining his shirt scarlet. The man turned back stiffly, as if he wanted to ask Chen Yao why he did this, but he met Chen Yao's eyes without any emotion, which made his face stiff, and the questioning words could no longer come out of his mouth. The next moment, the man died with a strong resentment. Seeing the man dead, Chen Yao retracted the bloody tentacles, and then waved his left arm, and a ball of dark flames evolved from the air. It fell on a total of 4 bodies, including the 3 evil soul masters, and made a sizzling sound of flames burning flesh and blood. Chen Yao stood in front of the rising black flames, the dim flames illuminated his expressionless and weird face. Originally, he had no intention of letting anyone go, especially after hearing from him that Bibi Dong had broken through the title Douluo and was crowned Pope. Now that so many years have passed, in Bibi Dong's heart, he should have died long ago. In this case, let him die forever in her heart. Debts are wiped out when a person dies, and the things he did in the past are naturally written off. And this person saw his face and martial soul. Although his appearance has changed a little now, there are still traces to follow, and his unique martial soul may have been revealed by him. At that time, Bibi Dong, who is already a title Douluo, came to find him. Chen Yao's scalp numbed just thinking about it, so this person must die. While Chen Yao was thinking, the 4 bodies on the ground had completely turned into ashes. Seeing this, Chen Yao made a move, gathered the black flames, and strode out of the sunset forest, leaving only the dark land that was burned to nothingness. Chapter 69 Searching for Soul Rings. And not long after Chen Yao left, at the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire mountain began to shake violently, rocks rolled down, and then the entire mountain, nearly 1,000 feet high, began to collapse. The guards of the spirit hall who were guarding this place suddenly changed their faces and summoned their spirits. But all this happened too suddenly. The ground under their feet was hollowed out in an instant, without a foothold, and fell downwards, coupled with a huge rubble that fell around. For a while, screams continued in this mountain stream. When everything was settled, except for a few flying soul masters, and leaders such as soul kings and soul emperors who barely survived, the rest of the guards were all killed or injured. Looking at the blood that kept oozing out from the rubble, the survivors looked extremely ugly. "Go back to Wuhun city and report to the Pope." "You mean, the spring I ordered you to guard collapsed?" At this moment, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne, had such a fierce expression on her extremely charming face for the first time since she ascended the throne. Yes, yes. Pope, just now, the mountain collapsed without any signs. However, at this moment, Bibi Dong, who had received affirmation, no longer wanted to listen to what the man below was saying. A majestic soul power instantly surged around her body and filled the palace. Its evil spirit spread all over its body, and a faint light covered the graceful curve. With the condensation, it turned into an armor with extreme beauty in its solemnity. At the same time, behind Bibi Dong, purple, black, 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 red, 9 soul rings with terrifying configurations appeared. The next moment, it directly soared into the air, rushed out of the Pope's palace at an extremely terrifying speed, and flew towards the outside of Wuhan city. Only the person who reported at this moment was left, collapsed on the ground of the Pope's palace, frightened by the residual power of Bibi Dong. His hands and feet became weak, sweating profusely, and his face was filled with fear. Not long after, a terrifying breath like an abyss, accompanied by a heavy haze, swept across the prosperous Tiandu city, instantly suppressing this originally active city. And this sudden scene also made all the strong men in the city terrified, and they came out to investigate in a panic. At this moment, a majestic mountain in the center of Tiandu city. The location of the 7 treasure-glazed sect. In the hall, an old man with a slightly thin figure and white hair and beard on the main seat looked at the dim sky, felt the unbridled violent soul power, and murmured with a solemn face. What a pope, what a peerless genius Bibi Dong, a 30-year-old titled Douluo, it's really shameful. At this moment, a man in a black robe and a slightly old face next to the main seat looked at the surging black air in the sky, narrowed his eyes and said. As expected of the pope, he is really unscrupulous, just breaking into Tiandu city. Looking at the direction, it seems to be the sunset forest. What is Bibi Dong doing there? No matter what he does, it is obviously harmful to the Tiandu Empire. With a sigh, the person on the main seat looked at the black-robed old man next to him and asked. Brother Gu, what do you think, if we meet Bibi Dong now? After these words, the old man was silent, but the fearful look on his face said it all. Seeing this, the white-haired old man looked back, sighed in his heart, looked up at the sky, and murmured. What a troubled time! Bibi Dong hurried on regardless of everything and soon arrived at the sunset forest. At this moment, she stood in front of a rebel ruin, looking at the scene where all traces were erased, her delicate body trembled slightly. Why did it collapse for no reason? Is it because of you? Are you really still alive? Bibi Dong's eyes were out of focus, and she murmured softly. Originally, she had already determined the fact of Chen Yao's death in her heart, but now seeing the sudden collapse of the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire, a hint of doubt flashed through her heart again. But then, the corners of her beautiful lips raised a strange and evil arc. I hope you are really dead, otherwise, those people I killed to resurrect you died in vain. From a distance, Bibi Dong looked inexplicably sinister and morbid, which made people shudder. Are these dark attribute 10,000-year soul beasts really that rare? Walking on the trail of the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Yao held the classics he brought out from the Spirit Hall that year, looking around with a bit of depression on his face. Although according to the records in the classics, Chen Yao found a lot of habitats for dark attribute soul beasts, most of them were soul beasts of extremely low age and did not meet Chen Yao's requirements. Do I have to go deeper? Looking at the endless depths of the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Yao's face flashed with hesitation. If he went deeper, he might start to encounter soul beasts over 30,000 years old. Now, he has not obtained the soul ring. Even if the soul power in his body is full of terrifying, he cannot use it. He is restricted. If he goes deeper, if he encounters some extremely powerful soul beasts, it will be very troublesome. Just when Chen Yao was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Speaking of which, since the function of the black mulberry is to repel and decompose impurities in the energy, if it is reversed, will it be fusion and condensation? As if thinking of a possibility, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with excitement. Without hesitation, he killed 2 deer hands with soul power of about 500 years. Looking at the soul rings rising from the heads of the 2 beasts, Chen Yao reversed the operation of the black mulberry without hesitation. Unexpectedly, a white light emerged from his palm and enveloped the soul rings of the 2 beasts. Then, in Chen Yao's surprised eyes, the 2 soul rings began to contact each other and then merged. After the white light flashed violently, what appeared in front of Chen Yao was actually a lavender soul ring. Really? Chen Yao was a little dumbfounded. This is the secret method of the Dark Lord. It is impossible that he does not know this function. Then she did not tell me. Is she trying to test my intelligence? Chen Yao scratched his head, but then he was too lazy to think about it. Recalling the habitat of the dark soul beasts he had found before, he exerted his speed and left. After researching the new function of the black, Chen Yao no longer had to worry about the soul ring. If the quality is not enough, the quantity will make up for it. If 1,000 is not enough, then 10,000 will be enough. Chen Yao does not believe that he cannot meet his soul ring needs by slaughtering all the habitats of the dark soul beasts. Chapter 70,000 Generals Dark Soul Domain, Core Soul Bone. At this moment, in an underground cave in the Star-Do Great Forest, white light spread, with a strange sense of fluctuation. In the cave, on the ground, there were broken crystal cores scattered, emitting strong resentment. A thin figure stood in the middle, and in front of the figure, there was a dark soul ring with a strong killing aura. Chen Yao looked at the soul ring in front of him, and a touch of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This is a habitat called Soul Shadow Beast. This kind of soul beast is very strange, without flesh and blood, but made of pure energy, with an innate core to stabilize the body. The broken crystal cores scattered on the ground are actually the corpses of these shadow beasts. But apart from the body shape, there is nothing special, and it is difficult for a powerful existence to be born in the tribe, so it is not a rare soul beast. However, Chen Yao attaches great importance to the characteristics of this soul shadow beast, which is very compatible with his martial soul. If Chen Yao had not found only one soul shadow beast habitat, he would really like to use these strange energy soul beasts to configure his soul rings at once. Now, he used the black jet to condense the soul rings of nearly 1,000 soul shadow beasts in this cave into this soul ring with a lifespan of 20,000 years, which just met Chen Yao's requirements for the quality of soul rings. After the soul ring was condensed, Chen Yao did not hesitate and immediately reversed the black jet. The original rich white light instantly turned into deep darkness, lingering and spreading. In the darkness, the force of differentiation was urged to the extreme, and the resentment of nearly 1,000 shadow beasts before their death began to tremble. The breath belonging to the shadow beast itself was also repelled. Then, the black light penetrated into the soul ring. It pulled the dark energy inside, which was not so condensed and pure, towards Chen Yao's dark martial soul and assimilated it. Until the color of this soul ring completely approached the two dark soul rings behind Chen Yao, which were as dark as ink and abyss, and were exactly the same, Chen Yao stopped. Make the move in your hand. Then, Chen Yao took a step forward and stretched out his hand to the soul ring that had no luster and was only dark enough to make people feel scared. When his finger touched the soul ring, Chen Yao seemed to have some restraints broken. Then, an extremely terrifying and violent soul power began to pour out of Chen Yao's body like a tide. With Chen Yao's now tempered and almost reshaped body, plus his first soul skill, the dark body, it should be easy to absorb this 20,000-year soul ring. However, when he absorbed the soul ring, part of the soul power in his body was released, and Chen Yao had to divide his mind to control that part of the skyrocketing soul power. It took nearly half a day to completely adapt that part of the soul power. Level 40. Feeling that he had just broken through and immediately fell into a bottleneck, Chen Yao smiled and began to explore his newly acquired soul skills. It's actually a domain soul skill. The next moment, Chen Yao opened his mouth slightly with a look of surprise on his face. The dark soul domain of the 1,000 generals, according to the soul power of the domain master, unfolds a dark place that cannot be illuminated by light. In the domain master controls the great dark sky, the soul skill power is increased by 30%, the soul skill range is increased by 30%, and the soul power consumption is reduced by 30%. For the trapped, the soul power consumption increases, the soul power is weakened, and the degree of weakness varies depending on the soul power of the domain master himself. And their 5 senses, 9 senses, and 6 consciousnesses are affected by the soul power of the domain master, weakened, and even completely banned, forever sinking into darkness. At the same time, thousands of soul generals without eyes, mouths, noses, and senses guard the domain, indiscriminately kill all vitality and agility in the domain, and guard this peaceful and dead land. The strength of soul generals increases with the soul power of the domain master. After thoroughly understanding his third soul skill, the surprise in Chen Yao's eyes completely turned into shock. Domain soul skills are the top soul skill type in Douluo continent. Even those high-ranking titled Douluo may not have domain-oriented soul skills. And his domain is much more terrifying than those domains he knows. Perhaps Chen Yao's Thousand Generals Dark Soul domain cannot kill low-level soul masters like other domains. But if Chen Yao encounters an existence of the same level or even stronger than himself, not to mention the 1,000 immortal soul generals, but relying on the negative buff in this domain, it can definitely achieve an unexpected effect, allowing Chen Yao to even eat them up step by step and achieve a counterattack. It is absolutely impossible for me to have such a soul skill simply by relying on the soul ring of the 10,000-year soul shadow beast. This is probably because of the dark martial soul. It seems that it can give me a unique and powerful soul ring according to the properties and quality of the soul ring. The previous dark body and evil fang core are the same. Chen Yao lowered his head and looked at the condensed darkness in his palm, and pondered. Then, Chen Yao's mouth curled up. With He Zhe's secret technique that can almost achieve miracles, Chen Yao does not need to worry about the quality of the soul ring. However, in the future, he seems to be going further and further on the road of exterminating the race. Now, it's time to go to the next place. This is also the first time for Chen Yao to practice. Although the soul power contained in his body is terrifying, he does not know what level he has reached at this moment before obtaining the soul ring and unlocking the soul power. So after absorbing the soul ring, he did not intend to stop. He stood up and left to find the next habitat of the dark soul beast, so as to complete the configuration of his own soul ring as soon as possible. But just as Chen Yao was about to take a step, he suddenly paused and his sight was attracted by an object on the ground. That was the core of the soul shadow beast. Logically speaking, when the soul shadow beast died, the core would shatter, but this core was intact and shining with a faint luster. Chen Yao bent down to pick up the core, held it in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and subconsciously exerted a lot of force, but could not destroy it at all. It seems to be the characteristics of soul bones, but does this soul beast without flesh and blood also have soul bones? Chen Yao was puzzled, and then opened the Wuhun Hall Classics in the Soul Guide, found the category of energy soul beasts, and studied it. After the death of an energy soul beast, there is a 1 in 10 chance that it will gather energy into its core and form a core soul bone. It is comparable to the output of an external soul bone. Because the energy soul beast itself is ethereal, its soul bone is also extremely strange. It needs to be refined in the way of absorbing soul rings. Then, the core soul bone will derive a new bone attachment in the human body according to what it thinks in its mind. As for the role of this core soul bone, it will show different abilities according to the bones derived from different positions. It is diverse and is very likely to obtain abilities that are not helpful to itself. But if you are lucky, maybe you will get more practical performance than an external soul bone. Chen Yao followed the records in the classics in his heart and recited word by word. Then, Chen Yao raised his eyes and looked at the core soul bone in his hand. It seems to be a good thing. Refining it in the way of absorbing soul rings. Chen Yao muttered, and then, as usual, he first washed the core soul bone with black mulberry, and then began to refine it. It was not difficult for Chen Yao to absorb the soul bone produced by a soul shadow beast that was close to 1,000 years old. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at his waist, and his expression became a little strange. Chapter 70 100,000-Year Soul Ring, Level Consolidation. Chen Yao never thought that there could be soul bones attached there. This is a soul bone derived from the inner thoughts. Not long ago, Chen Yao refined 2 million-year-old god soul bones, so when he was refining just now, Chen Yao really couldn't think of what this core soul bone would derive to strengthen his strength. Chen Yao simply emptied his mind and let it evolve. But he didn't expect to derive such a bone that shouldn't exist. As everyone knows, the root of a man does not have bones in it, but is controlled by muscles, nerves, and blood vessels to make it strong. But now, Chen Yao has added a bone to his muscles, which is equivalent to having a pillar. That is to say, he can not only control the expansion of muscles at will, as hard as steel, and use them as easily as his arms, reproducing the wheel-turning technique of the cholera Chao gang back then. And even if he is exhausted, he can still last for a long time? For a moment, Chen Yao was a little bit amused. Good news, his combat effectiveness has indeed increased. Bad news, it's a little bit distorted. Forget it, it's better to have it than not. This should be considered a genuine supreme bone, right? With such combat power and majesty, who else can be called the supreme? While thinking, Chen Yao had a smug smile on his face, straightened his back, and strode out of the cave like a sword that has not been opened yet, but contains the energy of destroying the world. 2 months passed in a flash. During this time, Chen Yao traveled to various dark soul beast habitats in the Xingda Great Forest. He killed countless soul beasts. Similarly, he also obtained the 43,000 year 4th soul ring condensed by more than 1,000 dark plant soul beasts, Yupeng. Then he obtained the 69,000 year 5th soul ring condensed by the soul rings of nearly 5,000 wailing night crows. At this moment, Chen Yao, who was already level 60, stood in a hollow cave house hanging high on a steep rock wall. Standing in the empty cave house that was almost equivalent to a small square, it seemed to have been bombarded and was already devastated. Chen Yao looked at the 3 huge corpses in front of him that were as silent as a hill. He smiled sternly and his eyes flashed with evil. These 3 corpses were a kind of dragon-type dark attribute soul beast called the Evil Sorrow-Winged Dragon. This was not originally in Chen Yao's plan. However, after obtaining the 5th soul ring and reaching level 60 soul power, Chen Yao's confidence increased greatly. Naturally, he would no longer look back and forth like he did when he first arrived at the Stardo Great Forest, and he would go deeper. When Chen Yao focused on the dark soul beasts that like to bury deep underground, a evil wyvern happened to fly over his head. Chen Yao followed the evil dragon's trail and came to the cave on the cliff here. Unexpectedly, he found that there were 2 other evil dragons in the cave, both with soul power of about 30,000 years. Seeing this, Chen Yao was so happy that he was murderous. There was this scene at the moment. Looking at this moment, the soul ring that gathered together under the condensation of the black chrysanthemum and turned bloody red, even Chen Yao's eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. This is a soul ring of 100,000 years. Afterwards, Chen Yao suppressed his excitement and reversed He Zhe as usual, washing away the 100,000 year soul ring formed in the gathering. However, it seems that due to the special nature of the soul skill, He Zhe only purified the dark energy in the soul ring, but retained the remnant souls of the 3 evil WIRMs and sealed them in the soul ring. The soul ring did not change its color to the dark color, but turned into a dark red color, like blood coagulation, deep and calm. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised, but without too much hesitation, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the dark red soul ring. The temptation of the 100,000 year soul ring is irresistible to any soul master. Humph! Although there is only one word difference between the 100,000 year soul ring and the 10,000 year soul ring, there is a world of difference. Compared with the calmness when absorbing the 10,000 year soul ring. At this moment, as soon as Chen Yao touched the soul ring and drew the energy contained in it into his body, he immediately groaned, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. However, this kind of pain is still slightly worse than the 5 years of torture. At this time, Chen Yao grinned, his face was ferocious, feeling the overwhelming pain coming from his body, his eyes were full of obsession, and the color of memories flashed. After enduring the pain of body shaping for a full 5 years, the flesh and blood continued to collapse and disappear, and then reshape, and this process was repeated countless times. Chen Yao's mind has long been twisted because of this. It's just that he hasn't noticed it yet. And now, the pain of sucking the ring, which even the titled Douluo would be afraid of, is like a different kind of enjoyment in Chen Yao's eyes. Just like that, amidst the sharp and piercing grinding of Chen Yao's teeth and low roars, the dark red soul ring slowly hung above his head, and the violent and chaotic soul power also began to gradually it has stabilized. 10 days later, the violent soul power lingering in this small square has not dissipated, but Chen Yao, who is sitting in the center, suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce breath like the primitive swept out of his body, raging wildly. Behind him, 6 horrifying soul rings of black, and dark red hung, making his slightly thin figure look so terrifying and majestic. After a breath of catharsis, the terrifying soul ring slowly became illusory and dissipated, and the raging violent soul power around it gradually converged. Hey, what a pity, it would be great if there were 100,000 year soul bone. Slowly taking a long breath, Chen Yao shook his head, shook off the unrealistic fantasy in his heart, and then felt his own soul power. He found that the soul power in his body was maintained at the level of 65, condensed and stable, without any frivolity. During the past 5 years, he has been in the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, and all his energy has been used to fight the pain of body shaping. He has no energy to practice. However, while he was shaping his body, it can also be regarded as the process of refining the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. His dark martial soul, unconsciously, merged the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus into his body. In addition to the blessing of the 2 god-level soul bones, his soul power was directly stored at the level of 60. In addition, he absorbed several soul rings of terrifying quality, which made him stabilize at the level of 65. This is the result of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus purifying and compressing the modeled soul power from outside for him, and then absorbing and refining it. Otherwise, I am afraid that his current soul power would have directly broken through the 70 mark and rushed towards the 80th level. But his current condensed soul power is very compatible with his own dark martial soul, even if he does not use his own trump cards. If it is just to display soul power and use martial soul, it is not something that ordinary soul emperors can do. After this experience, Chen Yao's vision is naturally not just to become a titled Douluo and live longer. His ambition is gradually expanding. Now this condensed soul power has greatly enhanced his foundation. Chen Yao naturally has no regrets about this, but is satisfied. After sorting out the state of his own soul power, Chen Yao set his sights on the 100,000 year soul ring he had just obtained. After immersing his mind and investigating, Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes again, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. It's really an alternative soul skill. It's not yet formed. Then use these 2 things to help you. Musing silently in his heart, the strange black lotus pattern on Chen Yao's forehead flashed, and then 2 red and blue ones, the incomplete godhood of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, flew out from it. Under Chen Yao's command, it sank into the dark red soul ring. Then, the breath of the soul ring choked, as if it fell into a kind of silence, as if it was brewing something and was difficult to use. It's still missing a little seasoning, Yu Xiao Gang, I don't know how my martial soul is being fed. While thinking, Chen Yao's mouth corner raised a strange arc, which looked a little gloomy and creepy. Taka. But just as Chen Yao was thinking in his heart, a movement suddenly sounded outside the cave. Who? Suddenly, Chen Yao restrained his expression, turned his head suddenly, looked outside the cave, his whole body of soul power was ready to go, and in his dark and deep black eyes, a dangerous light flashed. Chapter 72 A Yin. Chen Yao shouted, and then saw a figure walking in from outside the cave. The visitor was a woman, although her clothes were very simple, like a farm girl, with a lot of pudding. And her face was a little childish, about 16 years old. But she had blue-gold hair that fell to her waist like a waterfall, a beautiful face, lips like red clouds, white teeth and blue eyes. When she raised her hands and feet, she exuded an elegant and noble temperament, giving people a sense of surprise, which was incompatible with her sloppy dress. And between her eyebrows, there was a kind of innocence and romance that was completely different from her temperament, and she was ignorant of worldly affairs. As she slowly walked into the cave, it was like a touch of pure white moonlight breaking in, illuminating this dim cave. Who are you? Why are you here? Although the girl was beautiful, Chen Yao would not let down his guard. After thoroughly feeling that the soul power aura of the girl was not threatening, he slowly relaxed, raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl in front of him, and asked. The girl did not respond immediately. She looked at Chen Yao, and a hint of doubt flashed across her clear eyes. If she remembered correctly, the 3 dragon brothers should live in this cave. How could a human suddenly appear? Speaking of humans, the girl felt depressed. Because of the pause in the increase of her soul power, she finally mustered up the courage today and planned to enter the human city to practice. But she didn't expect that before she reached the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest, she ran into 2 men holding sledgehammers, with burly bodies like small mountains, who were besieging a 50,000 year soul power earth-shaking bear. The girl was frightened by the blood splashing from the hammer hitting the flesh. Jump. Then she subconsciously wanted to help the earth-shaker bear, but just as she was about to take a step, she suddenly woke up and realized that she was no longer a powerful 100,000-year-old soul beast. After she rebuilt herself as an adult, she only had a pitiful level 56 soul power. If she rashly went forward to help, not only would she not be able to save the Earthshaker bear, she would also be involved. Although the girl felt guilty for not being able to help the Earthshaker bear, she could do nothing about it. However, just as she was about to leave quietly, the Earthshaker bear could no longer hold on, and its huge body collapsed. After the Earthshaker bear died, the 2 soul masters who had separated their minds immediately noticed the girl who was about to leave. Seeing the girl's pure and flawless face, the 2 soul masters immediately trembled in their hearts. And the girl saw the soul masters with 7 and 8 optimal soul rings floating behind her, and locked her sight. Feeling the overwhelming soul power coming at her, the girl was frightened and forgot that she had turned into a human and was no longer the soul beast that everyone coveted. She fled in panic for a while. When the 2 soul masters saw the girl fleeing, they immediately realized that they had scared her. They felt nervous and hurried to catch up and wanted to explain. When the girl saw the 2 chasing her, her heart trembled even more, but fortunately, with her familiarity with the forest and her own special characteristics, the girl successfully distanced herself from the 2 soul masters. She found the cave where she had helped the 3 evil dragon brothers when she was still a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and wanted them to take her to a safe place. Therefore, this scene in the cave happened at this moment. Just when the girl was wondering why a human appeared in the cave of the 3 evil dragon brothers, the person slowly walked into the cave. When the scene in the dim cave gradually became clear, the girl was horrified to see that behind Chen Yao, the 3 evil dragon corpses were lying on the ground without any life. You actually killed them. The girl's eyes were filled with heartache and anger. She pointed at Chen Yao and gritted her teeth. Chen Yao narrowed his eyes and spoke lightly. You humans are really bad. You actually killed innocent people so indiscriminately. The girl was so angry that she was talking without thinking. So you are not human. Chen Yao stood up slowly, with a playful smile on his lips, and looked at the girl jumping in front of him with interest. The iconic blue-gold hair was indignant for the death of the soul beast. Chen Yao had already guessed who this girl was. He didn't expect that he would run into her here. No, you heard it wrong. I mean, this evil dragon has done so many bad things. It always attacks the soul masters who come into the forest to hunt soul rings. It's really a piece of shit. After hearing Chen Yao's words, the girl finally remembered her state, her face suddenly froze, her expression restrained, and she laughed awkwardly. She said to Chen Yao, whose soul power was spreading continuously and was so terrifying that it almost suffocated her. What's your name? Ignoring the girl's funny words, Chen Yao asked directly. A Yin. This name was given to her after she turned into a human. She had never mentioned it to anyone. How could A Yin think that someone would know her? Subconsciously, she blurted out her name without any concealment. A Yin. The guess in his heart was completely confirmed. Chen Yao grinned and looked at the girl with a flash of heat in his eyes. It was not the evil desire between men and women, but a terrifying greed. Chen Yao didn't know if God heard his complaint about not having a 100,000-year soul bone just now, and directly sent A Yin, the treasure, to him. Although the soul ring of A Yin's original body, the blue-silver emperor, was completely incompatible with Chen Yao's attributes, it was described as chicken ribs. But the right leg soul bone produced by A Yin was what he coveted. There are 3 abilities in its soul bone, flying and acceleration. These 2, Chen Yao can be ignored. What really matters to him is the 3rd one. Soul skill, wildfires cannot burn it all, spring breezes blow it back to life. With extremely terrifying healing abilities, it is easy to regenerate broken limbs. If Chen Yao obtains this soul skill, he can almost be equivalent to obtaining half of his immortal body. What other skills are more suitable for Chen Yao, who is extremely afraid of death, than this soul skill? Compared with this soul skill that is regarded as a divine skill in his progress, what is the little beauty of Yin? Although Yin is a human for the first time and does not understand the truth when she contacts humans, Chen Yao's eyes are too blatant. Under the gaze of this burning gaze, Yin feels a faint burning pain in her skin, as if she is being penetrated by his gaze. At this moment, even if she is stupid, she knows that the human in front of her has no good intentions towards her. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, A Yin turned into a blue light and rushed out of the cave. Chapter 73 The Second Young Master of the Tang Family. Boom! At the moment when A Yin stepped out of the cave, countless black tentacles swarmed in from the depths, bursting the entrance of the cave, and swept towards A Yin with a cold and crooked look. Next at one moment, A Yin, who was bound by several tentacles into a shameful posture, was dragged with despair and came to Chen Yao who was standing at the entrance of the broken cave. Then the tentacles lifted up and lifted A Yin, who was dragged on the ground with a face full of dirt, in front of Chen Yao. The reason why A Yin was able to escape from the 2 soul saints and soul Douluo before was because she was just watching from a distance. After being discovered, she used the familiar terrain to quickly escape. Now, she was in front of Chen Yao who was well prepared and had a murderous heart. How could Chen Yao be escaped by A Yin? Looking at the angry look of A Yin in front of him, Chen Yao, who had never been fond of protecting flowers and plants, did not intend to say more and planned to give A Yin a fatal blow. Let go of that girl. But at this moment, a powerful and domineering impact wave broke out from the side. At the same time, a sharp shout was heard by Chen Yao. This shock wave was so fierce that even Chen Yao did not dare to resist it. He moved his dense tentacles around him, dragged A Yin, and leaped. Chen Yao fell off the cliff and stood in an open space. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction where the energy had burst out before. In Chen Yao's sight, two burly men walked out of the smoke and dust slowly. They each held a black hammer in their hands, and the black cloaks behind them fluttered in the wind, which made them look majestic. And A Yin, who was bound by Chen Yao, also had a look of surprise in her eyes. She did not expect that when she was about to die just now, it was these two soul masters who she had feared before who saved her life. Looking at the two people in front of him, thinking of the news he had learned before, Chen Yao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Haoshan Hammer? The two young masters of Haoshan sect. Humph. Good to know. Release the girl and I will let you go safely." At this moment, the man with 7 soul rings, black hair and black eyes, and rough facial lines, holding a sledgehammer, took a step forward and stood out, staring at Chen Yao with a piercing gaze. "You are the second young master of Haoshan sect, Tang Hao, right? What a great hero saving a beautiful girl. If I really let you save her from me, I'm afraid that this girl will fall hopelessly in love with Sang Jun." Chen Yao faced Tang Hao's threat without fear and spoke lightly. Tang Hao was stunned when he heard it. When he thought that the pitiful girl might fall in love with him, his heart couldn't stop a burst of restlessness. And A Yin, who was bound by Chen Yao, lowered her head shyly at this moment. It is undeniable that at the moment of life and death just now, she saw Tang Hao and the other two standing up for her, and her heart was actually throbbing for a moment. But it's not that easy to save her, the second young master of the Tang family. However, just when Tang Hao and A Yin began to imagine the future development of the two, Chen Yao's cold voice interrupted their thoughts. "Humph! Shameless little thief! Just relying on your level 60 Soul Emperor strength?" Tang Hao snorted coldly, holding the clear sky hammer, and galloping. The 7 soul rings behind him began to flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yao, jumped up, and swung the hammer down. But just when he was about to hit Chen Yao, Tang Hao felt that his hammer seemed to be blocked by something and could not fall down no matter what. Looking up, he saw that the strange tentacles around Chen Yao, which made Tang Hao frown unconsciously, were wriggling violently and intertwined together, blocking his hammer. Tang Hao was shocked when he saw this and wanted to withdraw, but was suddenly blown away by a surge of soul power. Boom! Flying back more than 10 meters, Tang Hao smashed a big deep pit on the ground. "Ahau!" The man who was watching his brother's performance suddenly changed his expression and shouted forward. "Brother, I'm fine, but this kid is weird." Tang Hao covered his chest and climbed out of the deep pit, his face a little ugly. Just when he wanted to get serious, show all his strength and give Chen Yao a good look, he suddenly found that his elder brother Tang Xiao, who was going to help him out, was strangely stiff and solidified, looking forward, and the whole person was stunned. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Tang Hao was full of doubts when he saw this. He followed Tang Xiao's sight and looked forward. Then Tang Hao saw a scene that shocked his worldview. At this moment, countless tentacles under Chen Yao were twisted and madly squirming. The powerful soul power swept out like a tide. Behind him, black, 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 dark red, 6 soul rings were suspended in the air. This terrifying color scheme made the two brothers feel that their minds were frozen and their blood was coagulated. A Yin behind Chen Yao looked at the soul ring configuration and opened her mouth slightly. She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, and her face showed fear. The dark red soul ring meant that a soul beast with a cultivation base of 100,000 years, like her, fell in Chen Yao's hands. How could she remain calm? How is this possible? A soul ring of 10,000 years, and a soul ring of 100,000 years? At this moment, Tang Xiao looked at the soul ring behind Chen Yao and felt extremely dazzling, and his mouth was dry. "Humph! I really don't believe that anyone can do this. Even if there is, why is it this kid?" However, after a brief shock, Tang Hao's face returned to calmness, and his eyes were sharp. In his life, he didn't believe in gods or ghosts, but only in the iron hammer in his hand. No matter how amazing the spirit ring Chen Yao showed at this moment, it was just a trick in Tang Hao's eyes. Whether it was true or not, he would know it after hitting it with his hammer. Wait, ahau, don't be impulsive. Let's attack together. Tang Xiao's face changed when he saw Tang Hao was ready to move. This unheard of spirit ring configuration, whether it was true or not, Tang Xiao had to confirm it clearly before he could rest assured, otherwise, if he made a mistake, he might make all the mistakes. Humph. Big brother, no need, you just watch carefully. Such a deceitful kid actually wants us two brothers to attack together. If it gets out, wouldn't it be a laughingstock and ruin the reputation of our Haoshan sect? Tang Hao shouted, and then ignored Tang Xiao, striding forward with the hammer, crossing more than 10 meters in one step, and came to Chen Yao in a blink of an eye, raising the hammer, and a terrifying strong wind condensed on the hammer. Chaos Cloak Hammer. Chapter 74 Desperate Soul Skills. Chen Yao, who wanted to test his true strength at the moment, was delighted to see Tang Hao's swift attack. First, he split into 3 tentacles and imprisoned A Yin behind him. Then, Dark Body. Evil Fang Core. As Chen Yao's mind moved, 2 soul skills were activated at the same time, and a thick black mist enveloped his body. In just a moment, Chen Yao's soul power, which had originally made Tang Hao and the others on high alert, surged again. The color of those lingering tentacles was also deeper and more solid, and the squirming and twisting made people feel creepy. Boom! Then, the tentacles intertwined and entangled, like an impenetrable dark forest, sweeping towards Tang Hao in front. Tang Hao's face changed, and the original swinging action of his hand changed. Then the second soul ring on his body flashed and he shouted. Strength of determination. A hammer hit the ground fiercely, leaving a deep crack. At the same time, an inexplicable energy spread in the air. In the back, Chen Yao felt his body sink, and he began to feel a burden when urging those tentacles. Gravity. Chen Yao thought to himself. Then he looked at Tang Hao, who was moving and jumping among the slowed-down tentacles, swinging the hammer continuously, breaking up the impenetrable tentacles, and approaching his position, and sneered again. Although Chen Yao did not make any movements afterwards, the slow tentacles suddenly stopped. Then the solid form began to become illusory. Then, Tang Hao, who was about to approach Chen Yao, was surprised to find that these tentacles could ignore the wind wall of energy formed by his rapid swinging of the clear sky hammer and directly whipped him. Although he reacted very quickly and dodged left and right, he was still whipped by 1 or 2 tentacles. It was not the expected burning pain, but the severe pain was accompanied by a cold erosion, which penetrated into his bones and made his soul tremble. For a moment, Tang Hao was sweating profusely. He dared not to force his way in again. He retreated several steps and left the range of the black tentacles forest. Ahau! Seeing Tang Hao's defeat, Tang Xiao was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to speak. At the same time, he was a little shocked in his heart. As the eldest brother, he knew very well what kind of strength his younger brother had. He was simply the most talented person he had ever seen in his life. Fighting against a higher level was just a common occurrence. But now, he was actually at a disadvantage in the fight with this 6-ring Soul Emperor. Even though the soul ring of this Soul Emperor was very special, it still made Tang Xiao feel a little bit unbelievable. Brother, I'm fine. Tang Hao said without turning his head, and then his whole body was full of energy, and a domineering and surging soul power burst out. Killing God Domain. With a loud shout, a strong smell of blood suddenly began to spread in the air, and then a scarlet color began to appear in the nearly 100-meter range centered on Tang Hao. This is a domain-type soul skill that Tang Hao obtained in a special place after going down the mountain. It is extremely powerful. Seeing that Tang Hao actually used this trick, Tang Xiao knew that Tang Hao had no intention of testing again and wanted to quickly resolve the battle. Glorious explosion! At this moment, Tang Hao looked at Chen Yao from a distance, swung his hammer with one arm, and suddenly, bursts of sonic booms sounded in the air. And it was not just once, but continued to extend, and continued to resound in the direction of Chen Yao. Chen Yao looked at the violent roars that continued to sound around him, which were obviously normal, and his heart jumped. Although he didn't know the principle of Tang Hao's move, he knew in his heart that it was probably an invisible vibration wave, which brought Chen Yao a great sense of crisis. 3 Nether Protective Lotus. Not daring to neglect, Chen Yao's mind moved and urged the 4th soul ring obtained from hunting the Nether Peng. Suddenly, 3 flower buds condensed out of thin air around him, and then circled around him, gradually blooming, each with 9 petals and leaves, extremely gorgeous. Even with these 3 nether lotuses, Chen Yao actually had a touch of otherworldly temperament. If it weren't for the evil black mist and twisted tentacles around him, Chen Yao at this moment would have a sense of ethereal sacredness, like a banished immortal, like a fairy or a Buddha. As the 3 9-petal lotuses appeared, Chen Yao stood still without dodging, waiting for Tang Hao's attack. When Tang Hao saw Chen Yao's fearless look, he was suspicious and did not wait and see. With the 6th black soul ring flashing behind him, Tang Hao swung the hammer again. Earth-shaking, heaven-shaking strike. Then there was a loud shout, and a yellowish-brown shock wave flew out from the tip of the hammer, and almost at the same time as the previous continuous sonic boom, it fell heavily on Chen Yao, who was wrapped in black tentacles. Boom! The earth-shaking roar was accompanied by shocking waves. In the distance, the bound Yin looked at the center of the explosion with his eyes wide open. He hoped that the bad guy whose name he didn't know but had evil thoughts about him would die in this explosion. And Tang Xiao also looked at the place where the dust was stirred, his eyes slightly narrowed. Although he was extremely confident in Tang Hao, for some reason, his intuition told him that this kid with a terrifying soul ring would not die so easily. After a while, the dust gradually dissipated, and the 3 people on the field fixed their sights on the center. But when the scene inside became clearer, the 3 people were shocked. They saw that Chen Yao was standing there unscathed, and his clothes were not damaged at all, not even wrinkled. This means that Tang Hao's attack did not cause him even the slightest effect. How is this possible? Although he had a premonition in his heart, Tang Xiao never thought that this kid would be intact. Tang Hao in front was also shocked, but Tang Hao, who was paying close attention to Chen Yao's situation, soon discovered that the 3 dark lotuses floating around Chen Yao had a total of 27 petals. At this moment, 2 petals were missing. Special defensive soul skills. Tang Hao analyzed Chen Yao's situation, but his heart was not happy, but sank slightly. From the current situation, if he did not use an attack beyond his own limit, then Chen Yao could still completely resist his 25 attacks with the same power as the soul skills he just released. Such a number makes people feel a little frustrated. Damn turtle shell! Tang Hao tightened the sledgehammer in his hand and cursed in his heart, but he had no intention of giving up, his eyes were sharp and cold. Isn't it just a turtle shell? Today, I, Tang Hao, will break it. As soon as the voice fell, the 7th deep black soul ring behind him rose. 7th soul skill, Haoshan's true body. Tang Hao shouted, and the soul power on his body rose to the sky, constantly interweaving and condensing into substance. Finally, it turned into a black sledgehammer of more than 10 feet, covered with mysterious patterns, majestic. Chapter 75 The Orangutan and the Rabbit. Seeing the powerful martial soul body falling, Chen Yao's heart trembled. Because his 6th soul ring could not be used now, he did not have a large-scale soul skill that could kill people and resist the clear sky hammer martial soul body. And looking at the range of the martial soul body, Chen Yao had no way to avoid it. He could only rely on the dark body and the 3 nether protective lotus to raise the dense tentacles around his body like a forest and head up. Boom! In an instant, the strange and twisted energy collided with the martial soul body with a murderous and bloody aura, making a thunderous roar. It also caused the center of the Star Do Great Forest to tremble violently. For a while, in the battlefield, the soul power was surging, and the shock waves were frequent, so that Yin, who was far away, could not open his eyes and could not see the situation in the center. He could only listen to the deafening vibration and tremble with fear. After about half an incense stick of time, the horrible fluctuations gradually stopped. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Yin slowly opened his eyes and saw that in the dusty field, Chen Yao and Tang Hao returned to their previous positions. Looking at Chen Yao, his clothes were still neat as before, but his face was expressionless, and the 3 small lotuses that originally surrounded his body disappeared at this moment. And Tang Hao, although his martial soul body had dissipated, he stood in the same place, panting heavily, sweating profusely, and looked like his soul power was consumed. But he had a happy smile on his face. Good boy, it's been a long time since anyone could beat me so hard. Now that your turtle shell is broken, I want to see what else you can do. What else can I do? You can try it again. Chen Yao's expression remained unchanged, and his breath was extremely stable. Humph, you are just trying to be mysterious. Tang Hao saw Chen Yao's indifferent look and snorted coldly. He didn't believe that Chen Yao didn't consume any energy in the fight just now. After the voice fell, Tang Hao also adjusted his breath, suddenly used a soul power, and then rushed towards Chen Yao with a fierce look in his eyes. But the next moment, Chen Yao was surrounded by an endless forest of tentacles. Looking at the densely packed and wriggling tentacles, the number was not reduced at all compared to before, and the soul power fluctuations on each tentacle were not much weaker. This scene suddenly made Tang Hao's feet suddenly stop, and for a moment, he felt his scalp numb. How is this possible? Could it be that his martial soul avatar just now really only broke one of Chen Yao's soul skills? And it did not cause any consumption to him? Chen Yao saw Tang Hao's look of seeing a ghost, and the corner of his mouth raised a curved dot with the blessing of his dark body and the core of the evil fang. His soul power consumption can be said to be greatly reduced. And his fourth soul skill, the three nether protective lotus, is not just as simple as Tang Hao guessed, which can resist 27 attacks. With the breaking of each lotus petal, Chen Yao will get a huge soul power recovery. And the successive breaking of 27 petals can almost restore Chen Yao's soul power twice. However, Chen Yao had never practiced before, and his understanding of his soul skills was only a rough idea, without a specific concept. But in the battle with Tang Hao, it was perfectly demonstrated. Chen Yao himself did not expect that in that extreme fight, the soul power of Tang Hao, who was level 74, was almost exhausted. And he had no burden at all, and his soul power was still in a full state. However, Chen Yao did not mean to explain to Tang Hao. With a thought, the boundless tentacles went towards Tang Hao in an overwhelming manner, and it seemed that he was about to drown him. However, next, a huge shadow enveloped Chen Yao. He raised his eyes suddenly and found that Tang Xiao, who was originally far away, had come close to him without knowing when, swinging a sledgehammer exactly like Tang Hao's and smashing it hard on his head. But Chen Yao's face did not show any panic. From the beginning to the end, he regarded Tang Hao and Tang Xiao as opponents at the same time, but he did not take it lightly because of Tang Xiao's previous observation. Just waiting for the trick. At this moment, Chen Yao's mouth showed a grim smile, and then the third soul ring behind him rose up. Seeing this, Tang Xiao felt something was wrong. He had long since stopped considering Chen Yao as a soul emperor, but an opponent who surpassed him and Tang Hao. So at this moment, after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up this easy attack, and his figure flashed in an instant, and came to Tang Hao's side, swinging the sledgehammer. The fierce hammer wind crushed the tentacles that kept rushing towards Tang Hao inch by inch. "Ah Hao, don't blame me for intervening, this kid is too weird, and he is only a soul emperor. Now we have offended him to death. If we let him escape accidentally, it may cause inestimable damage to the Haoshan sect in the future, so today you and I must join forces to keep him here completely." Tang Xiao pulled Tang Hao away from the area where the tentacles spread, while speaking very solemnly. "I know, big brother." Tang Hao nodded after hearing this. Although his inner pride made him unwilling, he was not someone who did not know the priorities. Knowing that the consequences Tang Xiao mentioned were very likely to happen, he was no longer stubborn. However, when the two retreated, there was no tentacles catching up, but a deep darkness spread from Chen Yao's feet and began to spread around. The darkness spread very quickly, and in just a moment, it enveloped the figures of the two brothers. Seeing this, the two were shocked in their hearts, and then they felt a chill covering their bodies. When they raised their eyes again, they found that they were actually in a dark and lightless space. And all their senses became dull at this moment, and they felt pressure every time they breathed in and out. "What is going on?" Tang Xiao spoke with difficulty. "This is the domain." As the owner of the God of Killing domain, Tang Hao recognized this kind of soul skill in an instant and was shocked. He had already overestimated this kid, but he didn't expect that he even possessed the domain soul skill. After a while, Tang Hao calmed down. As the owner of the domain, he naturally knew that the domain was not invincible and also had flaws. Immediately, he also released the God of Killing domain to compete with this dark domain. With the blessing of the same domain, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao instantly felt relaxed, and the sluggish feeling was weakened a lot. "Brother, let's break it together." Tang Hao raised his hammer, looked at the vague figure of Chen Yao in front of him, and shouted softly. Tang Xiao nodded immediately after hearing this, and then he and Tang Hao split into the left and right sides and swung the hammer. However, just as they rushed forward, there was a sudden sound of cold metal collision around them. Then, in a cold and murderous atmosphere, thousands of figures slowly condensed in front of Tang Hao and the others. The two brothers were stunned when they saw this, but they didn't have time to think about it. Those figures wearing armor, holding long spears, wearing armor, but without a substantial form, rushed up. "Haoshan Juju! Chaos Cloak Hammer!" Without hesitation, the two of them each swung a strong offensive and tore the soul generals to pieces. But soon they found that as they fought, the number of these soul generals not only did not decrease, but increased. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Tang Xiao gritted his teeth. Brother, I'm afraid that these ghosts are endless in this domain. You must use the strongest attack to forcibly break the domain. No matter how weird that kid is, he is just a soul emperor after all. Tang Hao, who has a deep understanding of domain soul skills, found the clues at a glance and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Tang Xiao understood something in his heart and nodded. Ahau, stop these guys. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Xiao's soul power surged. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body. 8th Soul Skill, Break the Wall with 1,000-pound Strength. With a loud shout, a hammer of more than 10 feet pierced through the dark space, bringing a sharp wind, and smashed towards Chen Yao in the distance. Seeing this, Chen Yao's face changed. The martial soul true body displayed by the soul Douluo was beyond his imagination. He didn't have the blessing of the three nether protective lotus now. He didn't dare to take it hard with his dark body alone, and he dodged repeatedly. Then the hammer hit the darkness behind Chen Yao in the distance. Then the dark space was shaken, and Chen Yao's soul power was unstable. He saw that Tang Xiao was going to forcefully break his domain. Chen Yao was a little helpless about this. There was a huge gap between his soul power and Tang Xiao's, and Chen Yao really had no good way to deal with his actions. He could only urge the soul generals and tentacles to rush towards Tang Hao, who was already exhausted, hoping to distract Tang Xiao's attention. But things don't always go as planned. Although Tang Hao was somewhat unable to resist the overwhelming attack, he always maintained some spare strength. Even if Chen Yao could cause some injuries to him, it was still difficult to kill him. And under Tang Hao's delay, the dark space also collapsed under Tang Xiao's continuous hammers. Humph! Chen Yao groaned and retreated one after another, looking at Tang Xiao, who had released his martial soul clone and ran to support Tang Hao, with a gloomy look. Now, after a big battle, he has a certain understanding of his own strength. If he doesn't rely on his trump card, and simply relies on his own martial soul and soul skills. Dealing with Tang Hao, who is about 10 levels higher than him and has the top weapon martial soul, the clear sky hammer. Chen Yao can handle it with ease. If he puts in some effort, he can kill him. But if he faces Tang Xiao, who also has the clear sky hammer martial soul and a soul power of level 81. Chen Yao was helpless against the crushing of absolute soul power and strength. But if he wanted to leave, Tang Xiao couldn't stop him. Chen Yao, who had a clear assessment of his own strength, wanted to end this meaningless battle. However, he chose to retreat. Or did he use the power of the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus and the ice and fire soul bone? Forcibly kill the two brothers here? It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to kill the two brothers. After all, if Tang Hao died, there would be one less scourge born in the Douluo continent in the future, and he could also develop safely. But if he used his trump card to kill them, his soul power would definitely be overdrawn. At that time, he would be alone in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, which would not be good. However, just when Chen Yao was struggling in his heart, the ground suddenly shook violently, the trees swayed, and the rocks rolled. Chen Yao looked back in horror and found that a huge figure that was like a mountain and covered the sky and the sun appeared not far away. It was a chimpanzee. A pink velvet rabbit nearly 10 feet tall followed the chimpanzee. The red eyes stared at Chen Yao and the others, flashing with human anger. The chimpanzee stretched out his thick fingers and pointed at A Yin who was tied up beside Chen Yao. He spoke in human language. Let her go. Chapter 76 Kill them and I'll let her go. This is the Titan Giant Ape. And the huge pink rabbit that was also tens of feet tall following it was Xiao Wu? Chen Yao's eyes were uncertain for a while. A Yin, who was tied up beside Chen Yao, felt relieved when she saw this. She took advantage of Chen Yao's unstable soul power when he used his domain to fight against the two brothers, and found a gap to communicate with the ubiquitous blue-silver grass and sent a message for help to the depths of the forest. Although A Yin didn't know whether this distress message would attract rescue or some kind of evil soul beast, it was better than being tied up by Chen Yao and being threatened at any time. But fortunately, it seems that it was not evil soul beasts that received the message. It was two kind soul beasts of 100,000 years who were willing to help her. Then, just when A Yin was relaxed, she was suddenly pulled into Chen Yao's arms, and then a sharp pain came from her neck. She could even hear the squeak sound of bones twisting and tightening in her neck. A Yin's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. She struggled violently, but could not make a sound. Roar! Human, you are looking for death. Seeing Chen Yao twisting A Yin's neck, the Titan Ape's face suddenly became ferocious and roared. However, Chen Yao pointed at Tang Hao and the other person not far away and said expressionlessly, "Kill these two humans and I will let her go. Otherwise, she will die and I will be safe." As he spoke, two dark intentions suddenly emanated from Chen Yao's arms. Although there was only a trace of it, the majestic oppression contained in it seemed to come from a higher level, which immediately changed the expressions of the 200,000-year soul beasts who were originally angry. At this moment, they seemed to be facing the ancient gods, the gods of their soul beasts. This made them flash with fear and retreat in their eyes, and their huge bodies trembled, wanting to kneel down and surrender. Roar! The Titan Giant Ape roared again, fighting against the instinct from its blood. It and Xiao Wu didn't know what was going on, but facing this unspeakable pressure, coupled with the fear of the consequences, they subconsciously wanted to agree to Chen Yao's conditions. If they could save the transformed 10 with 2 insignificant human lives, 10,000-year soul beast compatriots are also very worthwhile. Yes, but you let her go first. We don't believe it. At this time, Xiao Wu spoke, but her voice trembled before she recovered from the inexplicable pressure. You don't believe me, why do you think I will believe you? Kill them, or she will die. Chen Yao grinned, and his hands exerted force again. Suddenly, A Yin's eyes turned up, his cheeks turned purple, and there were crystal drops at the corners of his mouth, and his breath became weak. Stop! Xiao Wu was anxious when she saw this, and hurriedly stopped him. Can we do it now? Chen Yao's hands loosened slightly when he heard it. Yes. I hope you, a human, will keep your promise, otherwise we will not let you go. Ming started. Xiao Wu nodded hurriedly. Although she knew the cunning of humans, she had not dealt with them very often. In a hurry, she agreed directly. Boom! When the two beasts moved, the ground shook. Although they were huge, their speed was not slow at all. In just a moment, they were in front of Tang Hao and the other two who had heard the conversation between Chen Yao and them and felt bad and planned to retreat. Damn it! Tang Hao was angry and his eyes were red. He tried his best to avoid the attacks of the two soul beasts while roaring. You are wrong. We brothers fought with that man because we wanted to save the girl. We should kill him together. However, in response to Tang Hao, there was only a roar that resounded through the heavens and the huge iron fist that was like a cannonball. Tang Hao's face changed, and he quickly turned sideways. Although he narrowly avoided it, the strong wind attached to the fist also slightly scratched Tang Hao's body. Suddenly, shocking cracks appeared all over his body, and the bright red blood gushed out like a spring, splashing in the air. Ahau! Looking at Tang Hao, who was dragging blood, flying backwards, directly collapsing a small mountain, and then being buried by rubble. Tang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and then he swung a hammer and waved it at the sharp rabbit claw in front of him. Bang! The hammer claws collided, but fortunately this was an agile soul beast, unlike the Titan Ape, which possessed extreme power. Although his body was also surging with blood, Tang Xiao could still accept it. At the same time, he directly contacted the martial soul after the recoil force from the hammer came, causing the shock to act directly on his body. Although his injuries were aggravated, he also used this recoil force to fly backwards, escaped from the attack range of the agile pink rabbit, and swung to the side of Tang Hao who was buried in the ruins. After barely stabilizing his body and landing on the ground, Tang Xiao summoned the martial soul again, broke through the ruins on the ground, and fished out the already unconscious Tang Hao. Damn it! Looking at the embarrassed Tang Hao in his arms, Tang Xiao was furious and looked at the two soul beasts chasing him, his face ferocious, and roared. 100,000-year soul beast! You are so good, but you actually offended the Haoshan sect. Just wait, this forest will be cleaned up. After saying that, Tang Xiao carried Tang Hao and fled quickly. When Xiao Wu and Titan Giant Ape heard it, they were stunned at first, and then their eyes instantly turned red, full of murderous intent. Although they did not recognize the Haoshan hammer, they knew the name of Haoshan sect. The head of the top 3 sects even had the momentum to compete with the Spirit Hall. They never thought that these two humans were actually from the Haoshan sect. When they thought that they might be surrounded and suppressed by the several titled Douluo elders of the Haoshan sect holding hammers in the future, Titan Giant Ape and Xiaowu suddenly felt cold all over. At this moment, they no longer cared about being tricked by Chen Yao, they had to completely keep the two people from the Haoshan sect. Otherwise, when they go back to get reinforcements, I am afraid they will not be spared. Boom! The two beasts once again burst out with extremely terrifying speed, especially Xiaowu, who had already reached a point that ordinary titled Douluo could not catch up with. But Tang Xiao seemed to have used some secret technique, carrying Tang Hao, and his speed was extremely fast. Even Xiaowu was stable at a certain distance for a while and it was difficult to get close. Roar! Seeing this scene, the Titan Ape following behind suddenly stopped in place, slammed his fists on his chest, and roared loudly. When this voice was transmitted, the forest suddenly became chaotic, and countless soul beasts made strange calls one after another, as if responding to the roar of the Titan Ape. Chapter 77 Tang Xiao, Die! Tang Xiao, who was galloping in front, felt the commotion in the forest, and felt something was wrong. He wanted to speed up again and take Tang Hao away from this place of trouble. But he never thought that there would be bursts of fierce hoofbeats around. This density seemed to be surrounded by thousands of troops from all directions. Before Tang Xiao could react, he saw that a series of extraordinary figures emerged from the surrounding dense forests and blocked the road ahead of Tang Xiao. Get out of here! Tang Xiao held Tang Hao with one hand, swung the hammer with one arm, wasted soul power, and released soul skills crazily. Suddenly, the soul beasts in front of them, whose strength ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 years, burst into blood, and blood splashed everywhere. Although Tang Xiao quickly dealt with the soul beasts blocking his way, his pace was still slowed down, and Xiaowu and the Titan Giant Ape behind him finally caught up. Seeing the soul beasts being killed, they had guilt and anger in their eyes, and even murderous intentions towards Tang Xiao and the others. Feeling the two hot murderous eyes behind him, Tang Xiao's face was gloomy and terrifying. Brother, put me down, run away quickly, go back to Haoshan sect, let my father avenge me, then find my body and bring it back to Haoshan sect. At this moment, Tang Hao, who was lying on Tang Xiao, finally regained a trace of consciousness, woke up faintly, and said weakly. Enough, Hao, stop talking nonsense. As your elder brother, how could I leave you and run away alone? I tell you, neither of us will die today. Even if you pry me away, we will all die. However, at this time, Xiaowu interrupted and jumped up with the Titan Giant Ape. Two fierce attacks were launched, hitting Tang Xiao and the others heavily. Tang Xiao glared, no longer caring about the pain. He took out a purple bead from the storage soul guide. Without hesitation, he crushed it with his bare hands, and a surging soul power burst out, dragging the bodies of the two people up, slowly soaring into the air, and flying away. This is the foundation of the Haoshan sect. It was the life-saving thing that the old sect master, that is, their father, gave them before they went down the mountain. Originally, they thought they had no chance to use it, and they could save this treasure that their ancestors accidentally obtained when they conquered the world for the Haoshan sect, but they didn't expect that they would use it here today. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao, whose body slowly soared into the air, had a dark look in his eyes, and hatred in his heart was rising. After he returned to Haoshan sect, he would definitely summon the strong men to pull out all the people and beasts related to today, and cut them into pieces, so as to relieve the hatred in his heart. No. Xiaowu looked at Tang Xiao and the other two who were slowly flying, and felt Tang Xiao's extremely resentful eyes. She felt a chill in her heart, and shouted without caring about anything else. Ming! The Titan Giant Ape heard the words and immediately understood, and stretched out his arm. Xiaowu immediately jumped onto the thick arm. Then, the Titan Giant Ape spun his arms to accumulate power, and then threw Xiaowu heavily in the direction where the two people were flying. And at the moment when Xiaowu flew out, his two hind legs kicked the Titan Giant Ape's arms again to increase the power. Successfully jumped into the air, within a certain attack range of Tang Xiao and the other two, with the determination to kill, launched an extremely terrifying attack. Moonlight blasts the sky. Xiaowu's furry ears were pressed against the back of her head, her nose was raised, her mouth was wide open, and a hot white light emerged from her mouth, shooting towards Tang Xiao and the others. Haoshan's true body, breaking the wall with 1,000 pounds of force. Feeling the terrifying soul power contained in the surging white light, Tang Xiao's face suddenly changed, and without hesitation, regardless of overdrawing himself, he once again displayed his martial soul true body. The huge iron hammer and the white light collided violently in the air. Boom! The violent explosion made the dark night instantly bright, like daylight. Puff! Tang Xiao suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The attack of this 100,000-year soul beast was too terrifying, but fortunately, this soul beast did not seem to be good at long-range energy attacks, and when it was released, it was relatively far away from them, so the power was reduced. As a result, Tang Xiao's martial soul true body collapsed and was seriously injured, and the power of the treasure was almost exhausted. But his life was not in danger. The remaining energy of the treasure could barely carry them to fly away from here. This was the best result. Looking at the unwilling rabbit falling from the sky because of its powerlessness, Tang Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could completely relax, a sense of horror suddenly rose from his heart. Turning his head suddenly, he saw a thin figure sitting cross-legged on a black lotus, floating in front of them. Looking at that charming and evil face, who else could it be but Chen Yao? When their eyes met, there were no words, only endless murderous intent. Without any pause, tentacles stained with terrifying dark energy whizzed out, with a buzzing sound of breaking through the air, and pierced towards Tang Hao beside Tang Xiao. In Chen Yao's eyes, Tang Hao is always the first target. However, Tang Xiao was shocked when he saw this. Without thinking, he directly protected Tang Hao behind him. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered. Brother! At this moment, Tang Hao, who finally reacted, saw Tang Xiao pierced by countless tentacles and rushed into his back. His eyes were bloodshot and he screamed with grief. Seeing this, Chen Yao was stunned. He couldn't help but admire Tang Xiao. He was a real man and a competent brother. But it was useless. He still wanted to kill Tang Hao. The next moment, more tentacles swept towards Tang Hao. Ah! However, Tang Xiao, who had been pierced, suddenly roared to the sky. His soul power had been completely exhausted. At this moment, he didn't know where the power came from. He condensed the clear sky hammer again and dispersed the tentacles heading towards Tang Hao. At this moment, he did not pay attention to his empty chest and the life that was constantly fading from his body. In his drowsy mind, he wanted all of them were the only brother behind him. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand and pulled Tang Hao up. He stared at the sad Tang Hao with a dull and colorless gaze and said weakly, "Ah how no don't die. Big brother." Hearing this, Tang Hao's face was dull and his voice was trembling. But Tang Xiao did not respond to Tang Hao. He used up all the soul power he could squeeze out and threw Tang Hao out heavily. Looking at Tang Hao's figure quickly disappearing from his sight, Tang Xiao's mouth, which was constantly bleeding, grinned with a hint of relief. Then, his pupils were completely dim, his head tilted, and he lost all his vitality. Chen Yao came over, took a look at Tang Xiao, who was pierced by the tentacles, and then looked in the direction where Tang Hao had just disappeared. His face was a little gloomy. The other person on Chen Yao's lotus seat, the bound A Yin, looked at Tang Xiao's hideous and twisted death, with unspeakable fear in her eyes. Chen Yao glanced at the struggling A Yin, ignored her, and drove the dark lotus to the direction where Tang Hao disappeared. Soon, Chen Yao landed in a dense jungle with A Yin and saw the blood-stained clothes on the ground. Then he looked around, looking at the lush obstructions and the stopped bloodstains, his eyes flickered. Tang Hao was not stupid. Since he had not lost his mobility, he might have cleaned himself up. It would take some effort to find his trace again. Just as Chen Yao was thinking, there was a noise behind him. Looking back, he saw that Xiao Wu and Ming had already rushed over. Seeing Tang Xiao's body on Chen Yao's tentacles, Xiao Wu was obviously relieved, but then she roared angrily again. Damn human! You actually tricked us into killing people from the Haoshan sect. However, Chen Yao's expression did not change when facing the anger of the two beasts. If they were not from the Haoshan sect, why would I let you kill them? Killing two humans casually can exchange for a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? When Chen Yao said this, the one person and two beasts present were stunned. They did not expect that Chen Yao could actually see through A Yin's identity. And A Yin's eyes were full of confusion at this moment, and she doubted her life. Although she knew the reason why Chen Yao wanted to kill her, she did not understand how she had leaked her identity. But Xiao Wu did not want to explore so much at this moment, and said irritably. Damn human, we were tricked by you, now you can hand her over, right? However, Xiao Wu was responded with a sneer. I remember my request was for you to kill those two people, right? Not to mention that you 200,000-year soul beasts almost let a soul saint and a soul Douluo escape, and I was the one who finished them off. Besides, there is still one person among them who is still alive, and that person is the most important. This is your territory, you are responsible for finding him for me, otherwise, want her? Ha, wishful thinking. Chen Yao pointed at A Yin on the lotus seat and said coldly, and then in the eyes of Xiaowu and Titan Giant Ape, his figure blurred and disappeared. Chapter 78 Green Ape. A few days later, Chen Yao was on a cliff, looking at the soul beasts constantly shuttling through the forest below, with a suspicious look on his face. At this moment, the nearby soul beasts were mobilized by Xiaowu and Titan Giant Ape, and they kept searching for Tang Hao's traces in the forest, but they never made any progress. In theory, the soul beasts with the advantage of home court should not have found Tang Hao for so long. But the facts were in front of Chen Yao, so he had to accept it. Blue Silver Emperor, have you not sensed Tang Hao's breath yet? At this time, Chen Yao suppressed his irritability and looked at A Yin behind him. Although the restraints had been lightened, his hands, feet, and even his neck were still imprisoned by a dark energy chain soul, like a prisoner, and asked. A Yin shook her head and explained. No, it is very likely that there is no blue-silver grass growing in the place where the human is hiding. Although the blue-silver grass has strong vitality, it is impossible to cover all corners of the forest. A Yin did not lie. Although A Yin did not want the human who had helped her to die, she thought of his identity as the young master of the Haoshan sect, which might pose a threat to the soul beasts in the Xingde forest in the future. In addition to Chen Yao's tyranny, A Yin had to give in and search for Tang Hao's whereabouts for him, but she found nothing, and even she was a little surprised. As A Yin spoke, Chen Yao stared at her expression and found that there was nothing unusual except for the shame and anger because of his current state. He reluctantly believed it. I hope it is true. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chen Yao said coldly and pulled the chain in his hand hard. A Yin felt a sharp pain in her neck and a suffocating feeling surged in her heart. Wu, I didn't lie to you. A Yin's his face flushed red, and he cried out in pain. It would be best. After saying that, Chen Yao looked at the tricolor parrot that Xiaowu had left behind, which could recognize human speech, and said. Tell those two guys to look for places in the forest where there is no blue-silver grass growing. The parrot looked at A Yin, who looked a little miserable on the ground, and a trace of sadness for his compatriots flashed in his eyes. But feeling Chen Yao's cold gaze that almost froze it, it trembled all over and felt fear in its heart. It didn't dare to think about it anymore, and nodded its head repeatedly in a humane way, then spread its wings and flew towards the depths of the forest. Seeing the tricolor parrot fly away, Chen Yao pulled the chain, led A Yin, and walked towards the cave behind him. Seeing this, A Yin, who had recovered, didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly got up to follow Chen Yao. Otherwise, if the distance exceeded and the chain was tightened, it would be an unimaginable torture for her. On the other side, in a rocky forest without a single weed growing in the star forest. In a hidden stone house. Tang Hao's will slowly recovered from the chaos, feeling the stabbing pain in his brain and the injuries on his body, he couldn't help but groan in pain. But as his vision slowly recovered, he suddenly saw the surrounding scene clearly, and at the same time recalled the memory before he fainted. He was not fainted in this place. For a moment, Tang Hao's heart was instantly alert. Enduring the tearing feeling of soul power overdraft, he forcibly summoned his martial soul, looked around, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the stone cave, and then a tall figure slowly emerged. Tang Hao could clearly feel the breath of the soul beast, his facial muscles tightened, and his heart was in his throat. He knew his current situation and could not withstand a decent battle. At this moment, the figure slowly walked in. When the sight became clear, it was discovered that it was a huge gorilla with strong muscles and light green curly hair all over its body. Seeing this, Tang Hao subconsciously tightened the handle of the hammer, and his palms were sweating. He could judge that the soul power of the gorilla was really not weak, almost comparable to his heyday. Then just when Tang Hao thought that he was going to experience a life and death fight, the next moment, the gorilla's behavior surprised him. The green-haired gorilla waved to Tang Hao, indicating that he had no ill intentions, and then handed the fruit in his hand to Tang Hao. Tang Hao was suspicious and could not figure out the purpose of the gorilla's move. Seeing that Tang Hao did not believe it, the gorilla quickly moved his fingers and made a woohoo sound. After a period of identification, Tang Hao finally gradually understood the gorilla's meaning, with disbelief in his eyes. Did you bring me back? The gorilla heard the words, with an excited look on his face, and nodded heavily. Seeing this, Tang Hao slowly came back to his senses from the shock. He never thought that his elder brother was killed by a soul beast, and he was chased by a soul beast, and now he was saved by a soul beast. It's really unpredictable. Thank you, but I have something urgent to do now, and I have to leave here. Looking at the green-haired gorilla, his expression was a little complicated, but thinking of Tang Xiao's death, his eyes were full of resentment. He must return to Haoshan sect as soon as possible, lead the strong men of Haoshan sect, and cut the 2-100,000-year soul beasts into pieces. Speaking of this, Tang Hao got up from the stone bed with difficulty and wanted to leave, but the green ape was anxious and blocked Tang Hao in front of him. You want to stop me? Tang Hao looked grim, and looked at the green ape with gloomy eyes. The green ape shook his head, then gestured to Tang Hao, asking him to follow, and then headed out of the cave. Tang Hao looked confused, hesitated for a while, and followed. Soon he followed the green ape to a commanding height in the stone forest. Woo-woo! The green ape pointed to the soul beast that kept jumping in the stone forest below, and then hummed and gestured with his fingers. Tang Hao quickly understood what the green ape meant, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. You mean, this area has been completely blocked now, you can only enter but not leave, and almost all the soul beasts here are looking for my trace. The green ape nodded heavily. Damn it, you'd better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will make you into a pupa and place it in front of my eldest brother's spirit tablet to atone for your sins for generations. I will make your relatives and descendants, the males as slaves for generations, and the females as prostitutes for generations. Tang Hao thought of the man who had caused him and Tang Xiao to fall into this situation, and he gnashed his teeth and was furious. Woo-woo! At this time, the green ape saw that Tang Hao was in a bad mood and started to gesture again. Seeing this, Tang Hao suppressed his anger a little, nodded with a helpless look on his face, and said, Now it seems that I can only recuperate here first and then make plans. Brother Green Ape, thank you for your help. Tang Hao will never forget it and will repay you in the future. Tang Hao clasped his fists and walked towards the previous stone cave. When Qing Yuan heard the 3 words Brother Qing Yuan, he was obviously stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it, he did not correct Tang Hao, and followed him silently. 79 Chapter 79 Little Husband 79. In the next few days, Tang Hao was seriously injured and had difficulty in moving, so many of his daily actions were assisted by Qing Yuan. Even the daily meals, it was the green ape that went out of the stone forest to collect fruits and vegetables, and even hunted some soul beasts that were not yet intelligent, and brought them to Tang Hao. Under the care of the green ape, Tang Hao's complexion gradually improved. However, it seemed that it was because of some thoughts in the green ape's mind. It knew that there were some herbs in the forest that could treat the soul power of soul masters, but it never got them for Tang Hao. But Tang Hao was not aware of this. He was very grateful for the care of the green ape. At this moment, at night, Tang Hao looked at the green ape busying around in the stone cave, with a deep feeling on his face, and couldn't help but speak. Brother Qing Yuan, I, Tang Hao, really owe you a lot. You have completely changed my view of soul beasts. It turns out that there are soul beasts with such a true character as you. You take care of a person like me who is in trouble. I, Tang Hao, am ashamed of myself. Don't worry, when I return to Haoshan sect in the future and take revenge, I will definitely repay your kindness during this period of time. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Qing Yuan paused and looked at Tang Hao with complicated eyes. You know, it saved Tang Hao and took care of him so wholeheartedly, not just because of its warm heart, it also has its own purpose. But every time it heard Brother Qing Yuan from Tang Hao's mouth and thought that Tang Hao might leave in the future, its heart was in great pain. However, just when Qing Yuan was absent-minded, he suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from his body. King Yuan's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly ran out of the cave, and looking at the bright and flawless moon in the sky, his huge and strong body trembled suddenly. Brother Qing Yuan, what's wrong with you? Tang Hao saw King Yuan's strangeness, and walked over with concern. When Qing Yuan saw Tang Hao coming, the strong male hormones that hit him made his body tremble even more. With a struggling look on his face, Qing Yuan pushed Tang Hao's body out of the cave, signaling him to leave quickly. Tang Hao looked at King Yuan's pushing and struggling cheeks. Although Tang Hao didn't like to learn the knowledge of soul beasts since he was a child, he even thought that the huge thing on King Yuan's chest was pectoral muscle, and he never doubted its gender. But King Yuan's appearance was basically the same as that of humans who were drugged, which made him understand that Qing Yuan was probably in estrus. Seeing this, Tang Hao immediately smiled. So that's it, brother Qing Yuan, are you in heat? It doesn't matter, you treat me so sincerely, how can I ignore it? My soul power has recovered a little now, tell me where there are female apes around here, I will catch them for you and save you from danger. The King Yuan's few rationalities at this moment exploded when he heard that Tang Hao was going to find a female ape for it. It did these days not to be brothers with Tang Hao. Since you really can't tell, let me help you. Thinking in his heart, the last string in the King Yuan's brain was completely broken, and his eyes turned red with greed. Brother Qing Yuan, what are you? Tang Hao looked at the King Yuan's projected gaze and trembled violently. For some reason, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. He took 2 steps back and wanted to distance himself from it. But these 2 steps back seemed to step on the bottom line of the Qing Yuan. Roar! The green ape roared, and then rushed towards Tang Hao without saying anything. Tang Hao was shocked when he saw this, and wanted to dodge, but at this moment, his soul power was only slightly restored, how could he avoid the mad green ape? He was thrown to the ground in an instant. Tang Hao felt nauseous and almost collapsed. Brother Green Ape, calm down, I'm a man. Male. Tang Hao shouted hoarsely, but suddenly, his expression froze. You are a female gorilla. At this time, the green ape, like a long drought, also recovered a little bit of consciousness, stroked the short and curly hair on his head, with a wicked look on the corner of his mouth, and looked at Tang Hao, with a morbid possessiveness in his gentleness. Tang Hao was stunned. At this time, he finally knew why the green ape took such meticulous care of him. I also understand where the strange feeling of being a married woman emanating from the green ape came from. But Tang Hao couldn't accept it at all. He broke down and shouted with tears in his voice. Get out! Get out! You are a beast! I am a human! You! Ugh! But the green ape ignored Tang Hao's screaming curses and clamped Tang Hao's injured body with one hand to prevent him from escaping. A few days later. Roar! The green ape was on all fours at this moment, howling at the sky, telling of the exhilaration of the past few days. Then it looked back at Tang Hao, who had already fainted on the stone bed. Looking at his muscular body, the green ape's eyes flashed with confusion. Then the green ape's eyes moved down and saw the tattered cloth on the ground that was torn into pieces when it went crazy, with a thoughtful look in its eyes. Seeing that Tang Hao had no signs of waking up, the green ape walked out of the cave. After the green ape left, the unconscious Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the green ape disappeared. His eyes were filled with resentment and angry. Damn beast! Tang Hao gnashed his teeth and cursed, tears uncontrollably falling from his eyes. This period of time was the most humiliating and darkest day of his life, unforgettable. At this moment, his hatred for soul beasts had reached its peak. He vowed in his heart that he would kill all soul beasts he saw for the rest of his life. But at this moment, he did not dare to think too much, fearing that the green ape would return again. He supported his swollen and painful body, got up with difficulty, and staggered out of the cave. Not long after, the green ape returned to the cave, holding a grass skirt made of fresh precious leaves in his hand, wanting Tang Hao to wear it as a shirt. Just as it walked into the stone cave happily, it found it empty. Suddenly, the grass skirt fell to the ground. Its huge body began to rise and fall violently, and it couldn't help but make angry grunts, and a fierce look flashed in its eyes. It turned around and ran out of the cave. Chapter 80, Remarks on the Release. It is now released, a little too fast. I was notified in the afternoon that it will be released after 12 o'clock tonight. I am a little rushed, but I should be able to finish 2 chapters. The rest will be added the day after tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. As for the problem of combat power that was criticized by everyone before, everyone said that the protagonist's combat power was too weak. But I also want to explain that when I set the ability, there are supplements, depending on the difference in the soul power level of the 2 sides, the ability cannot be maximized. I am also afraid of writing collapse, so I think it is best to control the protagonist's joint efforts against Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. So, if I make some readers feel that I am suppressing the protagonist's combat power and make you feel uncomfortable, I can only say that I am sorry, but I have tried my best to write. Finally, thank you all for your support again, and I wish you all a happy life. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 81, Domineering Green Ape, Protecting Husband Online. Found it. Just when Tang Hao stepped out of the stone forest, A Yin, who was enduring humiliation and feeding grapes to Chen Yao, suddenly stopped at Chen Yao's mouth with her outstretched hand and spoke fiercely. Tang Hao showed up. Chen Yao sat up suddenly, with a gleam in his eyes. A Yin nodded heavily, with excitement in her eyes, and sparkling tears. These days, she has been regretting all the time why she yearned for human civilization and transformed into a human. Although she could not move when she was the Blue-Silver Emperor, she could sleep whenever she wanted, freely enjoy the baptism of the essence of the sun and the moon, and occasionally listen to the fresh and interesting things conveyed back by the blue-silver grass in the forest. Instead of being used as a cow and horse like now, serving tea and water, helping to change clothes and bathe, and being beaten and scolded. Even after drinking the monkey wine that the Titan Ape treasured, Chen Yao still touched her all over, hugged her, and made her feel uncomfortable. However, this was just Chen Yao's routine after being drunk. If there was nothing fragrant and soft in his hands, he would always feel uncomfortable. He himself didn't have any thoughts about A Yin. Let alone A Yin's tender face and thin body at the moment, which made him uninterested in doing anything. Besides, A Yin's body was ultimately a blade of grass. It was really a bit difficult for him to do something to a blade of grass, and he felt uncomfortable. Besides, he was still thinking about A Yin's soul bone, and planned to turn his face against Tang Hao after finding him. When he dealt with humans, he never kept his word, let alone with soul beasts. He didn't want to absorb a soul bone of a soul beast that he had touched into his body at that time, which was a bit embarrassing. So Chen Yao only occasionally indulged himself and did not do anything excessive to A Yin. However, A Yin did not know this. Her fear of Chen Yao was deepening day by day, fearing that he would do something irreversible under impulse one day. It can be said that during this period of time, her negative emotions were simply more than in the past tens of thousands of years. If Tang Hao could not be found, not to mention Chen Yao's impatience, A Yin herself would collapse. Now that there was news about Tang Hao, A Yin simply saw the dawn of her own liberation. No longer thinking about the fact that Tang Hao had stood up for her before, she quickly informed Chen Yao of this information. Let's go. Chen Yao himself was also very excited, holding A Yin's hand, and rushed out of the cave. Originally, in order to improve his strength as soon as possible, he came out of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire and rushed to the Star-Do Great Forest to obtain the Spirit Ring. Now that his strength has been completely consolidated, his heart has long begun to get agitated. If it were not for the purpose of strangling this possible threat in the future, Chen Yao would have run to the outside world without stopping to enjoy himself. Now that he has received the news from Tang Hao, he can be said to be more urgent than A Yin. At this moment, in the outside world, Tang Hao, who was half-dressed, tried his best to hide his burly figure in a bush. He looked at the densely patrolling soul beasts not far ahead, and then looked at the direction of the stone forest behind, with an anxious look on his face. After a while, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and prepared to give it a try. He would rather be discovered by those soul beasts and torn into pieces during the breakout process than be captured by the green ape and taken back to the stone forest and suffer the unspeakable humiliation. However, just as he was about to leave, a tall shadow appeared in front of him. Appeared behind him, covering him. Instantly, Tang Hao's heart trembled, cold sweat ran down his face. Turning his head stiffly, he found that the sturdy green ape was looking at him expressionlessly, with gloomy eyes. Tang Hao's injuries had not yet healed, how could he escape from the green ape with a keen sense of smell and agile movements? All this was just his wishful thinking. Damn it! Tang Hao cursed inwardly, and immediately wanted to jump out of the bushes, but as soon as he took a step, he was restrained by the green ape's sturdy long arms. He pulled him directly into his arms. At this moment, the tall and burly Tang Hao, nestled in the green ape's chest, actually looked like a little wife. Tang Hao's dark cheeks were red, full of shame and anger, and he gritted his teeth. Let me go, you bastard! You beast! The green ape's eyes darkened when he heard this, as if something terrifying was brewing. Is her husband a little too restless? With a cold snort, two long white mists gushed out of the green ape's huge nostrils that were like black holes. Then she clamped Tang Hao on her waist and prepared to return to the stone forest, her and Tang Hao's warm little home, to teach him a lesson. However, at this moment, a taller figure blocked them. Wu! The Titan Giant Ape was standing in front at this moment, looking at the green ape and Tang Hao in his arms, with a solemn look in his eyes. The Titan Giant Ape was a little stupid, and his intelligence was not as good as Xiao Wu and his elder brother. Even his human language was slow. So he didn't have much idea about the so-called Haoshan sect in his heart. In his eyes, it was just a group of humans. A pair of iron fists could crush a bunch of them. He didn't care much about searching for Tang Hao. But the Titan Ape had no choice but to follow these soul beasts and search for Tang Hao's traces here. Just now, when Chen Yao got the news about Tang Hao, he immediately asked the tricolor parrot to inform the Titan Ape. That's why the Titan Ape was able to arrive so quickly. Woo! At this moment, the Titan Ape stretched out his finger and pointed at the armpit of the green ape. Tang Hao, who had been fainted by the strong body odor, made a humming sound, signaling the green ape to hand him over. Woo! However, facing the 100,000-year-old Titan Ape, the green ape not only did not show any fear, but resolutely protected it behind him, with sharp eyes, looking at the Titan Ape with a warning. The Titan Ape was stunned when he saw this, and then a little angry, but he did not mean to take action at all, but made a severe humming sound. You want to disobey my orders for this human? I am your mother. Where is he? He is the husband I chose. The green ape stood in front of Tang Hao, his face firm, without moving a step. He is a human. Short. Thin. What qualifications does he have to be your husband? Your mother gave birth to you so beautifully, giving you a beautiful blue hair, and you are sought after by countless warriors of my ape tribe. Why do you choose such a useless human? And this human is also the wanted person of Sister Xiaowu. The Titan Giant Ape had obviously lost his mind at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily at the green ape. Chapter 82 Smart Titan Ape. Humph, those guys from the ape tribe are all crude and vulgar, not like him, who is so small and delicate that people can't wait to hold him in their mouths. Speaking of Tang Hao, the green ape's expression became gentle again, and his huge fingers gently stroked the rough and dark cheeks of the unconscious Tang Hao in his arms. There was a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a beautiful sleeping beauty. But then he remembered that the Titan Ape was present, and he suppressed his excitement, held Tang Hao in his arms, looked at the Titan Ape fearlessly, and spoke firmly. In short, those guys from the ape tribe are not worthy of my beauty. He is the husband I want. Now, you choose, whether to help that damn rabbit, your little sister, or to help my biological sister. If you dare to choose that rabbit, I will not live either. After I die, I will go to my mother and tell her that I dreamed of a damn soft-bone pink rabbit in the forest that abandoned my biological sister and killed her. You. When the Titan Giant Ape heard what the green ape said, his brain, which was not enough to use, was about to explode. His hands scratched his ears and the hair on his head in a somewhat irritable manner. Are you still hesitating? Damn Titan, you are finished. I am going to go down and tell my mother about you. Looking at the Titan Giant Ape scratching his ears and cheeks, the green ape glared with a determined look on his face. Sure enough, seeing the green ape like this, the Titan Giant Ape was instantly frightened and sat on the ground in an instant. Although it is now domineering in the forest, it is actually most afraid of its old mother. Even though the old mother is no longer here, it is still afraid. And it is even more afraid of its sister, who will really do something stupid for this human. In the end, it can only make a weak voice like a deflated ball. You okay? Take him to the previous location quickly, otherwise the human will come, and then Sister Xiaowu will probably come too. She and Big Brother are now determined to kill this human, and I can't protect him then. The green ape's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he nodded heavily, said happily. Thank you, Big Brother. If I can't survive the 100,000-year robbery in the future, I will definitely speak well of you to my mother when I go down. As he said this, the green ape took Tang Hao and nimbly moved on those thick ancient trees. In a few breaths, he disappeared from the sight of the Titan Giant Ape. After hearing this, the Titan Giant Ape was stunned on the spot. The next moment, a strong sadness flashed in its eyes. Yes, its sister has been practicing for more than 90,000 years, and with the progress of her soul power, she will probably have to survive the robbery in a few years. As a 100,000-year soul beast, it knows very well how terrifying and difficult that hurdle is. Its mother died in that robbery, and as a Titan Giant Ape that returned to its ancestors, it was also a life and death struggle before it could barely survive. And now, its sister has nothing special to support it through that robbery. In other words, it, the Titan Ape, is about to lose the last real relative in this world. For a moment, its inner sadness is beyond words. But soon, it slowly stood up from the ground, its back straight, its tall body like a towering mountain, blocking the sun, as if it stood upright, unshakable. Determination flashed in its eyes. At this moment, it left Xiao Wu, its elder brother, and that shitty Haoshan sect. At this moment, it is just a brother. It wants to fulfill its subsequent wishes for its sister. No one can find that human and disturb its sister. Where is that human? Soon after, Chen Yao brought a Yin here, looking at the Titan Ape, who was straight and seemed to exude a completely different style from before. His eyes narrowed. Looking around, there was no sign of Tang Hao, so he asked. I don't know, it seems I'm late. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at A Yin behind him. A Yin was also panicked at this moment, and quickly began to communicate with the nearby blue-silver grass. Seeing A Yin, the Titan Giant Ape's eyes flashed with a strange color. As a 100,000-year soul beast, it naturally knew the special ability of the blue-silver emperor. Since it wanted to help its sister, how could it not be on guard? As early as just now, after the green ape and the others left, it cleaned up the blue-silver grass nearby. Although the area was not large, at least it would not let the information of the green ape and the others be leaked. It can be said that for the sake of its sister, the Titan Giant Ape's brain at this moment has turned to the peak of a 100,000-year beast life. Sure enough, after a moment, A Yin opened his eyes with difficulty, shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and said, there is no way to sense it. The blue-silver grass that sensed Tang Hao before seemed to have been cleared away. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this. Why did Tang Hao know A Yin's ability? Has he escaped from the Xingde Great Forest now? However, he could not care about so much at the moment. Chen Yao asked again. If the answer he got from A Yin was affirmative, he would have to leave the Xingde Great Forest immediately. Because after Tang Hao left, this forest would usher in a catastrophe. If it followed the original trajectory, these 100,000-year soul beasts would be no different from toys in the hands of the titled Douluo elders brought by Bibi Dong. Now, if they knew that Tang Xiao died in the Xingde forest, the Haoshan sect would probably come out in full force. Those 7 or 8 titled Douluo with the Haoshan hammer martial spirit were no joke. However, just when Chen Yao was about to retreat, A Yin spoke again. No, only a small part of the blue-silver grass was cleared. If he really wanted to leave the Star Do forest, I would not have failed to sense it. He should have just hidden again. Hearing this, Chen Yao felt relieved, and then looked at the Titan Ape and said, is there any place nearby that is not covered by blue-silver grass? Tang Hao's injury has not healed yet, so he should not have run far. There is only one stone forest the soul beasts have searched and found nothing, the Titan Ape responded. At this moment, its IQ was at its peak. If it said that there was nothing, it would definitely arouse suspicion when it was investigated. It would be better to directly tell that there was nothing unusual. Chen Yao nodded when he heard this. He did not doubt the Titan Ape. He really couldn't think of any reason for a soul beast that had a long-standing grudge against humans to help Tang Hao. Especially for a fool like the Titan Ape. In that case, you should continue the search. At least don't let him leave the forest. I don't believe that he can hide for long with his serious injury. After killing that human, I will keep my promise and release the Blue-Silver Emperor. After that, Chen Yao turned around and left with the Blue-Silver Emperor in disappointment. Chapter 83 Taking the Gu 4 months later, in a slightly decorated and slightly luxurious cave. Chen Yao, sitting cross-legged on a large bed made of precious ancient wood, slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. In 4 months, I have increased my soul power by 2 levels after compression and purification. It's not bad. Chen Yao felt the 67-level soul power surging in his body, pondered in his heart, and smiled. This speed of soul power improvement was definitely something he had never dared to think about in Wuhun city before. But the short after the joy, there was another wave of anxiety. Although his soul power progressed gratifyingly, there was no news about Tang Hao. What went wrong? How could I not find him? Chen Yao was puzzled, frowned slightly, and then gave up thinking. Forget it, since I can't find him, I won't look for him. Xiao Wu and the others know the importance of Tang Hao, so they will naturally not let him go. I can't waste time here any longer. Chen Yao's mind flashed, and then he suddenly shouted. A Yin. As soon as the voice fell, a figure with a graceful figure but shackles outside the cave slowly walked in. After 4 months, the girl has undergone many changes. Her tender cheeks have been completely opened, her nose is straight, her eyebrows are charming, and she has an elegant charm. It seems like a delicate person walking out of a painting. But the person is now walking heavily and looking sad. During this period, although Chen Yao was immersed in cultivation, allowing A Yin to have some free time, but now that she is out of retreat, won't her previous nightmare days come again? A Yin, there is still no news about Tang Hao. Chen Yao looked at A Yin in front of him, a flash of heat flashed in his eyes, but his face was calm and indifferent, as if he was simply asking. No, the blue-silver grasses did not send back any information. A Yin shook her head, but seemed to be afraid of making Chen Yao unhappy. A Yin added. But don't worry, I can be sure that Tang Hao is still in the Xingde Great Forest. With the control of the blue-silver grass, he can't go out. And as a human, he can't hide in the forest for a long time anyway. I believe his trace will be discovered soon. However, Chen Yao shook his head and said. Soon? I remember you said the same thing 4 months ago, right? I can't wait that long. A Yin panicked when she heard this, and was about to explain, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked down, only to find that a thick black tentacle had pierced her chest. Although it has no effect, thank you for your care during this period. Have a good journey. Your soul bone will merge with mine, and then you can live in another way. Chen Yao said politely, but his eyes flashed with an icy coldness that frightened everyone who saw it. After the voice fell, Chen Yao pulled out the tentacle from A Yin's chest. Plop! The next moment, A Yin's body fell to the ground, and there was no sound. Her face remained shocked, her chest was empty, and blood was all around, like a broken rag doll, delicate and beautiful. After confirming that A Yin's breath was no longer fluctuating, Chen Yao leaned over and groped her body. After a moment, he curled his lips and pulled his hand out of the broken flesh. He was holding a hard object with a faint blue light, leaving a scarlet bloodstain. 100,000 years of blue-silver Emperor's soul bone. Looking at the soul bone with warm blood in his hand, Chen Yao was happy, and then glanced at A Yin, who was slowly rising a scarlet halo. It's a pity, the attributes are so different that even Heijia can't be turned right. It's not suitable for me, it's a waste. Chen Yao secretly thought it was a pity, but he didn't think too much about it. After putting away the soul bone, he turned around and left without any hesitation. However, not long after Chen Yao left. In the cave, A Yin's body gradually became cold, and the remaining wool floating in the air was about to disappear. Suddenly, a green light emanated from nowhere and emerged in the cave, gathering A Yin's wool that was about to collapse and keeping it together. Then, in the green light, a vague figure with graceful curves loomed. The figure looked at A Yin's refocused wool in the air, and then looked at the slightly cool body on the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, the figure's skirt sleeves swung, and the scarlet soul ring on A Yin's body suddenly shattered, turning into a powerful energy that spread into the air. Now that your soul beast foundation is completely destroyed, after my divine power has re-injected life, it can be regarded as a real human being. This is not against the rules. With a soft murmur, the shadow waved his fingertips, and after throwing A Yin's consciousness into the body, he crushed the body and soul on the ground together, turning into a pool of scarlet blood mist. But the blood mist did not dissipate, wrapped in the surrounding green and majestic life force. The pool of blood mist actually condensed again as if time was flowing backwards, and turned into an extremely pure body. Looking at his masterpiece, a touch of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the figure. In this way, it is considered to be successful. You, the Blue-Silver Emperor, are lucky. If it weren't for the evil guy who suddenly found a successor in this place and was proud of his kindness in the God King Council all day, I wouldn't have put in this effort to reshape your body for you. The figure hummed softly. In fact, she had noticed this Blue-Silver Emperor a long time ago, which was very consistent with her inheritance. Unfortunately, the identity of the Blue-Silver Emperor was destined to have no chance with her inheritance. I wanted to give up and look for it in other planes, but who made the evil look so annoying some time ago? She was so angry that she wanted to create a legacy even if she interfered with the lower world. She projected the projection over, but unexpectedly found that Chen Yao's killing. But she did not stop it. Someone helped her, which could reduce her energy to the minimum. Why not? She even took advantage of the situation and blocked those eyes and ears who were paying attention to this cave. This is why Chen Yao was clearly ready to sacrifice the Ice and Fire Dragon King Soul Bone and the 9 Nether Black Lotus to fight with those 100,000-year soul beasts. Unexpectedly, there was no movement or obstruction, and he was able to leave easily. But the little girl has a lot of resentment. Waking up with such a state of mind does not meet the inheritance standard of the god of life. Forget it, we have already done this step, and it doesn't matter anymore. As he said, another glittering green light emerged, wrapping the body with white skin and beautiful face on the ground, followed by a sense of purification. After a moment, the green light dissipated, and the temperament of the girl on the ground was also completely different from before. Even though his eyes were closed at this moment, he exuded a gentleness that was close to all things, but it was also mixed with a touch of majesty, high above. It was impossible to climb up, and people could only look up to him and worship him. It's almost done. The divine test has come. Little girl, I hope you won't let me down and waste your efforts. In that faint murmur, the blurred figure filled with green slowly disappeared in the halo of the sky. Similarly, the fluorescence in the cave also slowly dissipated and returned to its previous appearance. Only the girl was left, lying on the cold ground. Chapter 84 Bibi Dong's Guess. Go find Yu Xiaogang first, retrieve the martial soul energy, and then refine the soul bone. After stepping out of the Xingde Great Forest, Chen Yao planned in his heart. As for the unexpected smooth journey out of the forest, he was too lazy to think about it. It would be best if he killed the Blue-Silver Emperor without attracting attention. Even if he did, with his various trump cards, those 100,000-year soul beasts could not stop him. As he was thinking, Chen Yao looked around and saw a luxurious carriage passing by. He approached it in a friendly way and got on the carriage. As for the owner of the carriage, although he was frightened, he was intact. Chen Yao just borrowed some gold soul coins for backup and then rushed out to drive. If there was no conflict of interest, he would not kill for no reason. He knew that he was guilty, so in his spare time, he could accumulate some virtue, which was better than nothing. When the carriage slowly drove away from the coverage of the Stardo forest and slowly headed towards the border of Tiandu city, Chen Yao also began to gradually sense the existence of martial soul energy. His face was slightly stunned. After he left the Sunset Forest, he passed through the Tiandu Empire and could sense that Yu Xiaogang was in a border town of Tiandu city. But at this moment, he was transferred and appeared in a place that was somewhat unexpected by Chen Yao. What is he doing in Wuhan city? Chen Yao was confused and hesitated, but finally decided to take the risk to go to Wuhan city. It was urgent to retrieve the energy from Yu Xiaogang. This was related to Chen Yao's sixth soul skill. Thinking of it, Chen Yao immediately spoke out and ordered the driver outside to change the route of the rich businessman who was originally going to Tiandu city. The rich businessman looked sad, but did not dare to resist. He pulled the reins and drove in a different direction from before. A few days later, Chen Yao stood in front of the gate of Wuhan city, looking at the familiar gate in front of him, with a touch of memories in his eyes. But then he didn't think about it anymore and went straight to the city gate. Stop, proof of identity. Chen Yao was not like before, he could take out the deacon token and then enter the city arrogantly. Now he doesn't have a decent identity, and maybe he is already a dead man in the spirit hall. I am a soul master who practices alone outside. I have not joined any forces and have no identity certificate. Chen Yao said in a hoarse and indistinguishable voice. What is the purpose of entering the city? Hearing this, the guard raised his eyebrows and asked. I heard that the spirit city accepts soul masters like us, so I thought of coming to see what's going on. As he said this, Chen Yao took out 5 gold soul coins from his arms, threw them to the guard, and released his level 67 soul power, but did not release the soul ring. It turns out to be Lord Soul Emperor. Please come in quickly. The news you heard is true. Our spirit hall welcomes powerful soul masters like you who have no place to go. Here, there is no complicated network of relationships. As long as you have strong strength, you can get the corresponding treatment. The guard felt Chen Yao's soul power and his heart trembled, but after seeing the 5 gold soul coins, he smiled again and took them quickly with a flattering smile. Chen Yao nodded when he heard it, and he agreed with the guard's words in his heart. Although he was also doing the favors when he was in the spirit hall, accepting gifts and giving gifts, this was limited to the periphery of the spirit hall, and only those small fry could play this game. At the middle and high levels, except for those with great backgrounds and connections, everything else depends on strength, and nothing else is considered. Therefore, compared with other sects, the spirit hall is truly fair and just to those civilian soul masters. If Chen Yao had not offended the current Pope Bibi Dong, he would have wanted to continue to improve his martial arts skills. In the spirit hall, he practiced peacefully. But unfortunately, he didn't dare to hang around in front of Bibi Dong now. With a sigh in his heart and shaking his head, Chen Yao walked into the city facing the flattering and respectful look of the guard. In the spirit hall, he went to find Bibi Dong. Chen Yao sensed the location of the spirit, his eyes flashed with strange colors, and then he went in the direction of the spirit hall. Afterwards, Chen Yao settled in a hidden place outside the hall, his figure became illusory and merged into the darkness, waiting for Yu Xiaogang to appear. And at this moment, just as Chen Yao was waiting outside, in the Pope's hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat on the throne, with her fist against her cheek, looking at Yu Xiaogang who was pleading below. After hearing what he said before, her originally calm and indifferent eyes finally produced some waves. Slightly straightening up, with a scrutinizing look, Bibi Dong asked with a somewhat unstable mood. Your second martial soul, the soul power of your second martial soul has completely stopped improving half a year ago, and it is still unusable. Half a year ago, isn't that almost the same time as the collapse of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest? Guessing a certain possibility, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, Pope Dong, you are the owner of twin martial souls, and you have successfully cultivated them to the titled Douluo. I want to know what caused this. Yu Xiaogang asked excitedly at this moment. During this period, he has been studying his martial soul in the Academy Co founded with Flanders, but there has been no progress. He had no choice but to find a way to come to the martial soul city. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to still have him in her heart at this moment, but he hoped that Bibi Dong could solve this problem for him because of their old relationship. Hearing this, Bibi Dong thought of something, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said with a calm face. Although I also want to answer you, unfortunately, I haven't encountered the situation you described, but I can check if there is any record in the literature. You can stay in Wuhan city for a few days and wait for my notice. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with disappointment when he didn't get the answer he wanted, but he saw some hope after hearing Bibi Dong's next words. There is no other way now, it can only be like this. Yu Xiaogang nodded helplessly, then turned and left with a lonely expression. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's leaving back, Bibi Dong slowly stood up, narrowed her eyes, and when his figure completely disappeared in front of the Pope's palace, her expression suddenly changed and she shouted softly. Yuegwen, Ghost Elder. As the voice fell, two figures suddenly appeared in the Pope's palace. Your Excellency the Pope, what do you want? The two knelt on one knee, their voices respectful. Go and follow Yu Xiaogang. If anyone approaches him and attacks him, immediately crush this purple bead and inform me. Then I want you to hold the person who attacked until I arrive. After the voice fell, Bibi Dong threw a purple bead that was round and radiated a faint luster to the two of them. Bibi Dong recalled the strange behavior of Chen Yao in retaining the evil Fang soul ring for Yu Xiaogang, and combined it with the martial soul controlled by Chen Yao in Yu Xiaogang's body. It is a guess that Chen Yao's martial soul is probably in some kind of parasitic way, staying in Yu Xiaogang's body. Now that the nutrients are absorbed sufficiently, if Chen Yao is really not dead, he will definitely go to Yu Xiaogang and take back the martial soul. Although Bibi Dong herself is not sure, this is just her guess, but just for this guess, she did not hesitate to send two titled Douluo confidants to ensure that everything is foolproof. Yes, Your Holiness. After receiving the purple beads, the two of them said respectfully, and then quietly pushed out of the Pope's palace. Chapter 85 Recovering the Martial Soul. Outside the Martial Soul Palace, Chen Yao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yu Xiaogang walking out slowly. At the same time, he also clearly felt the state of the dark martial soul in Yu Xiaogang's body. Level 47? Sure enough, when I was refining the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, the dark martial soul here was also affected, so Yu Xiaogang had to practice. Muttering in his heart, looking at Yu Xiaogang's back getting farther and farther away, Chen Yao followed him quietly. After a while, seeing Yu Xiaogang walk into a dark alley, Chen Yao no longer hesitated and flashed out. You are. Looking at Chen Yao, who was wrapped in black mist, Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned. However, Chen Yao did not want to talk nonsense with him. The tentacles jumped out and went straight into Yu Xiaogang's eyebrows. Before Yu Xiaogang could react, he lost consciousness. Soon, as Chen Yao's soul power surged, a thick darkness appeared around Yu Xiaogang. This was his martial soul. And in this darkness, there was a small beast covered with black scales, with ferocious horns and wings on its back. This was Yu Xiaogang's original martial soul, Luo Sanbao. Or, it was the Holy Dragon of Light. But now, because Yu Xiaogang was previously obsessed with the martial soul of darkness, he ignored it. This holy dragon of light had already been washed by darkness. Now, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the Dark Dragon. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Yao's eyes, and he pulled it over. First, he took the darkness into his body. Soon, Chen Yao felt a sense of harmony. His martial soul was complete again, without any omissions. A touch of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the little dragon on the ground. At this moment, the little dragon he was looking up, staring at him with his eyes as dark as ink, his eyes full of curiosity. Then Xiao Long felt the dark breath on Chen Yao that made him feel extremely comfortable and familiar, and he came to his feet with courage, rubbed against him, and looked satisfied. Seeing Xiaolong's intimate look, Chen Yao grinned, stretched out his tentacles, picked him up, and placed him in front of him. And Xiaolong didn't show any fear on his face. He looked at Chen Yao curiously with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to remember his appearance and imprint it in his heart. "Little guy, there is a place that is very suitable for you." Chen Yao smiled, and the soul ring behind him appeared. The last dark red soul ring rose up. After feeling Xiaolong's breath, a suction force came out. The illusory Xiaolong was pulled into the dark red soul ring, and then the soul ring fell silent again. But Chen Yao's smile was not suppressed. He knew that his sixth soul skill was not far from being fully nurtured. After doing all this, Chen Yao looked down at the unconscious Yu Xiaogang on the ground, and urged his tentacles to slap his head down. Yu Xiaogang had released malice and murderous thoughts to him before, but Chen Yao chose to ignore it because of Bibi Dong. But now, there was nothing to say, and he sent him on his last journey. However, just as the tentacles were about to fall and smash his fragile head into pieces, slender chrysanthemum yellow petals suddenly began to fall from the air, accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation. This made Chen Yao's tentacles unable to move forward even a little bit. Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum. Chen Yao's soul guide contained a Qirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum. How could he not recognize what he saw at the moment? His eyes widened, full of surprise. Then Chen Yao activated his soul power without hesitation, and the lotus mark on his forehead flashed black light. The next moment, the 9 nether black lotus condensed and appeared. He stepped on the black lotus and soared into the sky. This sudden martial spirit at this moment was so iconic. Qirong Tong Tianju, the martial spirit of Zhu Huaguan. Now 5 years have passed, and Zhu Huaguan is no longer the sole Douluo of the past. He is a genuine title Douluo, and he is one of the 2 generals of Pope Bibi Dong, along with the ghost. Chen Yao would never fight with him. However, just when Chen Yao was urging his soul power and wanted to escape from this place, an unexpected feminine scream suddenly sounded. "Not good, this kid is weird, old ghost." As soon as the voice fell, a black mist suddenly began to surge around the place where the golden petals were falling like rain of flowers. "Here it comes." Then, a cold and hoarse voice sounded in the black mist. Hearing this long-lost familiar voice, Chen Yao's face changed again. He never thought that Bibi Dong valued Yu Xiaogang so much as to send the 2 generals to protect him. "Hand on, don't let him get away." The sharp voice of the moonlight sounded, and then the surrounding golden black energy spread, covering Chen Yao. Seeing this, Chen Yao snorted coldly, and slapped his palm towards the 9 nether black lotus seat under him. Suddenly, the surrounding lotus petals seemed to come alive, stretched out, and extended out, dispersing the golden black mist with the terrible energy of the title Douluo around. "Hey!" A surprised voice sounded, and then a figure emerged in the golden rain of flowers. On that face that was indistinguishable from yin and yang, looking at Chen Yao, there was a look of shock and surprise. This is Jiu." The moonlight recognized the black lotus under Chen Yao's seat, and was a little unbelievable that he could actually encounter such an immortal item. However, compared to the moonlight who was shocked by the immortal item, the ghost Douluo didn't know any immortal grass. He only knew that he had to complete the Pope's task and keep the person in front of him. His figure flashed, like a ghost in the night, and the next moment he appeared in front of Chen Yao, a dark light blade condensed in his hand, and chopped heavily at Chen Yao. Seeing this, Chen Yao's eyes were stern, and then the extended lotus petals around him quickly gathered to form a flower bud, wrapping Chen Yao. Crack! The dark light blade fell on the flower bud, and there was only a slight scratching sound, and then it spread in the air, without even leaving a trace on the black lotus. Seeing this scene, even the ghost with a dead aura and a cold face was surprised at this moment. You know, this pitch-black light blade seems to be released casually, but the energy contained in it is difficult for even a soul Douluo to resist. Could it be that he and Yu Guan had misjudged this person before, and this person was not a soul emperor, but a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo? Old ghost, what's wrong? At this time, Yu Guan, who had come back to his senses, also stepped forward and asked. It didn't cause any damage, and I don't know where the strong man came from. Hearing the ghost's doubts, Yu Guan explained subconsciously. No, it's not a strong man, he is a soul emperor, that is the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. However, while the two were talking, the flower bud stretched out, revealing the figure of Chen Yao inside. Chapter 86. Is it fun to pretend to be dead? Chen Yao. But at this moment, Chen Yao's condition did not look too good. Although the ghost failed to kill Chen under the protection of the 9 nether black lotus, Yao caused damage, but activating the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus consumed too much of Chen Yao's soul power, and he couldn't replenish it no matter what. Just defending 2 attacks, most of his soul power was gone. Looking at the 2 people floating in the air in front of him, Chen Yao's eyes were gloomy, and then his mind moved, and a thick black fog began to spread around his body, gradually wrapping his figure and becoming blurred. At this moment, Gui Mei, who learned about the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus from Yu Guan, also had a flash of heat in his eyes. He stood in place, wanting to see what tricks this soul emperor could use the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus. But after a while, looking at the black fog that was still motionless, Gui Mei's face changed and he shouted. No, this kid is running. Chase. Then Gui Mei's figure flashed, broke through the black fog, his eyes flashed around, and then locked onto the outside of the city and rushed away. Yu Guan's expression also moved when he heard this, and he hurried to catch up. At this moment, Chen Yao, who had already arrived outside the city, saw that Gui Mei and Yueguan had reacted, so he stopped hiding and suppressing himself, and urged his own soul power, causing the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus to start to speed up crazily. The 2 people who were about to disappear in the night as Chen Yao's figure gradually blurred looked solemn at this moment. They dared not imagine what would happen to them if Bibi Dong's personal instructions were not completed. The 2 looked at each other at this moment, nodded at the same time, and then a loud and clear shout rang out from their mouths. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Bipolar Static Field. Suddenly, the golden chrysanthemum and the ghost behind the 2 began to merge. At the same time, a strange energy wave spread out, as if it was descending, and it acted on Chen Yao, who was running in front without any signs. Chen Yao's face changed. At this moment, although his mind was still agile and clear, and he could perceive the outside world, his body seemed to be in an area where time was frozen and he could not move. Feeling the auras of the 2 titled Douluo behind him getting closer and closer, Chen Yao's heart became ruthless, no longer caring about the little soul power he had left at the moment. With his mind, he moved his arms, and suddenly, 2 auras like the primeval world burst out from his body. Strange black flames and dark eyes filled his body. Under the effect of these 2 energies, the solid space around him, which was frozen in time, actually heard a series of crisp cracking sounds. What is this? At this time, looking at the field that was beginning to crumble, Yu Guan and the other 2 were stunned. The bipolar static field can be said to be the foundation of their existence. Since they figured out this martial soul fusion technique, they can be said to be invincible and have never failed. But now, looking at the ultimate move that is about to collapse, how can they not be horrified? Boom! Just as the 2 were stunned, the 2 polar static fields finally couldn't bear the violent energy of the 2 intertwined ice and fire, and suddenly shattered. Puff! The martial soul fusion technique was forcibly dismantled and disintegrated, which also brought a terrifying backlash to Yu Guan and the others. They both vomited blood at the same time, and their breath was weak. But in the distance, Chen Yao was also in a bad mood at this moment. He used these 2 soul bones forcefully, causing his soul power to be almost exhausted, and his face was extremely pale. However, seeing Yu Guan and the others vomiting blood and obviously unable to continue chasing, Chen Yao's heart was also slightly relaxed. Just when he wanted to activate the Black Lotus and leave this place, a figure, who didn't know when, blocked him in front of him, stepped into the air with both feet, and looked at him with a smile. Seeing the person coming, Chen Yao's expression suddenly changed drastically. The person wearing a crown, with snow-like hair, was tied behind his head. Holding a scepter and wearing a black robe, he exuded a majestic aura in every move. Looking at his face again, the beautiful curves and the facial features that seemed to be made by nature were so beautiful. Who else could it be but Bibi Dong? At this moment, Chen Yao's eyes were filled with haze. He still hadn't figured out why Yu Xiaogang was guarded by the two generals Heng and Ha. Could it be that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang had reconciled? At this moment, Bibi Dong looked at Chen Yao, who was full of dark and terrifying aura, and the Yueguan ghost behind him who was constantly vomiting blood and had a weak breath, and said with a playful smile. It seems that you have changed a lot in the past few years of pretending to be dead, Chen Yao. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Chen Yao's face changed under the hood, but then he calmed down and refuted. I don't know what you are talking about, Pope. I just heard that Wuhan city welcomes all civilian soul masters in the world, and I came here because of its reputation. But I never thought that I would be treated like this by your excellency. It's really eye-opening. He didn't know whether Bibi Dong had investigated Yu Xiaogang's situation. He knew that his martial soul had been recovered by him and could no longer be used as a threat, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity easily. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's playfulness on his face was restrained, and he became a little cold, saying, Don't want to admit it. Are you afraid to face me? Is it fun to pretend to be dead, Chen Yao? I said, I don't know who Chen Yao is in the Pope's mouth. Chen Yao pulled off his hood and said calmly, but in his heart he was anxiously hoping that Bibi Dong could not recognize him. Now the night was hazy, and the two were at a certain distance. Bibi Dong couldn't see clearly, and could only see a strange face. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's face changed, and she was restless. Could it be that the hope she thought of was finally gone? Was it all in vain? She found it hard to accept such a result and almost went crazy. But she soon calmed down and stared at Chen Yao. To distinguish a person's identity, it is not just based on appearance. At least, this pure dark soul power is not something that ordinary people can possess. While thinking, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed, and then she pointed a finger suddenly, and a dark beam of light burst out and bombarded Chen Yao. The soul power on this black light was surging and terrifying, with a destructive breath. Feeling the strong threat, Chen Yao's face changed drastically. Now his soul power was exhausted, and it was difficult to drive the Black Lotus and Soul Bone to exert their power. At the critical moment of life and death, he no longer cared about his identity being exposed, and subconsciously urged his martial soul, and countless tentacles emerged and hit the black light. However, when the tentacles touched the black light, the expected explosive energy did not erupt. Just a light touch, the black light was suddenly annihilated. It's just a facade? Chen Yao was stunned when he saw this, and then he realized that Bibi Dong was deceiving him. While Chen Yao was thinking, Bibi Dong had already come to him. With a playful look on her face, she stretched out her jade hand, grabbed a tentacle in her hand, and said jokingly, I haven't seen this thing for a long time, don't you think, Civilian Soul Master? Chapter 87 You will understand in the future. Chen Yao's eyes twitched when he heard this, but his face remained basically calm. He took a deep breath and said, The former saint has become the high and mighty Pope. I want to congratulate you, Bibi Dong. I don't think you are congratulating me. Bibi Dong shook her head, then stepped slowly in the air, approaching Chen Yao. Seeing this scene, Chen Yao's scalp suddenly numbed and he wanted to retreat. Even though Bibi Dong's expression was normal and she even had a faint smile on her face, Chen Yao could sense something different from that smile. Subconsciously, he thought that it was Bibi Dong's killing intention towards him. But now his body was empty. Even though he had recovered some soul power during the conversation, it was still a drop in the bucket to support him to use the 9 nether Black Lotus again. Just as Chen Yao was stiff, Bibi Dong had already walked up to him, stepped on the lotus seat, and slowly leaned down. The tips of their noses were almost touching. Chen Yao could smell Bibi Dong's breath with a faint fragrance. You have changed a lot now, not only in appearance. In just 5 years, you have broken through to the Soul Emperor, and even with the strength of the Soul Emperor, you almost broke through the pursuit of the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. It is really impressive. You must have gained some benefits from the water, right? As she said, Bibi Dong looked at the 5 black and 1 red terrifying configuration soul rings behind Chen Yao, and raised the corner of her lips. She had the answer in her mind and continued. You have obtained some kind of inheritance, right? It makes you proud to change your own destiny. I was wondering why there was no result after several years of exploration. It turned out that the power of that existence was interfering. Bibi Dong's voice was full of emotion. But Chen Yao was numb. His experience was almost guessed by Bibi Dong, who had not seen him for many years. This was completely different from Chen Yao's impression of Bibi Dong. Back then, although Bibi Dong was also smart, her behavior was still a little childish. But now, he seems so experienced, it is hard to imagine what Bibi Dong has experienced in these years. Especially, Bibi Dong can actually guess that he has obtained the inheritance, which proves that it is the same for him. Rakshasa God. Chen Yao guessed in his heart and secretly groaned. Seeing that Chen Yao did not reply and looked sad, Bibi Dong smiled and continued. In fact, you should have come out half a year ago, right? You have delayed returning to Wuhan city until now, and you are still hiding. Why are you so afraid that I know you are still alive? As she said, Bibi Dong stretched out her palm to Chen Yao's cheek and stroked it gently, with a strange look in her eyes, and looked carefully. Listening to Bibi Dong's inexplicable tone and strange expression, Chen Yao felt a chill in his spine and gritted his teeth. How did you know I would attack Yu Xiao Gang? Now that Bibi Dong had said so much, how could Chen Yao not guess that the two generals sent by Bibi Dong were here just for him? It's just intuition. With your personality, you were a little too concerned about Yu Xiao Gang in the Star Do Great Forest. So today, after Yu Xiao Gang told me that his martial spirit could not be used, I felt that you might still be alive. Maybe you were planning something on Yu Xiao Gang, which was related to your martial spirit. Bibi Dong winked at Chen Yao playfully, like a little girl seeking credit, not at all the majestic and inviolable Pope in the eyes of others. Because of this guess, you sent two titled Douluo to follow him? Do you hate me so much? Chen Yao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Bibi Dong hated him to the bone. She would not let go of even a slight possibility and had to pull him out and grind him to ashes? Otherwise, if there was only one title Douluo here today, Chen Yao would have fled far away and would not have been in this situation. It's just Douluo. If I can find you, it's totally worth it. As for hatred. Speaking of this, Bibi Dong paused and looked into Chen Yao's eyes, revealing an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. I really hated you at first, but later I gradually found that it seemed to be more than just hatred. I couldn't figure out what was going on until you disappeared from the spring. Then I gradually figured it out. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Chen Yao's face was stunned. What do you mean? However, Bibi Dong did not answer him, but just put her head close to his ear and chuckled. Since you don't understand now, it's useless for me to explain too much. In the future, you will understand. The next day, Chen Yao, wearing an elder's uniform, stood in the magnificent Pope's palace. Looking at his colleagues wearing the same uniform and Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the throne in front of him, looking elegant and dignified, exuding a faint deterrence, the whole person was still in a state of confusion. Originally, yesterday, Chen Yao saw Bibi Dong's unparalleled strength. After he had gained great strength, he planned to use the last means of survival to cut off his tail and survive. But he found that Bibi Dong did not seem to have the intention to kill him and did not attack him. Instead, she took him back to the spirit hall. Just when Chen Yao thought that Bibi Dong was going to take him back to the hall to torture him, Bibi Dong put him in a manner. That was the residence of Chen Yao in the spirit hall, opposite Bibi Dong. At that time, looking at the house that was exactly the same as that year, without any changes, Chen Yao had not come back to his senses, and Bibi Dong threw out a set of clothes. Tell Chen Yao, now he is an elder of the spirit hall and will report to the Pope's palace tomorrow. Then he turned around and left without doing anything. After Bibi Dong left, Chen Yao slowly came back to his senses. After struggling for a long time, he finally chose to wait until the next day and came to the Pope's palace. So there was this scene now. At this moment, Chen Yao looked at the majestic Bibi Dong and couldn't help but murmured in his heart. Now that Bibi Dong knew that Yu Xiao Gang was no longer under his control, why didn't he just kill him to vent his hatred in the past? However, just when Chen Yao was at a loss when the explanation was given, Bibi Dong above suddenly spoke. Elder Chen Yao, last night he caused a disturbance in Wuhan city, and escaped the pursuit of Zhu and Gui, two Douluo elders, with his sole emperor cultivation. I see that he is quite capable, so I will not pursue his faults. I will absorb him into Wuhan Hall and promote him to the position of elder. You two should get to know each other now. After the voice fell, everyone in the field looked at Chen Yao. After the meeting, the rest of the elders had left. At this moment, only Chen Yao and Bibi Dong were left in the huge Pope's hall. What do you mean by doing this? Chen Yao finally couldn't help but ask at this moment. I caught a cold, I can't stand it anymore, there is another chapter to be posted after I wake up. Chapter 88 Little Girl. Hearing this, a strange color flashed in Bibi Dong's gorgeous eyes. Her heart was extremely complicated towards Chen Yao, with hatred, anger, but also love, and physical habits of the past. All these things intertwined together, making it impossible for Bibi Dong to stay close to him naturally, and also unable to tolerate his departure. This made her not know how to express it, so she simply kept Chen Yao in the spirit hall and didn't let him out of her sight. As for the rest, let it go. Then Bibi Dong calmed down her mood and spoke lightly. I said, you will understand in the future. As for now, as I said at the meeting just now, you have obtained the inheritance of a certain existence, which is unique on the mainland and a rare genius. You should regard it as my appreciation and stay in the spirit hall to make up for your mistakes. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this, and said with distrust. Make up for my mistakes? Are you sure that I can make up for my mistakes by working for the spirit hall? Can you let it go and pretend that nothing happened before? Do you think it's possible? Make up for my mistakes, as much as you can. Bibi Dong smiled when she heard this. As early as the moment she met Chen Yao in the restaurant, the two of them were destined to be entangled, and Chen Yao was destined to make up for her loss for eternity. What if I don't want to? Chen Yao's eyes twitched suddenly, and he tried hard to ask him to do it. Bibi Dong still had to take revenge. Is that what he meant? You can try. You should not be able to accept some compulsory means. Or if you have any means of escape, you can use them. You can try to see if I can turn the entire continent upside down and find you. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Bibi Dong's expression did not change. She leaned carelessly on the Pope's chair and used her soul power to trim her nails, but Chen Yao could hear the coldness in Bibi Dong's voice. Hearing this, Chen Yao began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. It is indeed as Bibi Dong said, he still has a way to save his life and escape. However, his hesitation was not because he was afraid that Bibi Dong could dig 3 feet into the ground and pull him out. But this method is a bit costly, and Chen Yao felt a chill down his spine just thinking about it. Now Bibi Dong doesn't seem to be in a hurry to kill him, so he might as well stay in the spirit hall for a while and improve his strength. When Bibi Dong really wants to kill him, it will be easier for him to escape. Thinking about it, Chen Yao nodded and said. Okay, you have the final say since you have a higher cultivation level. I will take the position of elder. In that case, do your best for the spirit hall in the future. After saying this, Bibi Dong disappeared into the Pope's palace. For a period of time afterwards, Chen Yao lived in fear. He always believed that Bibi Dong kept him just to play with him. She wanted to attack him when he thought his life was safe, making him completely desperate. After all, Chen Yao only thought that Bibi Dong inherited the position of Rakshasa god. Based on his understanding of the mental state of the successor of Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong might really do such a thing. But as time went on, Chen Yao found that Bibi Dong really didn't find fault with him. He even couldn't see Bibi Dong except for the daily meetings in the Pope's palace. Unable to figure out Bibi Dong's train of thought, Chen Yao simply didn't embarrass himself. After all, he still had a card to guarantee the bottom line. At this moment, Chen Yao, who had seen things through, walked out of the spirit hall and came to the Tianxiang Tower, which he often visited in the past, intending to relax his tense nerves these days. But when the wine and food came, there was no follow-up process, and Chen Yao was a little confused. Then he pushed open the door of the wing room with a gloomy face, came to the corridor, pointed at the old procuress of the past, and shouted loudly. Is this how you do business in Tianxiang Tower now? Just serve wine and food? Where are the people who play the piano? Where are the people who sing? Where are the servants? I spent so much money in your top floor in vain? If you don't give me an explanation today, you can't open Tianxiang Tower. At this moment, Chen Yao was a little angry, and he took out his elder order. He had been having a hard time these days, so he came to Wuhun city to secretly collect some vegetables, but he ran into a ghost and was caught by Bibi Dong. He finally accepted his fate and planned to hang out in Wuhun city, but this century-old shop suddenly became a black shop. He couldn't do anything to Bibi Dong, but he couldn't do anything about Tianxianglu. Today, he would take advantage of his anger to rectify Tianxianglu, whose business was going from bad to worse, and give justice to all my male compatriots. Sir, calm down. Sir, calm down. At this moment, the old procuress with heavy makeup and a round figure ran to Chen Yao and said breathlessly. This elder, I hope you will forgive me for the poor hospitality, but this is the policy issued by the Spirit Hall, and we have to follow it. At this moment, the madam had a sad face. It was obvious that such hospitality was not what she wanted. Looking at the declining income, she was also very sad. Policy? What policy? Tell me. Chen Yao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Seeing that the store owner seemed to be unintentional, his anger was mostly gone, and he asked. It is our new pope. As soon as he took office, he ordered all the restaurants in the city to rectify. No waitresses were allowed to accompany the wine, and all acts of soliciting prostitutes for money were eliminated. What he said was to give Wuhan city a new atmosphere. When Chen Yao heard this, he was dumbfounded. Such a project that promotes economic development and can increase tax revenue, she just cut it. No one from the noble families in the city objected. The madam sighed and said. Opposed, the sole saint family in the city, the Wang family, led a team to protest at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Then what? Chen Yao asked. Then the grass on their graves is estimated to be 2 feet high. The old procuress said with a bitter face. Hearing this, Chen Yao's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath, said nothing more, and turned around and left. After a while, Chen Yao returned to his residence with depression. Just when he was about to open the door, a childish voice suddenly sounded behind him, calling him. Stop! Chen Yao looked back and found that a little girl about 3 or 4 years old, with golden curly hair, porcelain white face, pink lips, and delicate like a doll, was standing behind him, with her hands on her hips, scolding him. Where did the child come from? Go! Go home to your mother! Chen Yao raised his eyebrows. He was in a bad mood and had no intention of teasing a child, so he waved his hand in disdain. However, the little girl was angry when she heard it. Don't call me a child! And this is the house that Sister Dong ordered. No one is allowed to approach. Why are you here? Are you a suspicious person? Chapter 89 Jianrongxiu. Sister Dong? Bibi Dong. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard it, then turned around and began to look at the little girl. Ah! You are so brave! Sister Dong is the Pope, how dare you call her like that? The little girl's startled look made Chen Yao laugh and teased. I made a slip of the tongue, but as far as I know, the Pope has no brothers or sisters. Isn't it disrespectful to the Pope to call her like that? Humph! I lied to her, Sister Dong asked me to call her that. The little girl's face was full of pride and satisfaction. After hearing this, Chen Yao looked at the bright golden hair that was exactly the same as the previous Pope, and guessed the identity of the little girl. For a moment, Chen Yao looked strange and amused. I didn't expect that Bibi Dong and Jianrongxiu would break off their mother-daughter relationship and become real sisters. However, Chen Yao just wanted to have fun. This little ancestor is the only bloodline of the Jian family now, and there are countless eyes staring at him. Chen Yao didn't want to have too much contact with him, which would make him uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Chen Yao raised his hand and condensed a ball of darkness, handed it to Jianrongxiu, and said with a little smirk. Don't you want to know why I'm doing this? Try to feel this ball of energy, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, Jianrongxiu blinked her big watery eyes, believed Chen Yao's words, and subconsciously connected her mind. Although she hasn't awakened her martial soul yet, the most basic energy perception and meditation practice are still necessary. This is related to the innate soul power after awakening. But when Jianrongxiu touched the ball of dark energy, she suddenly felt nauseous and quickly let go of her hand, screaming. Ah! So disgusting! Then he hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Chen Yao shook his head. Just as darkness repels light, light also hates darkness. They are two extremes. In this case, Jianrongxiu should not bother him again. After thinking about it, Chen Yao put it behind his mind and pushed the door into the house. Since it is impossible to have fun in Wuhan city now, it is not bad to practice with peace of mind. It is better to practice to the title of Douluo as soon as possible, and you don't have to be afraid of this and that all day long. You can roam freely in the world. However, the next day. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the fierce knocking on the door outside, Chen Yao, who was practicing with his eyes closed, had veins on his forehead, and then he suddenly opened his eyes, flashed to the door, and pulled it open. Just as Chen Yao was about to curse, he suddenly found that the person who came was the little lowly, Jianrongxiu. Chen Yao's face suddenly turned black, and he said impatiently. The Pope let me live in this house. If you have any questions, go ask her. I'm not here to ask you about the house. Qian Rongxiu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then what are you here for? Chen Yao was stunned and asked. Is that your martial soul you showed me yesterday? Qian Rongxiu said, with a bit of embarrassment on her face. You can think so. Can you show it to me? Qian Rongxiu looked at Chen Yao with big eyes. Yesterday, feeling the cold and dead silence in the dark energy, Qian Rongxiu subconsciously felt sick and ran away. After all, although she has not yet reached the age of awakening, the martial soul is something she is born with. She was born with those bright energies full of hope. She is extremely repulsive to darkness. But yesterday, after the dark and twisted disgusting feeling disappeared, it was replaced by a strange sense of harmony that flooded her body, making Qian Rongxiu feel numb. This feeling made Qian Rongxiu feel very novel and curious. Before dawn, she couldn't wait to come to the door and wanted to experience it again. Why? Didn't you hate this feeling yesterday? Chen Yao was a little surprised. What kind of habit is Qian Rongxiu? Why? Show me. Qian Rongxiu's face turned red subconsciously. Although she was still young, she already understood what modesty was. The feeling yesterday made her a little embarrassed to speak, so she naturally couldn't tell Chen Yao. She could only activate her innate soul skills and act rogue. Looking at the rogue Qian Rongxiu, Chen Yao had a premonition that if he just followed her wishes, the next thing would be a lot more troublesome, so he stroked his forehead and waved his hand with a headache. No, go away, go play wherever you want, I still need to practice. Chen Yao was about to go into the house and close the door. Woo! Qian Rongxiu saw that Chen Yao didn't accept the challenge and wanted to go into the house, and she was immediately anxious. Her big eyes began to mist up, and she choked with sobs. Chen Yao looked back quickly after hearing the sound, and then he was shocked. If this ancestor burst into tears in front of his door, he would not be able to explain even if he had 10 mouths. You are awesome, come in, don't cry. After hearing Chen Yao's words, Qian Rongxiu's face was full of grievances, and was replaced by a cunning look. Then, with lightning speed, she slipped into the house through the gap beside Chen Yao. Qian Rongxiu stood in the hall, curiously looking at the house that Bibi Dong firmly disagreed with her entering. It's nothing special. I don't know why Sister Dong is so fierce every time I mention that I want to enter this room. Qian Rongxiu muttered as she looked at the house with almost no difference in layout. Why doesn't Bibi Dong let people enter this room? Chen Yao, who followed behind, raised his eyebrows and was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. He condensed a ball of darkness in his hand and said. Are you sure you will leave if I play with you? Qian Rongxiu smiled and nodded heavily when she saw the ball of darkness. Yes. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu agreed, Chen Yao handed the intangible darkness to Qian Rongxiu. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu's face was a little timid in excitement. After hesitating for a moment, she still mustered up the courage to reach out and touch it. When her fingers touched it, the nausea that disgusted her yesterday emerged, causing her face to twist. Resisting the discomfort in her body, Qian Rongxiu did not let go. Sure enough, after a moment, the discomfort disappeared, replaced by a tingling and comfortable feeling. This feeling quickly spread throughout her body, causing her body to twist and turn unconsciously, and her small and tender cheeks flushed. After seeing this scene, Chen Yao, who was standing by, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that his martial soul energy would produce such a reaction after contacting Qian Rongxiu, who was almost opposite to him. However, Chen Yao did not stop him, but observed with interest. Chapter 90 Martial Soul Awakening. This time, unlike yesterday, the numbness in Qian Rongxiu's body gradually turned into a sense of coldness as the contact continued. But this coldness seemed to stimulate the energy in her eyes at the same time, making her feel cold and warm at the same time. The alternation of hot and cold turned into a stream in her chest, causing her complexion to change between green and red. Although her expression was still immersed and enjoying, Chen Yao's expression suddenly changed. He was afraid that something might happen to Qian Rongxiu, so he tried to disperse the energy in his hand. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded behind him. What are you doing? Chen Yao didn't even have time to look back, and saw Bibi Dong had already strode forward. Looking at Qian Rongxiu lying on the sofa with a dazed look on her face, Bibi Dong's face suddenly burst out with murderous intent. Beast, you don't even let a 3-year-old child go. Bibi Dong's eyes were red, and she shouted loudly. This was her teacher's daughter, and for some reason, Bibi Dong always felt a sense of intimacy when she saw this child, and asked her to call her sister. She also regarded Jian Rongxiu as her real sister, as if she were her own daughter. How could she not lose control of her emotions when she saw Jian Rongxiu acting like this in Chen Yao's house? However, Chen Yao frowned when he heard this and explained in a calm voice. Your Excellency the Pope, you know me. I only like big ones, and those who are bigger than me. Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this, and suddenly calmed down. At the same time, she seemed to think of something, and looked down at the magnificent breasts on her chest, with a barely perceptible shame flashing in her eyes. She was so confused when she saw Jian Rongxiu like this just now that she even forgot Chen Yao's taste. What's going on? Why is she here? After calming down and hiding her embarrassment, Bibi Dong pretended to be cold and pointed at Jian Rongxiu and asked. You have to ask her about this. When I came back yesterday, she stopped me from entering the house, saying that she was so stubborn and wanted to stay here privately. Feeling the doubtful gaze from Chen Yao when he said this, Bibi Dong's face flashed with an unnatural look. She didn't want to talk about it too much, so she spoke. Then what? Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't say anything, Chen Yao didn't bother to make himself look boring, and continued. Then I scared her away with my martial spirit. Who knew that she would knock on the door early this morning, wanting to feel my martial spirit again, and then she felt like this now. What? After hearing what Chen Yao said, Bibi Dong was shocked and said in horror. You let her touch your martial soul? Do you know that she is the teacher's daughter and will awaken the angel martial soul representing the ultimate light in the future? Her martial soul has not yet been fully formed, and you actually used your dark martial soul to touch her. Aren't you afraid that her martial soul will be infected and distorted by your darkness, and the teacher will come to fight you? Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this. At this time, the disadvantages of not studying well were reflected. He only knew that light and darkness were opposites, but he didn't expect that light could be swallowed and infected by darkness when it was weak. Chen Yao also knew that he was wrong at this moment, but facing Bibi Dong's aggressive eyes, he had no choice but to speak out. How could I know that she suddenly appeared at my door, and then cried and shouted for me to show her my dark martial soul? If she wants it, you will give it to her. This question instantly stumped Chen Yao, and then waved his hand. Okay, take her back quickly and see if anything happened. Bibi Dong realized that it was not the time to argue with Chen Yao. She was about to pick up Jian Rongxiu, when suddenly a strong breath burst out from the unconscious Jian Rongxiu. Is this the awakening of the martial soul? Chen Yao and the other two exclaimed at the same time, and then subconsciously looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. They were all experienced people, and they knew the scene of the awakening of the martial soul very well. At this moment, the breath burst out from Jian Rongxiu was the breath of the awakening of the martial soul. But Jian Rongxiu was only 4 years old at this moment. She was awakened in advance under the effect of Chen Yao's martial soul. At this moment, the breath on Jian Rongxiu's body expanded more and more, and the hot and high breath of light instantly filled the entire martial soul hall. For a moment, the entire spirit hall was alarmed, especially the worship hall, which had a very low presence but was the most terrifying. 2 golden streams of light rushed out from the worship hall, streaked across the sky, and appeared here the next moment at the gate of the manor. The golden light gradually faded, and 2 figures walked out. One man was young and handsome, with luxurious clothes and long golden hair that made him look noble. The other was an old man, but his turbid eyes contained unparalleled majesty and tyranny. The 2 were the real controllers of the spirit hall, Qian Daoliu and Qian Sunji. At this moment, the 2 stepped into the house, and after their eyes briefly stopped on Chen Yao, they looked at Bibi Dong. Donger, what's going on? Qian Sunji asked, with anger in his urgent voice. He loved his daughter Jian Rongxiu so much that he would not allow any mistakes. Now this sudden situation made him a little unstable. Chen Yao, who was standing aside, subconsciously tightened his palms when he heard the words. He knew that if Bibi Dong told the situation just now, Qian Sunji would probably kill him in anger. For a moment, he felt helpless. He had thought about staying in the spirit hall, but he didn't expect to use his last trump card so soon. He didn't know how painful it would be. Just when Chen Yao was ready, he saw Bibi Dong shook her head and said, Teacher, Shweta's situation is important now. Let her tell you the details when she wakes up. Kyung Sunji was stunned when he heard this and noticed Bibi Dong's weirdness. He looked around and found where he was at the moment. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Yao again. As the former pope, he had extremely terrifying observation skills. Although Chen Yao's appearance had changed greatly at this moment, he still clearly found the similarities in his eyebrows and guessed Chen Yao's identity. Donger, I don't care how willful you are at ordinary times, but this time it's about Shweta. If Shweta makes any mistakes, I won't let it go. Kyung Sunji was angry at this moment, and his voice was full of warnings. However, Bibi Dong subconsciously walked to Chen Yao and blocked Jian Sunji's sight. Her voice was calm, but also carried a hint of unquestionable. Teacher, I said, wait until Shweta wakes up, then discuss other things. Chapter 91 Wuhun Fusion? Double killing intent. Jian Sunji saw that his carefully cultivated disciple had a confrontation for the first time, and his face suddenly became ugly. He glanced at Chen Yao beside him and gritted his teeth. He shouldn't have believed Chen Yao's nonsense in the first place. He was really willing to go through fire and water for the saint girl. Where did he go? Jian Daoliu on the side turned a blind eye to this scene, and stared at Jian Rongxiu in front of him whose Wuhun aura was gradually taking shape. Originally, Jian Daoliu was actually extremely opposed to Jian Sunji's abdication and handing over the Pope's palace to Bibi Dong. But since he came to the Pope's palace without telling Jian Sunji and wanted to beat Bibi Dong, he felt the divine power lingering in Bibi Dong, which was essentially far beyond the angel's glory. Jian Daoliu also thought it through. It was meaningless to do all kinds of things when he was old. It was better to train his good granddaughter well and inherit the angel's throne than anything else. Just like that, from that day on, the voice of the worship hall almost disappeared in the Wuhun hall, leaving only the Pope's palace, which was becoming more and more prosperous. Today, Jian Daoliu also subconsciously ignored Bibi Dong's private affairs. But if his precious granddaughter really had any problems, even if she was the heir of the God King, he had to ask for an explanation. Boom! Just as the atmosphere in the field became more and more solidified, a violent soul power wave rippled, attracting everyone's attention. In everyone's sight, a dazzling golden light burst out behind Jian Rongxiu. As the golden light became more and more intense, a figure began to condense in it. The figure was blurry, but the 6 wings behind her were very obvious, with pure white feathers attached, stretched out, and a very sacred meaning swept over. At the same time, Jian Rongxiu's body began to change, as if she was dragged up by some force and suspended in the air. Accompanied by a golden light, a very fitting and gorgeous golden armor was dressed on her body. Behind her, 6 wings that were exactly the same as the phantom behind her also condensed. With a slight shake, a soul power fluctuation was revealed without reservation. Seeing this scene, Chen Yao and Bibi Dong's expressions were normal, but they were relieved to see that Jian Rongxiu had successfully awakened and no accidents had happened. But Jian Daoliu and Jian Sunji seemed to have seen some rare treasures, their eyes became extremely hot, and their faces were extremely excited. 6-winged angel innate 20th level soul power. The potential to become a god. My daughter has the potential to become a god. Looking at the crazy look of the old man and the young man in front of her, Bibi Dong's mouth twitched slightly, but she also knew why the two were so happy. She felt happy for the two and Jian Rongxiu. After a while, the rich light finally gradually weakened, and Jian Rongxiu's martial spirit aura was completely stable. Soon, she recovered, slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and was at a loss for a while, and made a soft voice. Sister Dong, father, grandfather, why are you here? But before everyone could speak, Jian Rongxiu seemed to have thought of something, and her sight caught Chen Yao's position, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She quickly jumped down from the sofa, and in the confused sight of everyone, she ran to Chen Yao, pulled the corner of Chen Yao's clothes and said, "Brother, the feeling just now was so comfortable, Shweta still wants it, give it to Shweta again." As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent again, and 2 murderous eyes instantly locked on Chen Yao, and 2 powerful soul powers were almost at the same time, ready to go. And Chen Yao was numb at this moment, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. At this time, it is not appropriate to say such words. But fortunately, Bibi Dong supported her for it at this moment, stood up, and explained it again. But after hearing this, Jian Sunji was not happy but shocked. "Donger, what did you say?" Shweta just touched his dark martial soul. Jian Sunji was shocked and angry at this moment, and at the same time, he was afraid. Fortunately, there was no problem with Jian Rongxiu's awakening of her martial soul. It was still the pure angel of light martial soul and was not affected. Otherwise, he would be the sinner of the spirit hall. The sinner who let the wolf into the house. Thinking of this, he glared at Chen Yao with a look full of anger, and gnashed his teeth again. However, Jian Daoliu, who was standing aside, fell into silence after hearing what Bibi Dong said, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Light and darkness are two extremes, and they are incompatible. Logically, Jian Rongxiu should hate Chen Yao's martial soul. But according to what Bibi Dong said, it was a little unusual. Thinking of this, Jian Daoliu came up and rubbed Jian Rongxiu's soft little head. "Grandpa." Jian Rongxiu raised her head and showed a sweet smile on her face. Jian Daoliu pulled the corner of his mouth when he saw this. No matter how many times, his granddaughter's innocent smile always touched his heart. He squatted in front of Jian Rongxiu, with a loving face, and asked. "Shuer, Grandpa, what was it like when you came into contact with the dark martial spirit?" Jian Rongxiu blushed slightly when she heard this, and she was embarrassed and couldn't speak coquettishly. "Oh! Grandpa, you are annoying." Seeing the blush and shyness on Jian Rongxiu's face, Jian Daoliu's face also became strange, and then asked again. "Is it a very comfortable feeling numb and itchy, making you want to be with this brother forever?" Jian Rongxiu was shocked by Jian Daoliu's confession, and secretly glanced at Chen Yao who was in a daze at the moment. Then she lowered her head shyly, and after a long time of hesitation, she made a barely audible hum sound. Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji behind her also looked incredulous after hearing Jian Daoliu's question. This is the characteristic of the martial souls being compatible to the point of fusion. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the distance between the two individuals can be continuously narrowed to the point of almost perfect harmony. So generally, the two parties whose martial souls are fused are either husband and wife or brothers and sisters with a very good relationship. But what Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji couldn't figure out was that Jian Rongxiu and Chen Yao, one of them symbolized light, and the other one was a dark martial soul. How did the two martial souls, who were so different from each other, fit together? Moreover, it seemed that Jian Rongxiu was attracted to Chen Yao before her martial soul was awakened. These two people are not just simply compatible with each other's martial souls. When Jian Rongxiu grows up and they get along, the two of them can even reach a state of spiritual connection, where you are in me and I am in you. It is simply a match made in heaven. And now that their martial spirits have had initial contact, the bond has been planted, and no matter how great the difficulties and obstacles are, it is difficult to cut it off. For a moment, Qian Sunji and the others' faces sank. Looking at Chen Yao, Qian Sunji felt that he was about to be mad. Is it not enough to sacrifice an apprentice to this bastard, and also sacrifice a precious daughter? Why does he do that? Or should he kill him secretly? For a moment, all kinds of silent and deadly means emerged in Qian Sunji's mind. And Bibi Dong's eyes were also uncertain at this moment, constantly sweeping between Chen Yao and Jian Rongxiu. Finally, she locked onto Jian Rongxiu, and a very dangerous light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she actually had a terrifying murderous intention towards her beloved sister in the past. There is one more chapter, wait. Chapter 92, Stealing People, Living Together. Compared to the turbulent waves in the hearts of the three adults present, Chen Yao was confused and at a loss. This is the disadvantage of being a poor student. Even if he knew what these people were talking about him, Chen Yao couldn't figure out the situation. But looking at the expressions of these people, Chen Yao's intuition told him that it might not be a good thing. For a moment, Chen Yao felt a sour tooth. If he had known earlier, he would have driven Jian Rongxiu away yesterday. Why did he use his martial spirit to tease her when he had nothing to do? Just when the atmosphere in the field was tense, Jian Daoliu slowly stood up from in front of Jian Rongxiu, turned around, and looked at Chen Yao expressionlessly. Then a pressure burst out and swept towards Chen Yao. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw this. She tried to stop him, but she found that Chen Yao's martial spirit had already exploded under Jian Daoliu's pressure. For a moment, his body began to extend out came the hideous and twisted black tentacles. After feeling this pure and extreme dark breath, a hint of resistance and rejection flashed in Jian Daoliu's eyes, but then a hint of understanding also rose, and then he withdrew the soul power pressure. Then he looked at Chen Yao with a gentle smile and said, "My friend, you should also be the choice of a certain existence, right?" As soon as he came in, Jian Daoliu discovered the unusualness of Chen Yao, and now he personally felt the fluctuation of Chen Yao's soul power. He finally confirmed it. Inheritors like Chen Yao and Bibi Dong have slightly different soul powers from ordinary soul masters. Although ordinary people may not be able to distinguish, Liu, who has served the angel god for many years and bathed in the glory of the angel god every day, can't tell the difference, so he said it in one word. After hearing Liu's words, Bibi Dong and Qian Sunji's faces changed, especially Qian Sunji, who was full of disbelief. He never thought that this villain who was ignored by him in the past could actually be favored by such an existence. When Chen Yao heard this, he was not surprised or concealed. He nodded and admitted it generously. Anyway, Bibi Dong already knew his situation. It didn't matter if he had another Liu. He could directly express his feelings and make the other party afraid to act rashly, so that he could be in a safe situation. Seeing Chen Yao's generous admission, a touch of satisfaction appeared in Liu's eyes. It is beyond doubt that his granddaughter Rongxue will accept the inheritance of the angel god in the future. And now, for the first time in history, he has encountered a martial soul that can be fused with the god-level martial soul of the angel martial soul, and it has such a terrifying degree of fit. And the owner of this martial soul is also the descendant of a certain god. When the time comes, the two people with compatible martial souls and minds will join hands. Not to mention the Douluo continent, even if they become gods in the future, they will have a place in the god realm. This made Liu really unable to imagine that there was anyone in the world who was more suitable to be with Rongxue than Chen Yao. As for the fact that Chen Yao was much older than Rongxue, it was not a big deal for Liu. Both of them were descendants of gods and would be able to obtain eternal life in the future. When they were both tens of thousands of years old, would this gap still be a gap? For a moment, the more Liu looked at Chen Yao, the more satisfied he was. Then he leaned over again and asked Rongxue. "Shuer, do you still want to play with this brother in the future?" Hearing this, Rongxue nodded heavily and said without hesitation. "Yes. Shuer wants to play with brother." "Okay." Liu stroked his beard and laughed, and then ignored the strange looks from everyone and continued to speak. "In that case, Shuer, you should move here and live with your brother in the future, so that you can have fun together." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. "Great! Great! Shuer will live with her brother in the future, and it will be so comfortable to play with her brother." When Rongxue heard this, she immediately applauded and cheered, her face full of joy, as if being able to stay with Chen Yao was a very happy thing, causing her to not even care about her parents for a while. However, someone was not so calm at this time. "Great worshipper! Father!" Sunji and Bibi Dong's faces changed drastically at this moment, and they shouted in shock. They never thought that Sunji would make such a decision. And Chen Yao on the side was petrified, and never thought that things would develop like this. "Shut up!" Liu warned Sunji with a stern look, which made him suddenly look choked and then stopped talking. Then Liu shifted his gaze and looked at Bibi Dong, who was now extremely gloomy and dangerous, and said with a smile. "Bibi Dong, Shuer is still a child, it is normal for her to be playful. Since she likes to be with this little friend, let her do it. After all, you are her sister, right?" "I don't agree." Bibi Dong's eyes were gloomy, and she gritted her teeth. The terrifying evil soul power around her was also ready to move at this moment. How could she not know the little thoughts of the old man in front of her? What a joke, she just robbed the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and this old man actually wanted to rob her man, it was really outrageous. Liu looked at the evil aura rising from Bibi Dong at this moment, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But the next moment his eyes became firm again. Even if he is the descendant of the God King, so what? For the sake of the Spirit Hall and Rongxue's future happiness, he will use it today. This old man will try the gold content of the inheritance of the God King. Chen Yao was standing aside at this moment, a little confused. Although he didn't read much, how could he not see that these people in front of him wanted to protect him? They even quarreled for him. Oh, except Sunji. Glancing at Sunji and looking at his murderous eyes, Chen Yao ignored it and picked up Rongxue who had touched him and kept pulling his clothes. Then his eyes fell between Liu and Bibi Dong again. He stroked his chin and was amazed. So he became the group's favorite? At this moment, the momentum of both sides rose, and the battle was about to break out. Just when Chen Yao was thinking about whether to retreat first to avoid being affected, Douluo suddenly raised his eyebrows and winked at Qian Sunji, who was standing beside him. Qian Sunji was stunned, and after understanding Douluo's meaning, his face looked ugly, and finally he could only speak helplessly. Donger, calm down first, Shuer is still young, just a child, nothing will happen. Bibi Dong was so angry that she trembled when she heard this, and it felt like this group of people wanted to forcibly dye her snow-white hair into green in front of her. However, just when she was about to explode completely, she suddenly thought of something, and suddenly calmed down and restrained her breath. Seeing this, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could slow down, he heard Bibi Dong's sneer. Since Shuer likes to be with him, I have no objection, but he is a grown man and probably doesn't know how to take care of a child. I will come with him to prevent Shuer from having any accidents. Douluo looked unhappy when he heard this. Qianrongxiu was still so young. If Bibi Dong came, all the meat would be picked up and eaten by Bibi Dong. Qianrongxiu probably wouldn't even get a mouthful of soup. But after thinking about it, this is the best result without any conflict. And Qianrongxiu is still too young to be rushed. When she grows up, it's hard to say what will happen. It's better to let Bibi Dong go first. It's nothing to eat meat for a while. Only those who eat meat all the time are the winners. Thinking about it, Douluo nodded and agreed. Then he pulled Qian Sunji, who looked as pale as death, to prepare the luggage for Qianrongxiu to move in. Watching Douluo and the other two leaving, Chen Yao held Qianrongxiu and walked to Bibi Dong's side, with a bewildered look on his face, and asked. So, am I going to start taking care of the child now? With you. However, Chen Yao was responded with a fierce look, and then Bibi Dong angrily left, also packing her luggage. Leaving Chen Yao alone, holding Qianrongxiu, who was still babbling in his arms, with a confused look on his face. Chapter 93 Spring Breeze Blows Again. Although two big Buddhas have already booked to stay, because Qianrongxiu has just awakened her martial soul and needs to obtain a soul ring first, Chen Yao still has a brief period of peace. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Yao merged the soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Because the energy of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone is peaceful, and there are 2 million-year soul bones in Chen Yao's body to suppress it, Chen Yao did not have any difficulty when absorbing it. Smoothly assimilated and refined it. At this moment, feeling the soul power surge to level 69, Chen Yao raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. But what Chen Yao cares more about is the soul skill derived from the left leg bone. Accelerated flight and thus spring breeze blows again that he values most. Excited, Chen Yao wanted to experience the extent of the healing effect of this soul skill. Then, he set his eyes on his left arm. After hesitating for a moment, his eyes flashed and his face became fierce. The right palm turned into a hand knife and chopped down fiercely on the left arm. Puff! Suddenly, blood splattered and flowed all over the floor in the house. Chen Yao's face was pale, he gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and activated the soul skill, Spring Breeze Blows Again. In an instant, it was like a breeze blowing across Chen Yao's hideous wound at this moment, with a hint of warmth in the gentleness, dispelling the severe pain that made Chen Yao grit his teeth. Then, it was replaced by an itchy feeling. Chen Yao lowered his eyes and found that the wound had begun to grow fresh buds, interweaving and combining. After Chen Yao refined the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, his physique had a strong self-healing ability. Now with the addition of Spring Breeze Blowing Rebirth, it was even more terrifying. In less than 3 minutes, his missing arm had been repaired, and it was exactly the same as the original one. By the way, what should I do with the soul bone in my left arm? Do I have to pick it up and refine it again? For the speed of self-healing, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with satisfaction, but when he saw the original left arm that fell to the ground, Chen Yao was puzzled again. But soon, in Chen Yao's eyes, the left arm on the ground suddenly seemed to melt, and gradually turned into a ball of darkness that was as viscous as liquid and as illusory as energy. As soon as Chen Yao's mind moved, the ball of darkness merged into Chen Yao's body at a terrifying speed. Chen Yao also felt the power of the soul bone from his left arm again. Seeing this, Chen Yao's eyes flashed with enlightenment. His body had long been integrated with the martial soul, between the flesh and energy, and could be transformed at will. And his broken arm, after leaving the body, can also be regarded as a part of the martial soul. As long as his mind moves, he can re-energize it, trace its origin, and gather his body. Although this ability may not be used in many places, at least, when Chen Yao fights with others in the future, he doesn't have to worry about his hands, feet, torso and head falling all over the floor. Bang! Just when Chen Yao was satisfied, Jian Rongxiu, one of the latest owners of this room, opened the door lock after obtaining the soul ring and pushed the door in. When he saw the bloody scene of bright red flowing all over the floor and Chen Yao's pale cheeks, he was frightened and burst into tears. She rushed forward regardless of everything, threw herself into Chen Yao's arms, and cried. "Brother, please don't die. Shuer will be very sad if you die." Looking at Jian Rongxiu, who was crying and messing up his clothes in his arms, Chen Yao's mouth twitched and he said with great disgust. "Little brat, I'm alive and well, don't talk nonsense." As he said that, Chen Yao wanted to pull Jian Rongxiu up, but suddenly, Chen Yao found that Jian Rongxiu was emitting a faint golden light, covering Chen Yao's body. Chen Yao thought he would hate this kind of light power, but unexpectedly he felt a kind of comfortable fit. He seemed to be cheering and enjoying the feeling of being wrapped in holy light. Chen Yao's raised palm paused slightly, and then controlled the blood on the ground to turn into black mist and gather it. The blood was naturally part of his martial soul. After gathering it, Chen Yao's pale cheeks regained their color, and then he did not move again, letting Jian Rongxiu squirm and sob in his arms. Pa! Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. "Chen Yao, are you still sleeping on the bed?" Bibi Dong appeared in front of the door at this moment and asked with some doubts, but before she finished speaking, she looked inside the door and saw the two people stuck together. Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned black when she saw this. She walked forward, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Jian Rongxiu, who was sobbing in Chen Yao's arms. She glared at Chen Yao fiercely, and then said to Jian Rongxiu unhappily. "Shuer, when you come back from outside, why don't you go to me to greet me first? Is that what I taught you before?" Jian Rongxiu was struggling because of the sudden attack, but after hearing Bibi Dong's voice, her face was shocked. But then she shouted repeatedly. "Sister Dong, my brother is dying. Please save him. He's bleeding a lot." "Hey!" Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She looked suspiciously, but she found that Chen Yao looked ruddy and energetic. There was no sign of injury at all. "What's going on?" Bibi Dong couldn't figure out what was going on between the two people, so she asked them at the same time with a serious face. "I just tested my soul skills and was misunderstood by the kids." Chen Yao didn't hide it, shrugged and said. Bibi Dong felt relieved when she heard this, but she didn't investigate. Then she put Jian Rongxiu down and said. "Shuer, go play by yourself. I have something to talk to your brother." "No." However, what Bibi Dong didn't expect was that Jian Rongxiu, who had obeyed him before, actually didn't listen to her for the first time. She even trotted to Chen Yao, got into his arms again, and said to Bibi Dong with a vigilant look. "My brother's injury has just healed, I have to take care of her." She knew from her grandfather that Bibi Dong was the culprit who prevented her from playing with her brother. This changed the label of Bibi Dong in Jian Rongxiu's heart from the favorite sister Dong to the hated Pope Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong heard this, her face turned black, and she was about to reach out to grab him again, saying. "Chen Yao is fine, you don't need to take care of him, go play outside obediently." However, when she saw Bibi Dong's claws reaching out, Jian Rongxiu was immediately panicked and cried. "Brother Chen Yao, save me! I don't want to be separated from you." "Woohoo!" Chen Yao's mouth twitched when he saw this. It was obvious that Jian Rongxiu was still protecting Bibi Dong a few days ago, but today Bibi Dong became a bad guy. As expected, she is a child, changing every day. Chapter 94. She is still a child. However, looking at Jian Rongxiu who was making a fuss in his arms, Chen Yao also found it a little interesting. He didn't want a child in his last life, and he didn't want one in this life, and now he has a ready-made child to play with, which seems to be quite good. Thinking of this, Chen Yao hugged Jian Rongxiu, avoided Bibi Dong's hand, and complained. "Okay, she is just a child, and it doesn't matter. If you have something to say, just tell me." After hearing this, Bibi Dong's veins bulged on her forehead, and she almost wanted to point at Chen Yao's head and scold him. Jian Rongxiu is a child to him, but the people behind her don't think so, and they are about to tie Jian Rongxiu to him. But Bibi Dong didn't say it. With her understanding of Chen Yao, if she knew it, she would not panic, but would be grinning from ear to ear because she got a beautiful child bride and a big backer. With a cold snort, Bibi Dong calmed down. Although she was extremely an eyesore when she saw Qian Rongxiu in Chen Yao's arms, she could do nothing but start talking. How old are you? Don't you know? Oh, by the way, I've grown a little bit over the years. I'm 20. Bibi Dong clenched her jade hands and gritted her teeth when she heard this. I'm asking you, Chen Yao. But at the same time, a hint of doubt and a hint of subtle expectation flashed across her eyes, and she muttered in her heart. Chen Yao was already scary enough back then, and he was still growing. Who knows what he will look like? When Chen Yao heard this, a hint of enlightenment flashed across his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. 20 years old. You're really enough. You were almost 20 years old back then. Are you still 20 now? Bibi Dong couldn't stand Chen Yao's nonsense anymore, so she stepped forward and grabbed Chen Yao's hand to touch his bones. Chen Yao was helpless and let him think about it. He was not talking nonsense. When he was in the 9 nether immortal embryo lotus, his bone age stopped growing after his body was reshaped. After all, he was not a completely human being in the strict sense now, but a ball of dark energy. How can energy age? Sure enough, after a moment, Bibi Dong exclaimed. Really 20? How did you do it? Where do you mean? Your bone age. Did I touch yours? Bibi Dong was embarrassed and glared at Chen Yao fiercely, saying angrily. She really wanted to find out the truth just now, but she restrained herself. She really just touched Chen Yao's bone age and did not do anything that would cause Chen Yao to misunderstand. This Chen Yao obviously did it on purpose to embarrass her. Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong's angry look, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Who asked Bibi Dong to send people to arrest him? Finally, he got rid of his anger. However, Chen Yao did not dare to go too far. After teasing for a while, he answered truthfully. The gift of the gods, if you don't have it, then you should ask your god. Bibi Dong was speechless when she heard it. She really didn't have it, and then she said sourly. Isn't it just that the bone age has stopped growing? After I break through the god level, I will naturally be able to live forever, and I don't need this kind of useless ability. Chen Yao curled his lips at Bibi Dong's jealous eyes and insincere words, and then said. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? Bibi Dong calmed down after hearing this, and said with a serious face. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to begin. At that time, you have to represent the Wuhun Hall. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this, and pointed his finger at himself. Ah? Me? Go to the college competition? Isn't this bullying? Humph. Don't tell me you still have the concept of not bullying the weak. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Yao with disdain. I really do. This kind of behavior is despised. I, Chen Yao, stand tall and upright and disdain it. Chen Yao said righteously. But the next moment he added another sentence. By the way, what are the benefits of representing the spirit hall in the competition? Bibi Dong crossed her arms and looked at Chen Yao with a sneer, as if it was just as expected, and then said. A soul bone that suits you. Forget it, I'm not interested. When he heard it was a soul bone, Chen Yao's eyes lost their light, and he waved his hand with a dull look. He now has 2,000,000-year soul bones and 100,000-year soul bone on his body. He really doesn't believe that the spirit hall can come up with any soul bone that suits him. Would you like to try? Chen Yao raised his eyes upon hearing this. He saw that although Bibi Dong was extremely beautiful at the moment, she revealed a cold and eerie smile. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. Isn't the spirit hall always far ahead in this kind of competition? Why do you have to let me go? Your Excellency the Pope. However, Bibi Dong shook her head and said. The leaders of this generation of the Spirit Academy are not outstanding, and this time there is another academy joining the elite competition, which is the Demon Dragon Academy founded by the Demon Dragon Hall. Those people in the Demon Dragon Hall have strange spirits and many means. Ordinary spirit masters of the same level are not their opponents, and the elite selected from the Demon Dragon Hall Academy are even more so. So I am not at ease with only those people from the Spirit Academy. Chen Yao was stunned upon hearing this. Devil Dragon Hall? Those evil soul masters? Why don't you just ban them from participating? Evil soul masters? Your description is quite appropriate. The methods of those people in the Demon Dragon Hall are quite vicious and evil. Some of them are even worse than you. Bibi Dong nodded and said. Chen Yao curled his lips when he heard this. Why did Bibi Dong compare everyone with him? However, what Bibi Dong said was not bad. Although he was not like the evil soul masters who killed people to cultivate, the soul beasts in the forest suffered a lot. Just when Chen Yao was lost in thought, Bibi Dong coughed twice in dissatisfaction. After seeing Chen Yao come back to his senses, he continued. Although those people from the Demon Dragon Hall acted excessively and were unacceptable, they usually acted in Tiandu and Xingluo, and did not commit crimes in the territory of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, they acted cleanly and neatly, leaving no traces. Even if everyone knew that it was the Demon Dragon Hall who did it, there was no definite evidence. Therefore, the Spirit Hall had no reason to prohibit the Demon Dragon Academy, which was established by the Demon Dragon Hall through formal channels, from participating in the competition. Therefore, in order to maintain the dignity of the Spirit Hall, you must participate this time. Seeing Bibi Dong's resolute attitude, even though Chen Yao was reluctant in his heart, he could only agree. Okay. Seeing Chen Yao's weak look, Bibi Dong's eyes curved slightly and chuckled. Don't worry, if you help the Spirit Hall win, the Spirit Hall will not treat you unfairly. Yes, yes. Chen Yao replied woodenly. Seeing this, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and spoke. I know you don't think highly of the soul bones in the Spirit Hall's inventory. I originally planned to give you a skull of a dark abyss ghost seal eye that I happened to obtain when I was away as a reward, but seeing how you look now, it seems that you don't need it. Yes, yes. Who are you talking about? Dark abyss ghost seal eye? Chen Yao was perfunctory, and suddenly raised his head and looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong crossed her arms and hummed softly. Humph. Since I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, I will fight for the honor of the Spirit Hall. Don't worry, Hope. A mere demon dragon hall and a group of evil spirit masters will never cause any trouble. Chen Yao put down the confused Qian Rongxiu in his arms, stood up, looked at Bibi Dong with a serious face, and said righteously. Chapter 95 Ghostly Apology. With the opening of the elite competition of the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, the preliminaries in various parts of the mainland are gradually launched. And the top 3 sects like Haoshan sect have the quota for admission given by the Spirit Hall, and can come directly to the Spirit City, waiting for the teams from all over the world to qualify, and then participate in the finals together. And because the major sects and academies with admission qualifications gradually arrived in the Spirit City, businessmen also smelled business opportunities, so that for a time, people from all over the world kept pouring into the Spirit City. This already prosperous city has been further developed, with thousands of people emptying the streets and the sound of people. At night, it is even more colorful and full of debauchery. It is getting darker. After a period of time, the soul power that has increased after absorbing the soul bone is given to Chen Yao, who has adapted steadily. At this moment, he picked up the money bag, put his hands behind his back, hummed a song, and walked towards the outside of the Wuhun Hall like a landlord. Back then in Wuhan City, he had also experienced many high-level Soul Master elite competitions. Although this kind of competition has nothing to do with him directly, it must be said that every time this time came, Chen Yao really ate well. Those female Soul Masters from all over the world are all extremely beautiful and charming. Pure and lovely, cold and noble, mature and charming, enchanting and hot, their temperaments are different, which makes people dazzled and fascinated. So Chen Yao will naturally not miss this opportunity. However, just as he stepped out of the gate of the Spirit Hall, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew by his side. Chen Yao narrowed his eyes, felt the overflowing soul power, and immediately identified the person. Elder Gaimei, why did you stop me? Chen Yao looked at the figure in black robes who appeared in front of him and said lightly. Yao boy, Yuegwen and I attacked you that day because the Pope suggested it. Now that we are colleagues, I hope you don't blame me. I apologize to you here. Gaimei spoke frankly and bowed to Chen Yao. Chen Yao had been here for so many days, and Gaimei had already figured out Chen Yao's identity. As Bibi Dong's right-hand man, he could see that he valued Chen Yao. In addition, Chen Yao showed his combat power as a 6-ring soul emperor that day. Gaimei really couldn't imagine how terrifying Chen Yao would become in the future. Although he didn't know how the disciple he abandoned grew up to this point in such a short time, as Chen Yao's teacher for a period of time, Gaimei also knew Chen Yao's revengeful temper. So after figuring out Chen Yao's identity, Gaimei couldn't sleep for several days and nights. Although he had reasons for what he did to Chen Yao before, he really couldn't judge whether Chen Yao would hate him because of his abandonment and the previous pursuit. So, after thinking again and again, he decided to put aside his face and come to Chen Yao to apologize, just hoping that Chen Yao would not blame him in the future. After Chen Yao heard Gui Mei's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he was slightly stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Gui Mei came to him to apologize. And the ghost in front saw that Chen Yao didn't respond, with a worried look on his face, and his heart was up and down, a little uneasy. But the next moment, Chen Yao's chuckle pulled Gui Mei's mind back. Then Chen Yao walked to the side of Gui Mei and took out a plant from the soul guide. It looked like a 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Although it was not in the immortal category, it had a hint of the 9 nether immortal lotus, which also had a very significant effect on Gui Mei. After putting the 9th grade purple Ganoderma into Gui Mei's arms, Chen Yao said, "Ghost Elder, don't worry about trivial matters." When Chen Yao first entered the spirit hall, he had to thank you for your care. This purple Ganoderma is a thank you. If you don't know how to take it, you can ask Elder Moonlight. After saying that, Chen Yao waved his hand and turned away. Although the relationship between Chen Yao and Gui Mei as master and apprentice had long been severed. But Chen Yao knew that it was because he was a hopeless case, so he did not have any resentment. On the contrary, if he had not often borrowed the name of Gui Mei when he was a deacon in the periphery, he would not have been able to live so comfortably. So, in the final analysis, Chen Yao was grateful to Gui Mei. At this moment, Gui Mei looked at the 9th grade purple Ganoderma in his hand, and then looked at Chen Yao's departing back, with a dazed expression and a trance. Walking on the street, Chen Yao avoided the surging crowd with ease and came to a tavern with extremely luxurious decorations. Looking at the familiar and conspicuous sign, Chen Yao's lips lifted up, and a touch of memory appeared in his eyes. Then he no longer hesitated, pushed open the door, and stepped in. In the tavern, perhaps because it was still early, there were not many people, and it seemed relatively deserted. Chen Yao was not surprised. He used to do the same thing, arriving early, only in this way, he would not miss any beautiful scenery and opportunities. After arriving at the front desk and ordering a glass of wine, Chen Yao's eyes swept around the pub casually. But when his eyes reached a corner, Chen Yao's face paused and his eyes froze. In that corner, there was a woman in a simple dress drinking by herself. Although the dress was spacious, Chen Yao's sharp eyes could still see through how plump and graceful the figure hidden under the dress was. Then the woman was facing Chen Yao sideways. Although her hair was hanging down and her true face was not visible, the delicate side face that was vaguely revealed made Chen Yao's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but want to find out. "I said, the early bird catches the worm." Chen Yao smiled, drank the wine in the glass, ordered 2 more glasses, and then went to the corner with the wine. Tangua Hua came to the spirit hall with her clansmen to participate in the Spirit Master Elite competition this time, mainly to find out the whereabouts of her 2 brothers who had no news. But she didn't expect that even in the extremely prosperous Spirit City, there was no trace of Tang Hao and the others. She came to this tavern in a depressed mood, but just as she kept pouring wine into her mouth, a gentle and polite voice suddenly came from her side. "Miss, can I buy you a drink?" Tangua Hua frowned when she heard the words. Every time she went out, she would encounter such flies that disturbed her peace. She was extremely annoyed and turned her head away, just about to scold. However, when he turned his head and saw that fair and charming face, he was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It is really a face that women envy. Looking at the face in front of him, Tangua Hua murmured in his heart. But soon he came back to his senses. It is undeniable that the man in front of him has a kind of soul-shaking beauty, which must make many women covet. But unfortunately, because of living in Haoshan sect, coupled with the influence of his 2 elder brothers, Tangua Hua prefers men like his elder brother Tang Hao who are sturdy, muscular, with tough facial lines and masculine aura. She is not particularly cold to the man in front of her. Chapter 96. It's time to show real skills. Apologies. However, Tangua Hua no longer had the anger of being disturbed by the peace just now. She just smiled lightly and politely rejected Chen Yao, then turned around and focused on her wine glass. Chen Yao was not surprised to see this. Although he thought he looked good, he was not a gold soul coin after all. Everyone had their own aesthetics, and he could not please everyone. However, Chen Yao was not discouraged. The more this happened, the more it tested his skills. Chen Yao tapped the table with 2 fingers, making a sound, attracting Tangua Hua's attention again. She frowned and looked back at Chen Yao. Could this man not have tried to flirt with her, but was pestering her? Thinking in her heart, Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with a bad look. Although her strength was not good, the members of the Haoshan clan who came this time all lived nearby. As long as she shouted, the clan members would notice. Otherwise, she would not be able to get drunk here alone. However, just when Tang Yuehua was unhappy, she suddenly saw the bitter smile on Chen Yao's face. He pointed to a table full of young people not far from this table and smiled bitterly. I lost a bet with my friends. They saw you sitting here alone, so they asked me to toast you. If I fail, they will force me to drink 3 cups of wine when I go back. I can't drink much. It will be embarrassing if I get drunk. So, miss, can you help me? As he said, Chen Yao winked at Tang Yuehua sincerely. Tang Yuehua looked at the table not far away and then at Chen Yao. She wanted to refuse, but she felt a little soft-hearted when she saw his sincere eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed. Okay, let's have a drink. Seeing this, a smile flashed in Chen Yao's eyes. The Chen family's spring and autumn annals said that since there is no wingman, then create one. Everything is possible. Okay. As he said, Chen Yao pushed the wine in his hand in front of Tang Yuehua. Wait, I'll drink your glass. Tang Yuehua suddenly spoke when she saw this. Although she agreed to Chen Yao's request, she still remained alert. When she went out, people were treacherous and she had to be on guard. Of course. Chen Yao did not make too many excuses and then exchanged the 2 glasses of wine. After seeing Chen Yao drink it all, Tang Yuehua put aside her doubts and drank the glass of wine in her hand. When Chen Yao saw Tang Yuehua drink the wine, he did not say much, but just smiled and nodded. In Tang Yuehua's eyes, he came to the table full of young male and female soul masters that he pointed to before. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua also smiled, without too much doubt, turned around and continued drinking. On the other side, the young soul masters at that table saw Chen Yao, who was unfamiliar to them. Suddenly, a man with a relatively strong figure sat in the middle of them, and many people looked puzzled. A man with a relatively strong figure wanted to ask questions, but when the words came to his lips, he was horrified to find that he could not make any sound. Chen Yao smiled, patted the man's shoulder, and laughed in a voice that only the people at the table could hear. Children, you don't mind if I borrow your seat, right? Hearing this, the young men and women on the table were shrouded by a certain inexplicable cold soul power, and they shook their heads wildly with fear. Very good, then cooperate with me later. Chen Yao nodded with satisfaction. After a while, a burst of booing suddenly sounded at the table, and then Chen Yao stood up and came to Tang Yuehua's table again. In Tang Yuehua's questioning eyes, Chen Yao helplessly pointed to the table behind him and smiled bitterly. Sorry, miss, I lost again, I may have to trouble you again. What are you doing? Why did you lose again? Why do they insist on you coming here to toast me? Perhaps Chen Yao left a good impression on Tang Yuehua just now. Tang Yuehua's vigilance also dissipated a lot, and she spoke helplessly. Maybe they are all in pairs, but they can't bear to see me alone, so they want me to take the initiative. Chen Yao handed the wine to Tang Yuehua and said with a distressed look. Alone? How could it be? No woman can refuse you when you look like this. Tang Yuehua took the wine glass and said with some surprise. Oh? Really? But you just refused me. Chen Yao blinked and said with an innocent look. Puchi. Tang Yuehua couldn't help laughing when she heard it. This moment was so beautiful that Chen Yao couldn't help licking his slightly dry lips. Then he heard Tang Yuehua say. That's my problem. You're great. Unfortunately, I, your sister, already have someone in my heart. Chen Yao was not surprised to hear this, because a beautiful woman who was drinking alone outside was most likely hurt by love. But so what? Goals scored by a goalkeeper are wonderful. What's more, at this time, the goalkeeper seemed to have been sent off with a red card. Really? That's a pity. But I see you drinking alone here with a sad face. It seems that you and him have encountered some problems. Meeting is fate. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you. As he said this, Chen Yao sat down beside Tang Yuehua naturally. With the previous contact, Tang Yuehua did not feel abrupt about Chen Yao's approach, but she looked melancholy and her mind was in a mess. At this moment, she had drunk a lot of wine, and she did not have too much rejection of Chen Yao's closeness. A desire to confide surged in her heart. With a sigh, Tang Yuehua said. I have been in love with him since I was a child. Standing beside him always makes me feel at ease. Unfortunately, due to my identity and relationship with him, I dare not express my feelings at all. Tang Yuehua said distressedly, raised the glass and drank it all. Why not? Love is a matter between two people, it has nothing to do with other things. Chen Yao followed Tang Yuehua's words, picked up what she liked to hear and echoed, and at the same time, he poured her a full glass of wine without leaving any trace, and pushed it in front of her. How could I not know? But I know better that if I express my feelings, he will not accept it, and his family and my family will not accept it either. He will avoid me like a tiger, and I am afraid that I will never see him again, so I can only hide all these in my heart. Tang Yuehua became more and more excited, with obvious bitterness in her voice, and then raised the glass again and drank it all. Is this a forbidden love? Good guy, orthopedics. Although Tang Yuehua said it obscurely, Chen Yao still guessed something with his rich experience, and was stunned. Forget it, who cares? But soon, Chen Yao calmed down again and poured him another full glass. When it was late at night, in a dark alley outside the tavern, Tang Yuehua hugged Chen Yao tightly, collapsed in his arms, with tears on her face, sobbing. I have hinted to him. He is so smart that he must be able to understand my feelings, but he pretended not to know and kept his distance from me, leaving me alone and sad. Chen Yao, tell me, how can he be so cruel? Chen Yao was holding Tang Yuehua's slender and soft waist with one hand and her elastic buttocks with the other hand, and his mind was distracted. After hearing the words, he came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva, and then hinted. Men are like this. If you cling to him, he will only be annoyed, but when you leave him, he will regret it. Tang Yuehua in his arms suddenly paused when he heard the words, and then raised her head suddenly, staring at Chen Yao's cheek with blurred eyes. Chen Yao, you're right, I was too good to him, so he thought I was dispensable. I don't want to do this anymore, I want him to regret it. Tang Yuehua said, without saying anything, she lifted Chen Yao's cheek and kissed him hard. Feeling the tenderness that cleverly entered his mouth, Chen Yao's eyes widened and he was a little out of control. Just like that, the two of them, who were inseparable, stumbled towards the dimly lit hotel nearby. 97 Chapter 97 Daybreak, Collapse. 97. It was late at night. Inside the house, a noble musician was playing on the stage. At this moment, she and her passionate and rough dancing partner unexpectedly matched each other and performed a difficult and graceful dance together. When the atmosphere on the stage gradually became hot, the musician's eyes widened, and her delicate and noble face showed an amazing blush. Finally, under the two people's full performance, even the white moon in the night sky seemed to be moved. The next day, Chen Yao stretched his body lazily, feeling the relief and pleasure from the relief of years of accumulated burdens in his body, and couldn't help but smile. Then he glanced at the person next to him who only showed half of his head. Her hair was scattered on the bed because she was overwhelmed last night and fell asleep without cleaning. Seeing this, Chen Yao couldn't help but shake his head. He had suppressed his emotions for too long, which led to him going too far last night. While thinking, Chen Yao slowly got up, dressed neatly, and was about to retire as he had done in the past, hiding his achievements and fame. However, at this moment, Tang Yuehua on the bed suddenly moaned softly, and then woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at the spotless white ceiling, her eyes were blank, and her face was a little dazed. But the next moment, the sour pain that came from all over her body was like being crushed back and forth by a carriage. Tang Yuehua came back to her senses instantly, with a look of horror on her face. Her hands trembled as she pulled the quilt off her body, and then she saw the shocking and unbearable scene, which made her almost faint. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream sounded in the house, like a sharp sword, almost piercing a hole in the ceiling. Enough, stop making so much noise. Chen Yao scratched his ears and said impatiently. After he said that, the scream stopped immediately. Tang Yuehua turned her head and looked at Chen Yao, who was already standing at the entrance. Her eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot and filled with angry murderous intent. It's you. You did it. You made me. As she spoke, Tang Yuehua wanted to rush towards Chen Yao, but as soon as she stood up, she felt her body soften and her whole body suddenly lost weight. With a plop, she fell heavily to the ground. Aha! Tang Yuehua screamed and tried to struggle to get up, but the severe pain and weakness made it impossible for her to succeed no matter what. For a moment, Tang Yuehua's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, extremely desolate. She really couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman torture and ravage she had gone through last night to become so unbearable. When Chen Yao saw Tang Yuehua's troublesome look, he wanted to leave, but he thought of the wonderful warmth and softness he experienced last night. Finally, he couldn't bear it, shook his head, walked forward, carried her to the bed, and used the quilt to cover her delicate body covered with dazzling red marks. Then facing Tang Yuehua's murderous eyes, Chen Yao sighed lightly and spread his hands. What happened yesterday? I didn't force you. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she heard it. Originally, she woke up to face such a big stimulation and had no time to think about it. But at this moment, with Chen Yao's reminder, all the fragments of last night's experience suddenly emerged in her mind clearly. Especially after recalling the scene of herself hugging Chen Yao and biting him, and not letting go, Tang Yuehua was stunned, her heart was bleeding, and she almost broke. Her mind was like a paste, and she organized her words several times before she stumbled out. You are the one who lied to me, otherwise how could I do such a thing? Chen Yao was dumbfounded for a moment. Sister, please, what did I lie to you about? Is this your first day out? Chen Yao paused, glanced at the dried blood plum on the bed, and twitched his mouth slightly. Then he said seriously. Even if you really are out for the first day, you are an adult. This kind of thing is consensual. Don't put all the blame on me. If you keep making trouble, I won't accompany you. I'm making trouble. Tang Yuehua heard this, and her face was stiff for a moment, her eyes full of disbelief. But seeing Chen Yao turned around at this moment, as if he was about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and shouted. Wait! You can't leave! Chen Yao paused, suppressed his impatience, turned around and looked back. Why? Hearing Chen Yao's indifferent tone, Tang Yuehua was almost laughing, gnashing her teeth. Why? After doing this, do you want to just walk away? Chen Yao had a headache when he heard it, rubbed his eyebrows, and said. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to anger your sweetheart? Isn't your goal achieved now? You can choose to anger him and make him regret it, or you can choose to conceal it and get along with him as before. As for me, just treat me as a stranger who helps others, let's forget each other, isn't it good? Tang Yuehua heard it, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and sneered. What? A good way to forget each other in the rivers and lakes? That's not what you said yesterday. Your attentiveness and consideration are several times better than my brother's. Why do you want to get rid of it now that you have it? Chen Yao subconsciously curled his lips when he heard it. This is nonsense. If you don't get rid of it, will you keep it to have children? However, Chen Yao still has a conscience and doesn't speak his mind. Otherwise, if he really said it, Tang Yuehua would be really mad. His eyes flickered slightly, looking at the pitiful appearance of the girl who was covered with bruises but pretended to be tough and stubborn, and forced to hold on to anger. Chen Yao's heart softened, walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, and said. Okay, then tell me what you want. If you want to follow me, I can support you, but you'd better think clearly about how to deal with your relationship with your after all, you have secretly liked him for so many years, right? You want to support me, you are too naive. I haven't thought about how to settle accounts with you yet, but you are dreaming first. Tang Yuehua sneered when she heard it. When Chen Yao heard it, he felt relieved. He leaned on the head of the bed with his arms as pillows and smiled casually. Okay, I want to hear how you are going to settle accounts with me. He was not afraid of settling accounts, but he was afraid of pestering him. Chen Yao couldn't bear it, so he was very troubled. 98 Chapter 98 98. When Chen Yao heard it, he felt relieved. He leaned on the head of the bed with his arms as pillows and smiled casually. Okay, I want to hear how you are going to settle accounts with me. He's not afraid of settling accounts, but he's afraid of pestering me. Chen Yao couldn't bear to do it, so he had a headache. Humph, I haven't thought about it yet, and my whole body hurts now, I can't think at all. You beast, I really don't know what you did last night. Tang Yuehua snorted lightly, and said angrily in her heart. Oh? You're so stupid that you forgot the most critical point. Hearing this, Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and smiled with a playful look. You bastard! Tang Yuehua was so angry at Chen Yao that her heart felt numb and painful, and she couldn't help but grin again, and then she said bitterly in the quilt. My mind is in a mess now, and I feel uncomfortable all over. I need to have a good rest. I will settle the score with you when I wake up. You can't leave during this period. Chen Yao was stunned when he heard this. What are you kidding? I have to wait here until you wake up? I don't have the time. Chen Yao pretended to get up. No. You can't leave. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua, in a hurry, forgot that she was catching a piece of hair at this moment, exposing her breasts, lifting the quilt, and hugging Chen Yao's arms tightly. Chen Yao stopped getting up, feeling the soft warmth on his hands, with a strange look on his face, looking at Tang Yuehua. Are you going to sleep like this? So what? Tang Yuehua didn't care so much at this moment. Anyway, she had been abused by this beast yesterday, so it didn't matter if she hugged him for a while, so she snorted. Then he pulled Chen Yao's arm into his arms again, rubbed his head on his clothes, smelled the faint fragrance on it, and felt a little relieved for some reason, and then slowly closed his eyes. Chen Yao's mouth twitched when he saw this, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should praise Tang Yuehua for being too smart. Without saying anything, he sat down and waited quietly. When Tang Yuehua's breathing gradually stabilized, Chen Yao grinned and was about to pull his hand away. But he suddenly found that the arms holding him suddenly tightened. If he didn't use force, he couldn't break free. Chen Yao looked at Tang Yuehua's cheek in surprise. Tang Yuehua suddenly opened her eyes with a cunning look in her eyes. You don't think I will sleep so peacefully? If you don't give me an explanation, I can't sleep. Chen Yao was speechless when he saw that Tang Yuehua still had the mind to play such a trick to trick him. I don't think you're that sad. Okay, I won't leave. Let go of my hand. As he said that, he was about to pull his hand out. However, Tang Yuehua had a determined and stubborn look on her face. She exerted her strength with both arms again and held Chen Yao's arm tightly. No, you said yesterday that you would just toast me a glass of wine, but you actually brought me here. Do you think I will still believe you? Chen Yao was helpless when he heard this, but he didn't want to exert his strength to hurt Tang Yuehua, who was weak at the moment. His eyes flickered and he suddenly grinned. The palm that was held in Tang Yuehua's arms turned back, and the 5 fingers bent into claws. You! Suddenly, Tang Yuehua's face flushed, staring at Chen Yao, her eyes widened, with anger that was difficult to conceal. You ha, let me go! Tang Yuehua was half ashamed and angry at the moment, trying her best to suppress the strangeness in her body and gritted her teeth and spoke. Then don't just talk about me. Let me go first, and I will naturally let go of my hand. Chen Yao smiled and said with a comfortable look. Facing Chen Yao's strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao, Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth, but she was unwilling to give in to the culprit who persecuted her so much. Finally, she snorted coldly, and then kept silent, buried her head, and endured it with gritted teeth. Seeing this, Chen Yao also sneered. He wanted to see how long Tang Yuehua could hold on. However, as time passed, the smile on Chen Yao's face gradually faded. I don't know if Tang Yuehua has become numb or started to enjoy it. Tang Yuehua actually let Chen Yao's hand work, and except for the constant trembling of her body, she didn't move at all, and she didn't say a word, nor did she shake his hand away. You can bear it. Well, since you have forgotten the key points last night, I will help you recall it. As he said, Chen Yao sneered, and directly threw the only blanket covering Tang Yuehua's body to the ground. Ah! What are you doing Accompanied by Tang Yuehua's exclamation, there was a strange silence in the room. Then, another century performance began to be played. After dusk, night fell. At this moment, the candle light was bright in the hotel room. Tang Yuehua rested her head on Chen Yao's chest, and her jade hands caressed her skin aimlessly, with a ruddy face, blurred eyes and a fragrant breath. After Chen Yao's unremitting efforts throughout the afternoon, Tang Yuehua's resentment was finally purified by him, and now only a comfortable mood remained. There was little energy left. What are you going to do to me? Just for fun? At this time, Tang Yuehua finally came back to her senses from the afterglow, and her white fingers kept sliding on Chen Yao's chest, asking in a faint tone. Hearing Tang Yuehua bring up this again, Chen Yao couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. This is a question for you, how do you think of your previous one? Hearing this, Tang Yuehua was slightly stunned, and there was hesitation in her eyes, and then she sighed. In fact, I have long known that there is no hope between him and me. Even if I am not afraid of the world's eyes, he will not risk his life and accept me. It's just that I was stubborn and unwilling to give up. After last night and today, I finally understood that maybe my previous vision was too narrow and I always stayed in that place. Maybe I can meet some good people if I come out to see. Tang Yuehua paused and continued. Of course, you have nothing to do with the word good, but who made me fall into your hands? I'll tell you clearly that if you dare to play tricks on me, I won't let it go. Although my strength is not strong, my sect will help me vent my anger. Chen Yao's expression changed when he heard it. Could this woman have some background? But he didn't care too much. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, the spirit hall has never been inferior to anyone, and he also has a background. He asked casually. Then tell me which sect is behind you, so that I can be afraid of you. Chapter 99 Hate? Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua said bluntly. Hearing this, Chen Yao paused his restless hands and said without a smile. Haoshan sect? Then your name is? You are really good. You didn't even ask my name. If I had known you were such a bastard, I would never have drunk with you last night. Tang Yuehua looked resentful, clenched her jade fist, and lightly hit Chen Yao's chest twice to vent her dissatisfaction before continuing. My name is Tang Yuehua, you must remember it, and you can't forget it in the future. Hearing this, Chen Yao's face twitched slightly, and then he sighed to the sky. I really have a problem with your Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua frowned and asked aloud. What do you mean? Chen Yao wanted to just brush it off, but then his mind turned, as if he had thought of something. He grinned. So you are from the Haoshan sect? I met two Haoshan sect disciples in the Stardo Great Forest before, one named Tang Hao and the other named Tang Xiao. I just don't know if one of these two is the one you mentioned. Although Chen Yao is relatively safe in the spirit hall now, he knows clearly that the hatred between him and Bibi Dong is probably irreconcilable. Although Bibi Dong didn't kill him and wanted to keep him, Chen Yao would never be naive enough to think that he was safe. With the Bibi Dong incident, the hatred of the Haoshan sect is nothing in comparison. After Chen Yao told Tang Yuehua about the Stardo Great Forest, the Haoshan sect would be furious if they knew about it. With the violent temper of those hammer-wielding people, they might directly attack the spirit hall. At that time, even if the spirit hall wanted to hand him over, for the sake of face and consolidating the dignity of the spirit hall, it would inevitably have a fight with the people of the Haoshan sect. After the water was completely muddied, Chen Yao had the opportunity to stay away from the Wuhun city, a place of right and wrong. So Chen Yao chose to tell the story of the two brothers. As for whether Tang Yuehua would hate him because of this, it was not a problem that Chen Yao should consider. In other words, the more Tang Yuehua hated him, the happier Chen Yao would be, so that he could withdraw more decisively. When Tang Yuehua heard this, her hands trembled, her face suddenly froze, and she forced an ugly smile and said, Did you meet them in the Xingda Great Forest before? How are they? They haven't contacted the sect for a long time, and the tribesmen are very anxious. Chen Yao said with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, the soul Douluo named Tang Xiao died in my hands. As for that Tang Hao, although I am not particularly clear, but the situation should not be too good. Tang Yuehua could no longer hold back her temper after hearing this, and her face changed greatly. You killed Tang Xiao? How dare you? But suddenly, Tang Yuehua's voice paused again, and then shook her head repeatedly. It's impossible, you can't kill Tang Xiao, he is a soul Douluo with the clear sky hammer martial spirit, and he has been with A Hao all the time. The two of them joined forces, unless you are a titled Douluo, you can't kill them. Tang Yuehua looked extremely manic at this moment. I'm indeed not a titled Douluo, but if you add 200,000-year soul beasts, what do you think will be the fate of the two of them? Speaking of which, the two of them should have not contacted your sect for a while, right? Chen Yao's words completely shattered Tang Yuehua's fantasy. She looked at Chen Yao with a ferocious face, with endless anger and resentment in her eyes. You killed them. Why did you do this? You will definitely be retaliated and hunted down by the Haoshan sect, and you will die without a complete body. Listening to Tang Yuehua's threat, Chen Yao didn't care. He didn't say anything, just looked at her with a playful smile. After a while, Tang Yuehua saw Chen Yao's indifferent look, and her heart finally couldn't bear it. Her expression collapsed and she burst into tears. You bastard, why did you do this? Why did you kill them? Why did you do this to me? And why did you tell me this? Chen Yao looked at Tang Yuehua's tearful appearance, indifferent, and smiled playfully. Because I am a member of the Spirit Hall, recently the Spirit Hall has been a little dissatisfied with the Haoshan sect's reputation as the world's #1 sect for a long time. So, isn't it appropriate to use these two young masters of the Haoshan sect to start the battle to destroy the Haoshan sect? The smile on Chen Yao's face was so cold that Tang Yuehua, who had just enjoyed endless warmth, felt cold all over. How dare you do this, Spirit Hall? Do you know how many people will die tragically if a war breaks out? Tang Yuehua's expression was a little dazed, and she couldn't believe it. For the overall situation of my Spirit Hall, what does it matter if a few people die? And I can guarantee that the most people who die must be your Haoshan sect. Looking at Chen Yao's hideous smile at this moment, Tang Yuehua couldn't help feeling an unprecedented fear in her heart, and her pupils shrank slightly, as if at this moment, she completely recognized the man in front of her. Under that charming and handsome skin, there was such a dirty and ugly, devil-like terrifying soul. Get out! Get out! I don't want to see you again. Finally, Tang Yuehua couldn't stand such stimulation, her emotions exploded, and she roared. Seeing this, Chen Yao curled his lips, and then he stood up and left without any lingering feelings. When he reached the door, he paused again and said with his back turned. Go back and wait for the fall of Haoshan sect. As soon as the voice fell, the tall and thin figure disappeared completely. After Chen Yao left, a shrill and sad cry sounded from the room, and it lasted for a long time. Next, it depends on how Haoshan sect will deal with this matter. After walking out of the hotel, Chen Yao rubbed his eyebrows slightly tiredly, murmured in his heart, and then stepped towards the direction of Wuhun Hall. After a while, he walked into Wuhun Hall and looked at his own brightly lit small building. Chen Yao was stunned. After opening the door, he saw Bibi Dong sitting on the sofa. Holding Jian Rongxiu, who had fallen asleep in his arms, his expression was a little empty, as if he was in a daze, making people wonder what he was thinking. For some reason, when seeing this scene, Chen Yao inexplicably transformed it into a picture of a wife and daughter waiting for her husband to return home. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Chen Yao's mouth twitched suddenly, and he quickly dispelled this terrifying thought from his mind. At this moment, Bibi Dong also heard the movement outside the door, slowly came back to her senses, her face was slightly gloomy, and she cast a look. And the moment he met Bibi Dong's eyes, Chen Yao inexplicably felt like a thorn in his back. Chapter 100 Bibi Dong's Anger. Oh, Elder Chen is busy with all kinds of things every day, even busier than me, the Pope? Why, are you willing to come back? Facing Bibi Dong's weirdness at this moment, Chen Yao felt a little puzzled and scratched his head. Your Excellency the Pope, why does the elder have to ask you for permission before going out? Chen Yao said, and walked into the house. I don't care about other elders, but now Shuer lives with you, you just don't care about it. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and said, but as Chen Yao approached, she suddenly smelled an unusual smell on him. Although Tang Yuehua was born beautiful and didn't need rouge, she was born with a body fragrance. After a long time of in-depth contact, Chen Yao was still stained with some. Bibi Dong was very sensitive to this. Her face changed immediately, her eyes were full of gloom, and she said in a deep voice. The Pope is still asking about the elder's private affairs. Chen Yao was slightly stunned. Speak. Bibi Dong didn't indulge Chen Yao at this moment. Her face was so dark that she almost dripped someone out. She spoke coldly. Walking around the streets, looking for fun. Chen Yao looked at Bibi Dong's appearance, confused, and tried to speak. Bang! However, when Chen Yao's voice the moment she fell, the floor tiles under Bibi Dong's feet cracked instantly, and a terrifying soul power rose up from her body. What's there to say? What do you want? Seeing this, Chen Yao's face suddenly changed, tentacles appeared all over his body, and he looked at Bibi Dong with great solemnity. So noisy. At this moment, Jian Rongxiu, who was placed on the side of the sofa by Bibi Dong, also woke up, and shouted with a little irritation. But then, Jian Rongxiu looked at this tense scene, her expression was stunned, and then she quickly jumped off the sofa and ran to Chen Yao. In the stunned eyes of the two, Jian Rongxiu opened her arms and blocked Bibi Dong in front of her, and said solemnly with a solemn face. Sister Dong, you can't hurt brother Chen Yao. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's forehead veins popped up, her jade hands clenched, and she shouted loudly. Shuer, get out of my way. Bibi Dong had already made up her mind to teach Chen Yao what the sky was high and the earth was deep today. However, Chen Yao was also alert, thinking that Bibi Dong wanted to end the hatred between him and him today, and subconsciously held his trump card. I won't. Sister Dong, I will never let you hurt brother Chen Yao. However, facing Bibi Dong's coercion, Qian Rongxiu showed a face of determination. Since the last time, because of Chen Yao, Qian Rongxiu awakened her martial soul in advance, and she felt an unprecedented closeness to Chen Yao, as if they were connected in mind. Subconsciously, Chen Yao's position in her heart had already risen to the most important level. Even Bibi Dong, who had been close to her since childhood, could not reach it. Therefore, Qian Rongxiu was resolute at this moment, and the white wings behind her condensed hail, exuding a sacred meaning. As this aura was revealed, the angel spirit owners in the spirit hall also felt it. The next moment, 2 golden streams of light streaked across the night sky, and 2 figures appeared on the scene. Just like that, a quiet night and a peaceful building instantly turned into a pot of hodgepodge. Who can explain to me what is going on here? At this moment, Qian Daoliu stepped into the house, looking at the 2 people who were on the verge of a fight, and Qian Rongxiu who was blocking Chen Yao. His brows suddenly frowned, and he spoke solemnly. You came at the right time, take Shuai away, this is a matter between me and him. Bibi Dong was a little excited at the moment, and shouted loudly. Qian Sunji, who came a step later, was stunned when he saw Bibi Dong's excited expression, although he was once the Pope. But he actually had little experience in love between men and women, and there was only one woman, his wife, and this wife was still obedient to him. So for a while, the situation in the field was unclear. Because Chen Yao had a preconceived idea, he didn't think about it at all. He was just vigilant and alert. On the contrary, Qian Daoliu, an old man, had a look of understanding on his face after smelling the obvious feminine scent on Chen Yao. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Chen Yao's behavior of not taking good care of Qian Rongxiu and going out to flirt with other girls, he could understand it. After all, because of Bibi Dong, he had not told Chen Yao about his plan. Ahem, Bibi Dong, you are the Pope now, so reckless, how can you be so decent? You should be steady. This elder Chen is just acting like a man, you are making a fuss. Qian Daoliu coughed lightly at this moment, wanting to kick his future grandson-in-law to defend himself. Old man, are you preaching to me? Bibi Dong looked back instantly after hearing the words, and her pupils flashed with a terrifying scarlet color. Qian Daoliu's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Back in the day, when Qian Daoliu wanted to tie Qian Rongxiu and Chen Yao together, Bibi Dong went to the worship hall. That night, although Qian Daoliu did not suffer any loss, he also thoroughly saw what it means to be the successor to the throne of the God King. Even at this moment, he was still a little frightened. What do you want to do? Kill the little friend? Or force him to retreat from you and think about how to leave here all day long? There was no way for Bibi Dong, so Qian Daoliu had to bring out his experience from that year and questioned Bibi Dong with a slightly gloomy face. Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard this, and then looked back and saw Chen Yao's alert and vigilant look, as if he was ready to die, and her face trembled slightly. This was not the result she wanted. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, her eyes stayed on Chen Yao, staring deeply, and then snorted coldly. I will properly handle his problem. As for you, take care of Shuai. No one can take away what I, Bibi Dong, want. After she finished speaking, Bibi Dong swung her sleeves and walked away. Seeing this, Chen Yao raised his eyebrows and put away his martial spirit. With doubt in his heart, his eyes swept back and forth between Qian Rongxiu in front of him and Qian Daoliu beside him. He knew that what Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong discussed just now was more related to him. Even though he knew that knowing more was not a good thing, Chen Yao still couldn't help but ask. Great priest, what did you mean by what you said to the Pope just now? However, Qian Daoliu didn't say anything. He really wanted to tell Chen Yao about his plan. But yes, this touched Bibi Dong's bottom line. In addition, Qian Rongxiu is still too young, and it will take more than 10 years to implement it. Therefore, Qian Daoliu just shook his head, sighed, and said. My friend, I can't say more, but you should know that we will not harm you if you stay in the spirit hall. Also, I hope you will take better care of Rongxiu in the future, and don't let her play with you. After saying that, Qian Daoliu took Qian Sunji, who was still confused, and left the house, leaving Chen Yao and Qian Rongxiu at a loss.